Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon. Representative Bacon.
Excused.
Byrd. Bockenfeld. Basenecker. Bottoms. Bradfield. Bradley. Brown. Representative Brown.
It's here somewhere. Excuse. Oh,
Catlin. Doherty. DeGraff. Degree Kennedy. Dixon. Representative Dixon.
excused.
Duran. English. Rep. English.
Excused.
Epps. Evans. Frizzell. Froelich. Garcia. Gonzalez Gutierrez is excused. Hamrick. Hartsook. Herod. Rep. Herod.
Excused.
Holtorf. Judah. Joseph. Representative Joseph.
Excused.
Kip. Leader. Lindsay. Linstead. Luck. Lukens. Lynch. Mabry. Marshall. Martinez. Morrow.
Here.
McCormick. McLaughlin. Michelson Janae. Ortiz.
Here.
Parenti. She's here. Parenti is here. Puglisi. Ricks. Sharbini. Rep. Sharbini.
Excused.
Sirota. Snyder. Soper. Is he excused?
Excused.
Soper's excused. Story. Taggart. Titone. Valdez A. Velasco. Vigil. Oh, Vigil's excused. Weinberg. Weissman. Wilford. Wilson. Winter. Woodrow. Young. Rep. Young.
Excused.
And Madam Speaker.
Here. With 56 present, 9 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Journal of Friday, March 24th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion is still adopted. Announcements. Seeing none. Madam Majority Leader. Members, our first order of business is the continuation of special orders. Yeah. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to proceed out of order to Senate
No,
Bill.
Madam Majority Leader, my mistake. Don't need you right now. Thank you. We need her all the time. Yeah. We'll try that again. Our first order of business is the continuation of special orders. Representative Michelson Janae. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of special orders. Representative Michelson-Genet will take the chair.
Is it on? The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the dress code is relaxed.
Yes.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order to Senate Bill 170.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 170.
Senate Bill 170 by Senators Sullivan and Fenberg, also Representatives Bacon and Weissman, concerning extreme risk protection orders.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. This mic. Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you on a fine Saturday.
I'm sorry, I was asking for a pen. You have so moved to the committee report.
Sorry,
He didn't
Madam
move it
Chair.
yet,
Just
sorry.
for the record and for clarity, I move Senate Bill 170 and the committee reports from Judiciary and Appropriations.
Thank you, Representative Weissman, and it's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
All right. On the Appropriations Committee report, members, the committee appropriated some money. I ask for your support.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the Judiciary report, Representative Weissman.
Thank you. And members, I'll spend just a little bit more time on this. One of the things that we did in the Judiciary Committee was to grapple with the question of venue, that is where an extreme risk protection order petition may be filed. Boy, I hope members will listen to this because it's important. There's the question, where can a petition be filed? Right now in the law, it's the county of the respondent. One of the things we heard from those who advocate for survivors of domestic violence is that sometimes being limited to the county where the respondent is can be a problem. It might even be unsafe. Imagine a hypothetical. You have a situation involving domestic violence, you have a situation involving stalking, and if somebody is able to get away from that, they might move several counties away. I'll just use Arapahoe and Jeffco as an example. If somebody has been able to get away from a situation in Arapahoe County to Jefferson County where it's safe, the person who was a threat, the respondent in the ERPO matter, still in Arapahoe County, we don't want the petitioner, for example, a woman who has been a victim of stalking, a woman who has survived domestic violence, to have to go back over to Arapahoe County to file the petition. At the very least, that is an inconvenience to somebody who is deserving of safety under the law. It might even be physically unsafe to go back to certain situations, to be spotted in certain places where a potential abuser of yours knows that you're going to be. I have friends of mine who are survivors of domestic violence and stalking, and I know how this goes, unfortunately. With all of that, we did an amendment in the Judiciary Committee that is set forth here in the committee report to borrow some concepts from our Civil Protection Order statute, which is right next to the ERPO statute in Title 13, to allow more options for petitioners for these safety-related reasons. And that amendment was adopted. Now, our colleague from Penrose had some dialogue with us and suggested, hey, maybe given some of the other things that you're doing in the bill, you might be reaching a little bit more broadly than you mean to. So we grappled with this after the fact, talked to some folks, did some research, and decided that was a fairly made point. We're going to revisit this detail of the committee report, and I now move L72 to the committee report, and I'll explain it in a second after we display it.
L72 has been properly moved. Thank you. And is displayed. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. So, members, basically under the bill, there's three broad categories of petitioner. We have a family or household member, and that's really what I was talking about before in terms of a survivor of stalking or domestic violence. We also have what the bill calls community members and law enforcement officials. What this amendment to the committee report is doing is granting that expanded venue categorization to just petitioners in the family or household member category. So that's going to be, a partner who is under threat. They have the sort of expanded ability to file an ERPO petition, not limited to the county where the respondent is. However, in the case of a petitioner who is a community member, which means educator, mental health professional, healthcare professional, or a law enforcement official, they're still going to have to file in the county where the respondent is. These are the more professionalized folks who just don't have that same kind of risk or threat pattern vis-a-vis the petitioner, or the respondent, I mean to say. So this comes out of discussions subsequent to the committee. It's something I've talked about with our colleagues from Penrose and Delta County, and ask for your support on L72.
Is there any further discussion on L72? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L72. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L72 is adopted. Representative Weissman.
We ask for your support of the Judiciary Committee report with that important amendment just made.
Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if you pull out the Judiciary Committee report, one of the other things that the Judiciary Committee report does is it says that the department shall, subject to available resources or within existing resources, establish a hotline to receive and refer calls from the public about extreme risk protection orders, and provide the callers with information about filing for an order and about other relevant resources. It says the department is not the department is not required to establish a dedicated phone number for the hotline and may instead use an existing phone number used by the department to receive and respond to public requests or inquiries. It says the department shall collaborate with any other state agencies to obtain the necessary or beneficial, to obtain information necessary or beneficial for responding to requests here. And so some of the questions that came up as we were discussing that particular component in the Judiciary Committee is really what's the scope and the expanse of this hotline? Does this hotline provide legal information? Does this hotline provide a forum by which somebody can call the hotline and that's how they file their report or start that petition for
I'm sorry, Representative Evans, can you hold on one second? Members, please keep it down. It's a little loud in here and I'm having a hard time hearing Representative Evans. Thank you. Continue, Representative Evans, and maybe move your amendment so we can look at it.
And so with that in mind, we just wanted to put a little bit of clarification into the Judiciary Committee report talking about the scope of this hotline, what this hotline does and does not do. So with that, I move Amendment L068 to the Judiciary Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. L68 has been moved. Thank you. And is properly displayed. Continue, Representative Evans.
So as we had mentioned, we just wanted to add some clarification that this hotline is not providing legal advice or serving as an avenue for an individual to file a petition for a temporary extreme risk protection order or the permanent one, the extreme risk protection order. And so since those questions had come up with us in committee, we thought it would just be fair to continue that dialogue to firmly establish and make sure there's no questions around the scope of what this hotline is doing. And so with that in mind, I would ask for an aye vote on Amendment L068.
Representative Bacon.
Members, I don't know. Actually, I'm just kidding. I don't even think Rep. Evans heard me. I do not disagree with this amendment. We tried to provide clarity. For what it's worth, if you are not an attorney, you can't give legal advice. That is kind of a rule of law. And so we do expect that to be the case with this hotline. We also, again, being able to file a petition rests solely in the judicial jurisdictions. So for what it's worth, I do not mind. We can support this amendment.
All right. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L68? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L68. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L68 is adopted. Any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, just following in line with that previous vein about us establishing some parameters around the hotline, we actually saw this happen up in northern Colorado when the original red flag law came out, of folks using that law in a manner other than which it was designed for. And so in order to basically give folks the ground rules for, hey, here's how a red flag would work and not work, and here's how you can properly and improperly use this tool, want to make sure that folks understand that there actually are penalties associated with filing false information in a petition or an affidavit. Again, we saw that happen in northern Colorado early in the original bill's life, and so just to make sure that folks are having all of the information necessary to make a good decision about, hey, am I actually going to do this or not going to do this, I move Amendment L069 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L069 has been properly moved. Thank you. And is displayed. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is just making sure that it's understood that if the hotline is giving information about the red flag, we also need to protect our citizens by giving them the situations in which they could get in trouble if they are filing false information in a petition or an affidavit, since these things in the bill are actually giving under penalty of perjury. So just to make sure that folks understand, look, this isn't a tool that can be used to, try to harass somebody. If you are including false information in your petition, that will jam you up. And so making sure that that is understood and promulgated via that hotline from the very beginning, so that we're keeping citizens who may have some, they may have some concerns with somebody, like we saw in northern Colorado, but we don't want to be in a situation where our citizens are unaware of the fact that this is given under penalty of perjury and that they can get in trouble for false information. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L069.
The volume is getting a little high in here again. Let's bring it down just a bit. Thank you. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with some of what our colleague from Adams County, from Weld County, who also represents part of Adams County, said. This is a serious mechanism, and we don't want it to be taken lightly. We don't want it to be used inappropriately. Our colleague correctly noted there are, in fact, perjury provisions as to both the temporary and the fuller order if you falsely affirm. And there's other language in the bill that we'll get to when we get to the bill that further clarifies, depending on what all you do in bad faith or falsely, there might even be other prosecutions related to that. So we take that very seriously. I'll have more to say when we get to the bill, but in fact, compared to when we first debated this issue 4 years ago, we're no longer merely drawing analogy to other states. We're no longer merely making the best guesses we can. We now have 3 years of hard data about the utilization of ERPO in Colorado. The data shows it's actually used, if you normalize to population, it's used less than almost any other state. It's used less than in some, purple states. So we believe the data shows, and for the sake of keeping it to the question, I'll reserve a lot of these comments for a little while from now. The data shows that this mechanism is being used very carefully. I believe the data is very clear on that point. Another thing for members to know, the dawn of ERPO is 2019. One of the pieces
I'm
of
sorry,
legislation...
Representative Weissman. Members, it really is loud. I know it's Saturday, but I'm going to ask you to just tone it down. Representative Weissman.
Thank you. We passed the ERPO law originally in 2019. One of the things that we did in 2021 was the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. They are charged to just get information out there in the world. They're actively working on that now. That's going to possibly include information about this in fullness. That would be another avenue to set forth all the details of the law, including the penalties for why you have to use this in good faith and not, as was stated, for harassment. Again, I don't think the data shows that there's been harassment. The concern with this amendment, and the reason that we're going to ask for a no vote, is I actually think it cuts a little bit against the last amendment that we just did and accepted. The purpose of the hotline is informational. It is not to verge into legal advice. When we say, as the amendment proposes here, to start providing information about penalties and talking about, all right, well, what is perjury and how does that go, I actually fear we're verging on exactly what we don't want the hotline to do. So the underlying principle is important, and we'll say that here on the record, and it will be out there in other ways, and particularly as, there have been news articles about this debate, as the law has more tenure on the books in our state and there's more awareness of it. We hope that people will become more aware of it, including why you shouldn't misuse it. But in this context, with this language, for the reasons stated, we do need to ask for a no vote on L69 to the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on L69? Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I'm a very faithful person, and I like to believe that all people are good, but I have seen and experienced for myself and for others that there are some nefarious people in this world, and that is an unfortunate world that we live in. But in this nefarious world, there are people who use the systems that we have against us, and I have seen that firsthand myself. And so saying that the hotline will provide information to callers regarding the penalties associated with filing false information in a petition or affidavit for these temporary extreme risk protection orders is really important, because a domestic violence victim who doesn't get an extreme protection order right away, her husband or ex-husband could go to court and say, I feel threatened, and that might be false information that they report, and get their rights taken away because this person is just not a good person. And I have seen personally, I've seen for my friends, how the system can be used against you. And I don't believe that is the bill sponsor's intent. I'm just saying that, especially for domestic violence victims, the system can be used against you. And so I do think that providing this information doesn't hurt anything that this bill sponsor is trying to do. What it does is give more protections for people that the system is turned against. And so I do think this is a good amendment. I think it's really important for the safety of children, for families, for men and women in domestic violence situations. I think this is an incredibly important amendment, and I don't think it hurts the bill intent. So I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Winter to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. Being involved in politics at one time myself, in a certain situation, I was contacted by an organization that I had been anonymously reported for something, and it had nothing to do with firearms, but it was a total political move. It was somebody just trying to spook me off of my course and what I was doing. And at the end of the day, it's not right, first of all, that we can't face our accusers because it can create havoc for somebody. But secondly, there has to be some type of way people understand that they're going to be held accountable for making false accusations. And once again, all of us in this room understand how politics work, and this could really open the door to really create problems for people. whether it's the police knock on your door, however it works out. So I would ask you to really think about, especially you all being involved in politics yourself, how this could be misconstrued, and hopefully this would push people from making false statements about people for political gain. So I would ask a yes on this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What we're talking about with this extreme risk protection order is even temporarily removing somebody's rights.
I'm sorry, just to point out, we're talking to Amendment L69.
Yes, ma'am.
Continue.
Yes, ma'am. We are speaking to the providing information, let's see, just make sure we're on the same page. The hotline shall provide information to all callers regarding the penalties associated with filing false information in a petition or affidavit for a temporary extreme risk protection order or an extreme risk protection order, temporary or full up extreme risk protection order. So what we're talking about with an extreme risk protection order is a court ordering on, we'll discuss the level of evidence later, but removing somebody's property. Those are covered under the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment because they were so important. No one should be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. Due process is a pretty high standard of a criminal conviction. And this extreme risk protection order is talking about going in and removing life, liberty, or property without due process. So that's a problem in itself. But we know laws like this are abused because there's something called swatting. And that's used on even just by gamers who will call in and on their online opponents, and they will get an entire SWAT team called out. Now, these extreme risk protection orders have the risk of having somebody kick your door in at 3 a.m. So so whoever is going to be calling these in probably should have, when they make that phone call, they should probably be at least aware at some level that there is a penalty for perjury or falsified information. Just to say, yeah, call into this number, leave your name, number, and the person of whom we would like us to remove their rights. They should beep, right? There should be a little bit of something there that tells them that if you are filing a frivolous complaint, there are consequences for perjury. If it's a legitimate complaint, that's not going to dissuade anybody. They're just going to go right past it like you do your typical phone menu. But if it's a frivolous complaint, maybe that would cause them to just pause long enough. And we're always talking about these cooling off periods. We want a 3-day cooling off period. But this phone message, this brief phone message, just to say that there are penalties for perjury, might be the cooling off period that we need to not get the law enforcement frivolously involved, putting lives in harm's way of both the respondent and the responders. And that's all that this is asking, is giving probably a less than a 10-second cooling off period of making somebody think about whether this is frivolous or whether this is legitimate. If it's legitimate, it's not going to dissuade them at all. If it's frivolous and it stops just one, how many times have we heard that? If it stops just one loss of life because of a frivolous swatting exercise based on this ERPO law that we're putting into effect by virtually, in this bill, by virtually everybody in the country, maybe that 10-second cooling off period will help preserve somebody's life, their liberty, and their property. That's all it's asking for. A brief cooling off period in order to prevent our legal system from being abused and turned on the citizens. So if you're opposed to that cooling off period, I guess then you just vote against this. If you're for a 10-second consideration that maybe I should rethink this and call back after I've thought through it a little bit better, maybe even a couple minutes if it causes pause. But the only way that this amendment, this little brief information, it doesn't constitute legal advice. It just says there are penalties for perjury. That's not legal advice. Saying that there's penalties for perjury is just a fact. Now, if that person is concerned about the penalties for perjury and they have to go back and they have to rethink that, that's probably a good thing. We don't want this type, if the intent of this bill is not to be weaponized against the citizens, then we need to make sure we provide all avenues possible to not weaponize this against citizens. And all this is asking for is a couple words. There are penalties for perjury. Just says there are penalties for perjury. There are penalties for perjury. That's a statement of fact. It's not legal advice. It gives the cooling off period that is necessary in order to stop the practice of swatting, which is calling a group of people, special weapons and tactics individuals, to show up at your door with you assumed to be a threat. Based on what? Based on perjury? Do we want to send SWAT? Do we want to send a special weapons and tactics team? It's appearing so. Do we want to send a special weapons and tactics team to somebody's door based on perjury? And then they say, oh, I didn't realize it was that serious. Now what happens to that person who's committed perjury? Well, according to this bill, next to nothing. But the person who is responded to, there are serious repercussions. Some of them, and often, it's not like these red flag orders haven't resulted in death. And every single gun bill, I just always hear, if we could just save one life.
To the amendment,
It's worth,
please.
this is to the amendment, ma'am.
I'm sorry, when the chair redirects you, I will ask that you will take redirection.
Okay.
We are not talking about swatting, and we are not talking about the other thing you were talking about, which I've lost out of my head.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the redirection. And I will be done here soon. I want to wrap this up quickly. What I'm talking about is helping somebody avoid perjury, because there are consequences for the complainant, and there are consequences much more serious for the respondent. Asking for a less than 10-second cooling off period in which that person will have to consider those ramifications and whether they're serious enough to send a special weapons and tactics team to somebody's door is worth 10 seconds. I strongly request, and I vote on this amendment to help prevent the weaponization of this bill against Coloradans.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you today.
And it is an honor to serve with you today.
Thank you. Colleagues, I know you're listening with rapt attention this morning because we are all very awake and alert, but I would like to point out to you some of the finer points of this particular amendment, which I do stand in support of. I'd like to point out the wording. The hotline shall provide information to all callers regarding the penalties associated with filing false information in a petition, or affidavit, on and on. You know, providing this information, to me, is really good customer service. It's about transparency. It's about making sure that someone who might be making this phone call for perhaps nefarious purposes stops to think about it. As my esteemed colleague from El Paso County was saying, sometimes people just take the wrong path. Sometimes they are maybe filled with anger or animosity, jealousy. Lots of emotions go into this. And it's important that they are able to take a pause. Just stop to think about the impacts of their actions. It's really important that we provide them this information so that they know that if they're just kind of spouting off, if they're looking for a vehicle, to express their anger, however poorly intentioned, through this hotline, that maybe this isn't the right way to go. Maybe they need to find some other way to express that emotion. Maybe they need to just take a pause and consider the impacts of what they're doing. That's important. We talk a lot in this chamber about consumer protection. I view this particular amendment as great consumer protection. We are protecting this individual from committing a great mistake. So with that, I ask for your aye vote on this amendment, and I vote for consumer protection, and I vote for customer service. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to echo my colleagues' statements on going beyond customer service, this is also something that when people are in the heat of the moment of something, whether they are angry, bitter, whatever the case may be, this is something that might take them out of that mindset, just to simply remind them of the course they might be taking in trying to take nefarious action against somebody or vengeful, bitter action against somebody. This would kind of be the heads up of redirecting them into the path of the right direction, of not doing something that could perjure them or otherwise penalize them for making the false statements. Because in the bill, it leaves it very open to be used fraudulently for someone to perjure themselves. This kind of helps for those people that are potentially going to file or petition negligently or otherwise fraudulently from doing so. And this amendment would be great in at least taking a small step in preventing that from happening based on these hotlines. So I would encourage an aye vote for this amendment as well.
Representative Hartsock.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you so kindly. It's a pleasure to serve with you.
It is a pleasure to serve with you, and good morning.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make a couple assumptions here. If we're looking at someone wanting to put in a risk protection order, I think it's safe to assume that emotions are probably running pretty high at that point on all parties involved. Legitimate or not, the emotions are running pretty high. So if we have an amendment that says, maybe take a little pause, or let's interject some calm, rational thought for a minute, the person that is reacting, and I say reacting specifically to that emotion, might pause and go, maybe, just maybe, this is not the proper course of action. Versus, they call the hotline, they get the wheels rolling, somebody shows up, and all of a sudden, things are moving that maybe they did not intend. Maybe they were reacting and angry in the moment. Now, all of us in this well can get very passionate about the things we're talking about. And we get up here and we talk with a lot of passion, a lot of valor, a lot of vigor about what we want. Just transpose that into a situation where you're angry at someone, you're upset with them, and you go, I'm going to call the sheriff, or I'm going to call in this charge because I'm angry. I'm not talking about whether the anger is right or wrong, justified or not. What I'm talking about is the action to call. And once they call and the wheels are rolling, then it might be a little too late. So in support of our amendment here, we're saying let's take a pause. Let's take a moment just to calm down a little bit. Just to think, hey, maybe this is not the road we should be going down. Maybe we should talk a little calmer. Maybe we should go for a walk. Maybe we should do many things but not call in requesting the extreme risk protection order. So for this amendment, if you've ever been angry at somebody and you want to lash out, and then you calm down for whatever reason and think about it, that's the purpose of this amendment. It is to give you that moment to pause, and then if you call in and you hear the recording that says, maybe you should think before you do this, and here's the consequences, it might be enough just to go, you know, maybe I should pause. Yet if you decide not to pause and you proceed, that's perfectly fine too. But the intent is to get you to stop and think rationally and calmly versus being emotional. Because any situation that these amendments and this policy is dealing with is inherently emotional. It's inherently angry. It's inherently running high passions. When we debate, when things come in front of judges, we try not to go high on passions. We try to bring things a little bit lower. Our job is to think through it rationally, calmly, look at all venues, thoughts, ideas. And that's all we're asking on this amendment, is to pause for a moment to go, should I really, really be doing this? And if you decide yes, okay, so be it. And if you decide no, well then maybe we just saved you from overreacting. I encourage an aye vote on this amendment, and I thank you for your attention.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I believe it was not intended, what was stated just now, to I don't know, Madam Chair, I'll frame it a different way. When we think about who might be a petitioner for an extreme risk protection order, when we think about the fact circumstances that meet the law that we have set forth in the original bill and here, yeah, I mean, I think that emotions may be high. I don't know that anger is always there. I think that fear is very often there because we're probably talking about threat. We're probably talking about domestic violence. We're probably talking about stalking, possibly assault, things of this sort, threat. I think that we need to acknowledge the reality that emotion is going to run high in those circumstances, and what we are about here is safety for people who are in these situations, and not even accidentally use language down here that is going to make light of that. Now, with that said, and understanding the concern here, part of what we did in the initial bill is require the Judicial Department to set forth standard forms, and I've now pulled them up here. This is JDF, Judicial Department Form 573. I blank request this court to issue a temporary extreme risk protection order, and in support of this request, do hereby swear or affirm the following under penalty of perjury. Next form, 574. This is the full order. Same thing. I blank request this court to issue an extreme risk protection order, and in support of this request, do hereby swear or affirm the following under penalty of perjury. JDF 582, affidavit of compliance. I declare under penalty of perjury under the law of Colorado that the foregoing are true and correct. JDF 583, are we hearing all of this? Verification. I declare under penalty of perjury under the law of Colorado that the foregoing is true and correct. Next form, JDF 587, motion for an affidavit for renewal. I blank request this court to issue an extreme risk protection order, and in support of this request, do hereby swear or affirm the following under penalty of perjury. 588, order for renewal. You're getting the idea. Petitioner's motion was signed under oath of penalty of perjury. Last form, 590, verification. I declare under penalty of perjury under the law of Colorado that the foregoing is true and correct. I hope it is abundantly clear that all of the process you have to go through to do this confronts you literally in black and white on these forms with the reality that if you falsely swear, you are going to be subject to a perjury charge. I mean, heck, maybe more than one, depending on how many forms that you do. Raise your hand if you can tell me a couple of those forms that we just talked about. I'm talking about this here because I actually think it's important and I actually think it's responsive to what we've been talking about. The point is, if there is concern that the entire legal process concerning ERPO make clear to a petitioner the consequences for doing so falsely, what I'm trying to demonstrate here for the record is that is throughout all of the forms that you must use, without which there is no TERPO, there is no ERPO, there is no nothing. Perjury is on basically every form, as it should be. You are not going to go through this process without being confronted with that reality. For those reasons, for the reasons previously stated, that I think this amendment risks cutting into the principle that we just agreed with and adopted in the last amendment, that we don't want legal advice or anything near it emanating from this hotline. We are going to ask for a no vote on this amendment at this point. We have a lot of Judicial Department forms, integral, necessary for this process, that make clear the penalty of perjury, as we should.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is really a pleasure and honor to serve with you.
A pleasure and honor to serve with you too, sir.
I would just point out to my colleague that the forms, I wouldn't argue with you for a moment about forms, but this is a hotline. And those individuals don't have the forms in front of them. And in that particular situation, they have initiated a process, and they should be advised that they're initiated a process that if they give false information, there's a problem. I would not disagree with you whatsoever if they had the forms in front of them, but they do not. But they're initiating action at that time, and they need to know if they give false information, that's problematic.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following needs to be very clear. This is what the language about the hotline says. Receive and refer calls from the public about extreme risk protection orders. Provide the callers with information. This is an informational resource. We are emphatically not commencing the legal process. The legal process is commenced when you file the forms in the appropriate venue, and we talked about venue a little bit ago. All of the conversations that we as sponsors have had, all of the conversations we've had with the departments who are going to do this work, the conversation we had in committee was to make very clear this is not to start the ERPO process, the forms, the compliance with the legal elements, again under penalty of perjury, start the process. This is information only, please.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The basic problem as with other red flag laws, is that the process is rigged against the respondent from the beginning. This amendment right here is a way to offer yet another fail-proof method so that people aren't charged irresponsibly. And I have a couple of stories to tell you from constituents in Douglas County. I have a constituent that has been abused by her ex-boyfriend for years. And you know what he did to get back at her because she kept fighting back and she owned a gun? He filed one of these against her, and the law enforcement came and took her guns away. So guess what happened? It was an open door for him to go after her and continue to abuse her. This is what we want to protect against, and this is what this amendment will help protect against. I have been on the Public Health Committee for 2 months now, and I have listened to both Democrats and Republicans bring bills to help not be accused falsely for child abuse, for sexual abuse. We just had a case in Aurora where one of our council members was falsely accused of sexually abusing her son. Why do we not
I'm going to
want...
redirect you to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why don't we want to provide safeguards against false accusations, against stripping people from their Second Amendment rights falsely? And I will tell you, as a parent who speaks out against the previous school board in my county and has been labeled a domestic terrorist, what safeguard do I have as a parent to speak up for my children and what's right for my children and not be a victim of one of these IRPAs as well? It does not protect people like me. I have had problems with teachers in my kids' schools not teaching what they're signed up to teach. What prevents teachers from filing this against me? What prevents teachers from filing against my son when he wears a Second Amendment t-shirt in? Where is the fail-proof for people that are lawful gun owners to be protected against people that just want to be radical and call in and accuse people falsely? This amendment is another step that adds hope for those of us that are scared to death that we're going to be doxxed and falsely accused. What about pediatricians? I've had to change my pediatrician. My pediatrician and I do not agree with his choice in being pro-choice, and I'm pro-life. I left that pediatrician. What safeguards me against that pediatrician calling on me and filing one of these? There's got to be safeguards against this. If we're going to pass laws like this, you have to protect the people that are responsible gun owners from falsely being accused of things like this. We're opening the floodgates to false claims and taking away lawful gun owners' Second Amendment rights. I urge a aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 573, 574, 582, 587, and I think there was a 593 in there or something like that. So that was some of the forms that all said, just briefly, under penalty of perjury. So the words on these forms, under penalty of perjury, is obviously enough. Under penalty of perjury. I think I said that in less than 1 second. Under penalty of perjury. Those words are on the forms to stop somebody from filing, actually filing, putting their name on paper and perjuring themselves. But at the time they get to that point, there is already a train that has left the station. The train has left the station by the time this call goes into the hotline. The guilty until proven innocent in the case of these red flag orders. And that's how these red flag orders work. They are guilty until proven innocent, and then you're still guilty. But the operative word on this is hot. And anything that's hot should be handled with caution. Emotions are hot. The law is hot. The SWAT team with guns that's standing behind this law is hot. This red flag law, and let's this ERPO stuff, it's a red flag. This is a red flag law. Red flag law. And I see everybody agrees with it on this side. This is a red flag law, so why don't we just call it a red flag law? The emotions are hot. And yes, this is, at least in theory, or at least according to the intent, something to deal with domestic violence and stalking. So if somebody is being stalked or under threat of domestic violence, the words under penalty of perjury are not going to dissuade them. But somebody who is putting this in motion and thinks that it would be a fun thing to do because they don't agree with somebody on a school board, or they don't agree with the views of their sign on their front lawn, and they decide that they're going to put the effort, they're going to put the force of law, we're going to put men with guns on that front door. And I'm saying men in the general, generic, grammatically correct sense, just like the poem that was read to us this morning. We're talking about putting men with guns on the front porch at some time, at any time, to remove not just the Second Amendment rights, but the Fifth Amendment rights, the 14th Amendment rights, the First Amendment rights. Is that what keeping your community safe means? Is that now we have to strip First, Fifth, 14th in order to get to the Second? 573, 574, 582, 587, yes, those are some of the forms that were listed. And they all say under penalty of perjury. But again, at that point, the train has left the station, the machine is in operation, and bad things are on their way to happening. Maybe good things if it's being used correctly, but if it's not being used correctly, then bad things are set in motion. And all this is saying on a hotline is telling somebody that maybe you need to reevaluate as to why your emotions are hot. Saying under the penalty of perjury to match the forms 573, 574, 582, 587, and like I said, I think 593. Because we want to avoid swatting. And swatting happens. This would be effectively legalized swatting.
I think we're getting a little far from the amendment, please.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So under penalty of perjury is not an odious thing to put on a hotline. They should probably all have it. If you're looking at accusing something, if you're looking at accusing somebody, there should always be an indication of what the ramifications are. And what would the ramifications be? Well, according to 18-8-503, it would be a Class 2 misdemeanor, because this would amount to second-degree perjury. So up to 120 days in jail, that's pretty significant, and up to $750 or something like that. Likely it would take a DA, likely, from the legal advice that I'm getting, likely would get a plea lower if the DA takes it at all. So if the DA takes it. So this idea of perjury, under penalty of perjury, is such a low standard. Under penalty of perjury, at the risk of stripping somebody of their Second, Fifth, 14th, First Amendment rights. That's what red flag laws do. They strip somebody of their 5th, 14th, 2nd, 1st, and pretty much everything in between rights. For $750, if the DA takes it. And the only way you'd get 120 days in jail or $750 is if this is a recurring problem. So basically, I would say you could probably say your first time through the ringer with this, you're going to get off scot-free. So you can't really say that this is not, I don't think those are unintended consequences. I think those are part of the bill. Because you can immediately remove from a political opponent or rival their First, Second, 14th, and Fifth Amendment rights with a simple phone call.
I'm sorry, Representative DeGraff. If we could stick to the amendment and regarding notifying people of penalties, I would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Again, if you're talking about a hotline, the emotions are hot. The words under penalty of perjury are an incredibly minor add. And maybe they'll stop. So if the consequences of falsified are actually unintended, then this should be an easy amendment. If the consequences are not unintended, then I can see where this would be more difficult. But I would urge a yes vote on this amendment because I'm hoping that the consequences of falsified reports on this, I'm hoping that the consequences of that would be unintended. So I highly urge a yes vote and try to protect our citizens from swatting. Red flag.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Ladies and gentlemen in this chamber, this is a really good amendment. And it's a really small ask. And it actually helps everybody in Colorado. Those that are victims and those that could potentially be victims. Now, in committee, it was reported, and this is a very important statistic. It was reported that for the number of Colorado red flag petitions that were filed during 2020 and 2021, only 32% passed the test, the credibility test, the review, that were legitimate. That's less than 1 in 3. If we're going to expand this, as the bill purports, without this amendment, that statistic will go higher. Do you want 1 in 4? Do you want 1 in 5? I would argue that you would want 1 in 1. That means every red flag claim was legitimate. But we know statistically that that's not the case. That's a known. That's a fact. It's not refutable. I'm looking at the report right here. That is, if you trust 9 News' reporting, which most of the time I do. So, if someone's calling a hotline, why wouldn't you have a disclaimer? There are so many things that we call in this world, and they have little disclaimers. How about the one that says this call may be recorded for quality assurance? Or this call may be recorded. That's a simple thing. Why would anybody balk at that? You might want to, this call may be recorded for whatever reason. That's an example of a hotline disclaimer. This is nothing more than a little hotline disclaimer that says, if you're going to report this, make sure you understand that you need to be telling the truth. And oh, by the way, maybe for somebody that might be considering making a false report, like the 2 out of 3 in the last 2 years in Colorado, you might change your mind and say, nope, I'm really not going to file this ERPO or call and proceed because I don't want to commit perjury from my estranged husband or my estranged wife or my boyfriend or girlfriend, which many cases those things happen. Domestic violence, domestic abuse, those are issues. But the real issue is the school's issue. Yep, I got some people's attention now because what is going on in our country right now with schools? We are in such a contentious and divisive time.
Tell me how you're going to tie this back.
But if someone were going to call the hotline based on a school's issue, Madam Chair,
Thank you.
guess what would happen? They would listen to the hotline recording, and that they would understand that what they were going to say needed to be truthful and honest, or they would commit perjury. Which, where I'm from, Madam Chair, in the country means you're not telling the truth. You're not talking straight. You're not being forthright and honest. It actually helps everybody. And the person it would help the most, Madam Chair, is the person making the call. Now, I do want to highlight that if that person has no reservation, what does it hurt? We will sit here, ladies and gentlemen, and we will debate over the smallest things, over the most insignificant things. Madam Chair, as if we need to keep score. We don't. It doesn't matter. The ticks on the paper are irrelevant. What matters, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the most important thing I think I will say all day, what matters more than anything is what are we doing for Colorado citizens? What are we doing to help all of us so we can navigate the complexities of life? If there's something we can do, some small thing we can do in these chambers that makes an outcome better, Madam Chair, irregardless of who brings it up here or what letter you have behind your name. Because frankly, Madam Chair, most of the people we represent have given away that letter. They don't.
Okay,
They're
we're-
not interested in a letter. They're interested in outcomes.
We're pontificating a fair amount. Back
Yes, ma'am.
to perjury.
Thank you. But in this regard, if you think about it, we can do something to help all of Colorado in a small way. And here's the benefit. If you want to talk about second and third order effects, and thank you for your leadership, Madam Chair, I do appreciate you every day that I serve with you in every capacity.
Well, thank you, sir.
I will tell you, and I sincerely mean that. Shalom.
Shalom.
I sincerely mean that. Think about our judiciary, who's understaffed, undermanned, and handles so many cases. There's so many cases they can't even adjudicate them all. I had a case in the Denver District Attorney's Office on me. It was supposed to be, and I'm talking about me here, so with respect to this reporting, red flag. Now, this wasn't an ERPO, this was a criminal case. Okay, yeah, start checking. You can go do the web search. I don't care, because this isn't about me, but this is about this amendment and how this helps. If people who are making reports that are not factual are alerted that maybe they shouldn't make them because they're not factual, they haven't been vetted, they haven't been reviewed, maybe they shouldn't make them. Then the DA doesn't have to deal with them. because they aren't on the desk. This particular amendment, in and of itself, would help sort that out. To what percentage, you ask, Madam Chair? Well, we already stated statistically over the last 2 years, from 20 to 21, not including 2022, that 68% are false and non-credible and have to be rejected. That's a high percentage of improper and false claims that somebody in the judicial system has to deal with. What if we were able to take their workload down? What if in this chamber we could do something to reduce the judiciary's workload? Would that not be good? Now, Madam Chair, I've pointed out why this amendment helps two people in this space. First, it helps the person that's reporting in case they aren't dealing with the facts and the truth. Because of this small little announcement. Furthermore, Madam Chair, and ladies of the members of this chamber, and men too, it helps the judiciary, who doesn't have to deal with false cases. You want to go? Okay. Now I'm going to have to wrap up my comments because I have a colleague that really has something important to say that may be more important than what I'm saying, Madam Chair. But if I made any points, I want to point out that this small little amendment can make a big difference for two people. And there's about 5 other categories of people I was going to talk about, but I'm not going to be able to do it right now. But I may have the opportunity to come back later, Madam Chair.
All right, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that you all are sad to have this respite from my esteemed colleague. But as I was thinking about this and this conversation that we're having here, I hearken back to my days with Douglas County and Douglas County government. And I don't know how much you all have been exposed to this, but with all due respect to my esteemed colleague from Aurora who pointed out that this information is all over the documents and other materials that are part of filing this request. But my experience is people don't read. They don't read. I cannot tell you how many times I have had as assessor in Douglas County, and I'm not unusual, but a phone call from a citizen who is over 65 and has lived in their home for 10 years or more, sometimes 20, maybe they're 80 and they've lived in their house for 25 years. And they are hot, hot, hot because they just found out about this senior property tax exemption, which has been literally published on every document they receive from the treasurer's office or from the assessor's office since 2002. But they didn't read it. And they missed out on lots of tax benefits. They didn't read. So maybe they found out about it at church, their neighbor, and all of a sudden, big surprise. I think this is the same thing. What we in government are kind of anymore what we have to do is make sure that we communicate in multiple ways. Sometimes people read, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they'll listen to a message, sometimes they won't. But we have to cover all of our bases. That's really, really important. We have to make sure, and I know I talked about customer service earlier, but that's really what this is about, is making sure that our citizens are informed as to all their options. They have to be informed what could happen if they do the wrong thing. And they don't read forms. They just don't. Heck, in this chamber, do you read every single piece of fine print on a form before you sign it? Okay, some of us do. God bless you. I know I don't. I'm equally guilty of just glossing over, because you know what, we're busy. People are busy. And when you're in a situation where you are filing a petition, a bona fide petition or one that may not be, my guess is you're not thinking straight and you're not reading that fine print. You have other things on your mind. You may be worried about a loved one. You might be angry at your ex-girlfriend. But there might be a lot of things on your mind that keep you from reading that fine print, checking that box. This is just one more way. This is a little thing. This isn't a big thing. This is a little thing. This is just another way to make sure that folks who are in this situation understand. They understand the import of what they are about to do. They understand the impact that they could see on their own lives. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment. This is important. I'm not just up here like taking up space. We do have to make sure that everybody is informed. People listen, they absorb information differently. Sometimes it's visual, sometimes it's auditory. Let's cover all those bases. It's the right thing to do. Please vote aye. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll take chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. Some assembly required. How many of you have heard some assembly required? A few of you have heard that. What's that? Right. It's a quick caveat. It's a legal caveat. So somebody doesn't sue the manufacturer when the toy shows up unassembled. Under penalty of perjury is the equivalent in the time of some assembly required. But we're talking about something that's much, much more serious if the consequences of false swatting are unintentional. So when somebody calls the SWAT line and they are told the effectively of some assembly required, or more accurately under penalty of perjury, then maybe the 68% of those that are false will say, you know what? That is perjury. That would be perjury. Those are false. But from a district attorney who's watching, on the liability amendment, I've also noticed that immunity appears in other places in the bill. And that's true, I've seen that. So how those apply? So you're under penalty of perjury unless, and then it's a very high bar.
Let's wait to get to the rest of the bill till we get to the
Yes,
bill.
ma'am.
State to the amendment, please.
Yes, ma'am. But we're talking about under penalty of perjury, so notwithstanding, or the drafter could strike those. Okay, so I don't want to talk about that. We'll get to that in the bill. The amendment doesn't touch the enforcement, which, after all, is responsible for most successful red flag laws. How many of the people have been convicted of perjury in the last decade? Lying under oath is a serious felony. The judicial filings report only one case of perjury. So perjury is only even a consequence if the DA decides to pursue it. Now, we've already talked about how the DA is a highly politicized position. So the enforcement, so really the penalty of perjury is hardly a penalty at all. The risk of being convicted is incredibly low. This would be a second-degree perjury charge. Perjury is really hard to prove because you have to not only prove that the facts were wrong, but that the defendant knew they were wrong. And that's tough. So this law has virtually no teeth. It pretends to have teeth.
Again, this amendment isn't to the teeth. This amendment is about providing information about penalties associated with filing false information.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So we're just asking that, in this case, that maybe so since we know that 68% of these individuals, when they are looking at the forms and they have to sign their name, that they're going to say, no, I'm not going to sign my name to that. We're just asking that you move that consideration up, that you don't waste the DA's time, that you don't risk that you reduce the risk of putting the SWAT machine in motion when they call the SWAT line. Because otherwise they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So you want 3-day waiting periods, you want 3-year waiting periods, you want that cooling off time for emotions that run high. We're asking for a less than 0.3 second hotline. Pause on this. But that's really only applicable if those consequences are unintended. And at this point, I'd have to say I'm not sure. Because we know the SWAT line will be abused. We know these kinds of calls are abused. So I'm asking for a yes vote on this amendment to hopefully preclude that 68% that won't sign it, that maybe they'll just hang up and we won't set this machine in motion for no reason at all. I support this amendment. I suggest you do as well. Thank you.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, sorry, it's early. Thank you, members. We want to point out a few things. The purpose, and, I got to say, I love us and I love government because the real purpose of this was to say, hey, is there a phone number somebody can call? And we're, having robust debate. So the purpose of this was to do exactly what I shared. We just wanted to put the people answering the phone in a position where they didn't have to answer legal questions. And unfortunately, talking about penalties is also kind of legal advice in regards to what the charges are, what the penalties can be. The only people who can bring perjury charges, for example, are district attorneys. And it is still a crime, so you do have to still prove someone did it beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just say someone did it because they look like they did it. So for purposes of what we're trying to accomplish, we've been working with our colleagues to be able to say that this hotline should just refer people to folks who can properly answer these questions. And so that's the language that you're going to see. Again, the people that can answer questions on legal ramifications as well as any legal advice on if you should file a petition are those people's private attorneys or actual attorneys like district attorneys. So we have been working, I just want to say before the amendment comes up, we want to stay within the spaces that the hotline is to receive and refer. And so we'll have language here that we all came up with, and I'm just gonna say ahead, ask for an aye vote. At least for the four of us who are listening.
Can you clarify on this amendment, please?
Sure. And so that's what I'm saying. To the point of this amendment in regards to why we did not accept it, so we're working on substitute language, and here it is.
Okay. Representative Evans.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So after some very good dialogue here, I would like to offer Amendment L074 as a substitute to Amendment L0.
Can you move the amendment, please?
Excuse me. Yes, I move Amendment L074 as a substitute to Amendment L069.
And ask that it be displayed.
And ask that it be displayed.
That is a proper motion. Thank you. L074 has been moved as a substitute amendment to L069. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this does is after some of the dialogue and the concerns about legal advice and not legal advice and where the line is between those, what this clarifies is that the hotline shall not advise a caller on the ramifications, so that's the legal ramifications, legal advice there, concerning the filing or false filing of a petition for an ERPO or a TURPO, and that they're supposed to just refer the caller to the appropriate venue in which the petition may be filed so that they can get further legal information concerning such ramifications. So I think this accomplishes the goal that we had, which is make sure that we're providing that good customer service while at the same time not giving a bunch of legal advice over the phone, and making clear that this hotline is not where somebody would actually file a petition. There's other sources and other locations where that would occur. So for that reason, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L074.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L074? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L074. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. L074 is adopted. That brings us back to the underlying amendment. No, that's back to the committee report. Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Bacon.
Thank you. All right, members, we are to the bill. So I think by this point we've become familiar in our state with extreme risk protection orders. And the bill that we have before you, we believe, is a bill that is widely supported. We think that this bill touches upon the ideals and beliefs of gun owners and non-gun owners alike, and we believe that this bill is important to further provide safety to our community and to further support the notion of what it means to be a responsible gun owner. And so in committee, I opened with this. I said, if you are a believer of gun violence prevention and you believe that we need to do something tangibly about guns as the root of the violence, this bill is for you. If you are someone who believes guns don't kill people, people kill people, this bill is for you. When we passed the original red flag law, it did gain and garner support. 19 states have similar laws. Only 12, though, have them in which people outside of law enforcement can apply. And so the reason why this bill has found national support through research, through surveys, is because it does two things. One, it says that if you are not capable of handling this weapon, if you will do yourself or someone else harm, This should not be in your hands as a tool of responsible gun ownership and gun use. And the second reason why it's important is because of our Second Amendment, this process requires due process in order for your property to be taken from you. It is similar to things that we see in other spaces. If it's one thing to think about if you've committed a crime, but if you are perceived to be perhaps a danger to yourself or others, your personal liberty can be restricted through due process. So why not, then, the tools and the weapons used to cause harm? We have other processes for your property, the same. Due process is required, especially in the event that those pieces of property can cause harm. So this was in the same legal vein of respecting a constitutional right, but also managing an individual's rights versus the safety of the community, which is allowed through the Constitution. We know that, unfortunately, our country is at a place to which many have said that we need to make a decision about our culture, about what we will and will not tolerate in regards to the number of deaths that we see. Last year, by all accounts, there were over 40,000 gun deaths. Unfortunately, the range of those were from homicides to accidents to suicides. We do know that firearms, unfortunately, even though to the extent someone will claim that it's for protection, and it could be, and it is, unfortunately, they're a highly effective tool in completing harm. And we know this to be true as we've seen things change over time, the effectiveness of from everything to modern warfare to self-defense. Unfortunately, those who attempt suicide with firearms have the highest completion rate due to the effectiveness of the tool. And so that is why we are taking seriously that the tool shouldn't be in particular hands who are not ready or responsible to wield it. And not forever, but just for a certain period of time. People have asked us as well, who should be able to have access to the ability to question?
A little, I'm sorry, Representative. It's a little bit loud in here. If we could bring it down, especially on the side, I can hear your conversations clearly up here. So let's lower the tone. Representative Bacon.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I think many of us have also seen throughout the course of our history here in Colorado, unfortunately, in having a title that no state is glad to have in regards to the numbers of mass shootings that we have seen. The shootings in our states have garnered a lot of national questions and support, and one of the top questions have always been, did somebody know something about this person? Could someone have stopped this person, not only from accessing weapons, but understanding the mindset of the person in that, one, they may have needed help, or two, they may have had extreme indifference for life. And we have to be equipped in being able to responsibly manage the rights that we have afforded to people. And we have to be equipped as community to say, actually, I did. And now we have something to support each other in keeping ourselves safe. People asked this last year, a year ago. People asked this 3 months ago. People asked this 12 years ago. People asked this 24 years ago. And so we are proud to be able to bring this bill to say we believe this has found a balance and we will do something about it. So the bill expands the opportunity to say, hey, we need to question if this person can responsibly manage and possess these weapons. And as much as we may trust law enforcement cannot be everywhere. And law enforcement also doesn't have the relationships with people in the way that a family member may, in the way that someone who spends an extreme amount of time with them, such as educators, mental and medical health providers. And so we have expanded this bill not too and overly broad to anybody in the community, but to people who have demonstrated they have insights into what it takes to responsibly and safely handle a firearm, and therefore they can bring that petition. And lastly, members, I will say that we have also experienced questions on who is positioned to be a gatekeeper to that safety. And if the ability to do this is in too limited hands, we have seen demonstrated that if they do not have an interest in pursuing it, that many others may find themselves in a position of questioning, why couldn't we do something about this? And so that if you are in a position and in one of these categories, you have an opportunity, you're not required, but you have an opportunity to bring the petition forward. Even if someone in authority, particularly around law enforcement, does not want to. And that is a critical difference given what we have experienced even over the last year. Every member of this state should have the opportunity and access to this, and we should not position any agency or institution to be a gatekeeper beyond a court of law. So, for the extent that is possible to manage the interest of those who own and those who are looking for protections, this bill has been widely celebrated and looked at across the country in bipartisan ways and across ideological spectrums to say we will manage mine versus ours in a constitutional matter, and we will protect ourselves from not creating gatekeepers for access for this. And when we are asked, could we have done something, did someone know, we are in a better position to say yes, we could, but more importantly, yes, we can. Thank you, members.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I noted before...
I'm sorry, Representative Weissman, I'm going to ask you to stop. Members, I know that I keep asking you to keep it down. So if you are sitting on the benches on the side, I need you to use your whisper voice instead of your full voice. So if you're on the benches on the side, either side, I need you to use your whisper voice and not your full voice, because I can hear what you're saying up here. Okay, Representative Weissman.
Appreciate that, Madam Chair. As we noted before in the posture of discussing a particular amendment, we are in a more informed place now than 4 years ago. 4 years ago, we could look to other states and understand their experience of an ERPO law. Now we actually have 3 years of hard data of our own experience in the state of Colorado, and here's what it tells us. You can find this in the fiscal note. From January 1, 2020 to December 31, 2022, 380 petitions. That's it, 380 petitions filed in the whole state. 5.9 going on 6 million people times 3 years. 380 petitions. The law is not being used to excess. A news organization looked at a slightly different snapshot that stopped a little bit before December 31, 2022. Here's what they found, 359 total, of which 217 ERPOs involved a determined, sustained, upheld, significant risk of harm to somebody else. 122, significant risk of harm to self. We talk about trying to prevent death by suicide here. 30 was a significant risk of basically some kind of mass casualty event. That is what we are preventing here. That is what we have in fact already prevented. That is what data, examination of these actual petitions shows. When we talk about gun safety legislation, we are ultimately talking about public safety, risk of harm, risk of worse than harm, risk of death. It is very concrete here, and the data show this. The Associated Press ran an article last fall contrasting what is known about the use of ERPO in different states. In Florida, which is a purple state, maybe a red one anymore, the rate of the use of their ERPO law is 10 times higher than here. In Indiana, which is quite a red state, they've had an ERPO law longer than we have, 3 times higher. We are near the bottom of any state that even has an ERPO law in the frequency of its use normalized for population. Now with that, I'll touch a little bit section by section in some of the key parts of the bill, and then we'll kind of end again with what we know and what this is really about here today. Very first part, you'll notice that there's a short title. It's the Zachary Parish III Violence Prevention Act. Now, those of us who were here 4 years ago know a little bit about why it is called that, but because change is the only constant in this institution, I want to share a little bit that was shared last time, why this particular man who gave his life in the line of service has his name on this law. December 31, 2017, Zachary Parish III, a Douglas County Sheriff's deputy, was shot and killed, and 6 other law enforcement officers and civilians were wounded in an early morning ambush. The deputies were attempting to negotiate with a man who was suffering a mental health crisis. The deputies had been there once before in the same evening and returned to take the shooter on a mental health hold. There had been numerous interactions between the shooter and law enforcement in Colorado and Wyoming. Additionally, the shooter's family knew the man was in crisis. His mother had at one time even taken his firearms, but there was little they could do. Had this law existed, Douglas County deputies could have removed firearms on their first visit to the shooter's residence without the altercation that resulted in Deputy Parish's death. We talk about wanting to stand by law enforcement down here. This is a bill to increase the safety of law enforcement. 102, definitions. This is a key part of the bill. Please spend some time with it. As the Assistant Majority Leader noted, we seek to expand who may petition here. Family and household members have been in the law before. Law enforcement are integral to this. They have been in the law before. We seek to clarify it here. We add community members, which means licensed mental health professionals, healthcare professionals, and educators, as further defined. Why? Because these are folks who spend time with people who may be in crisis. I want it to be clear that we spoke extensively with representatives of these professions as to whether they should be included and how they should be included and what language should be used, and you'll note that we amended that even into the Senate, subsequent to introduction. Section 103 of the law, this is the temporary order. What's the standard? Somebody poses a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others in the near future. That has to be found by a court. The temporary order goes on for not more than 14 days. That was a conscious choice. The court is to seal records that may be put into the proceeding containing protected health information, and we make clear in the law that there is no liability on the part of a petitioner for any decision to disclose those records or not to. And again, as we talked about extensively a few minutes ago, all of this is under oath and upon penalty of perjury. Section 104, the full order. Again, the court seals the records. There's no liability on the part of a petitioner to disclose those or not. Again, under oath and penalty of perjury. Now, in this setting, we provide the respondent with an attorney at no cost. This is a due process protection. This does not usually happen in civil matters. Right to counsel under Gideon is a criminal matter. We are under a civil matter here. This was a deliberate policy choice 4 years ago and remains so now, to be attentive to due process concerns. Section 105, how the hearing goes for ERPO. We need to be clear here that we're talking about the application of the clear and convincing standard. This is the highest evidentiary standard in civil law. It is higher than preponderance. Every judge in the state of Colorado knows that. Why do we set forth with intentionality the preponderance standard? Because we appreciate that there are constitutional questions in the room, because we want this mechanism to be used carefully. What are some other examples where we talk about clear and convincing instead of preponderance in civil law, where there are other constitutional questions in the room, such as termination of parental rights? We have U.S. Supreme Court law holding that parental rights are a fundamental right, term of art, but I think that comports with all of our understanding, whether we're attorneys or not. So when that is in question, you have to prove by clear and convincing. It's an example of the weight and the respect for constitutional questions we're trying to give to all of this. 106, service of the petition, preference for personal service. That is the best form of contact with the respondent for their awareness, again, because of due process reasons. Section 107, termination or continuation. Again, clear and convincing standard. Section 108, options for relinquishment. The point is, we're talking about property here. It should be kept safe. 109, return of firearms upon extermination of an order. Has to happen within 3 days. We take seriously if people are out of this zone of threat to themselves or others, they're entitled to get their firearms back. 110, data, this is important, I've spoken about it. Now 113, this is really important. There is no criminal, administrative, or civil liability for good faith acts, reporting or not reporting, filing or declining to file an ERPO. We trust certain folks, family and household members, law enforcement officials, community members, who are in a position to see when something may be going wrong, who are in a position to sense when there may be harm before there is harm, and to exercise their judgment. But we do not mandate them to do this. They are in a position to exercise their judgment, and they may or may not proceed. And however they make that good faith decision in the exercise of their judgment, there is not to be liability. We go further to say that somebody's employer may not retaliate against them either. Those are the core parts of the bill. I won't hit some of the other ones. But, back to what we now know and what we think that this is all about. We talk about standing by survivors of crimes here and trying to prevent crime in the first place. I think that's what the ERPO law is about. If somebody has suffered domestic violence, if somebody has suffered and tried to get away from stalking, if somebody has suffered some kind of assault or sexual assault, and firearms are in the equation, it can go very badly. We know that this is how a lot of women are hurt and killed in domestic relation situations. So if somebody has experienced this, this mechanism is here to help them stay safe. If somebody can substantiate a fear, according to the standards that we have set forth, that they might experience this in the near future, then this is also here to prevent them from being victimized in the first place. Law enforcement, I won't reread the whole history, but this law is named after a sheriff's deputy who might still be alive, serving the Douglas County community, but for the lack of this mechanism at the time when the events happened that caused him to fall in the line of duty. Public safety. We talk about public safety here, rightly so. ERPO is to prevent harm to self, harm to others, or worse, the mass casualty kinds of situations. So again, on the strength of 3 years of actual experience, here is what we know. I'm going to read verbatim a little bit from what was reported by a major news organization. Among those cases where a judge agreed to issue an ERPO were a sheriff's deputy who allegedly planned to lie in wait and kill his lieutenant. I think that we probably saved some law enforcement lives there. Several people who talked about attacking grocery stores. We just had the 2-year anniversary of a horrible event in Boulder, and unfortunately we know that there are copycat situations. We just saved innocent people. A man who threatened to kill the state's attorney general, the highest elected law enforcement official in our state. A man outside Boulder who threatened to, quote, annihilate government employees if they came on his property. A man with access to dozens of guns who planned to shoot it out with the cops and didn't care the cops would not see their kids again. That ERPO probably just saved the lives of law enforcement officials. In another case, reading verbatim, detectives with Douglas County and Jefferson County Sheriff's Office seized 59 firearms and 50,000 rounds of ammunition from a man's home and storage unit. The man had been arrested for impersonating a sheriff's deputy. So we know that lives have been saved. We know that threats of harm have been addressed. We know that a lot of the lives that have been saved have been the lives of law enforcement professionals. At the same time, we know that the law has been used in a very sparing way, 380 times total over 3 years in our state of nearly 6 million people. We believe that the first several years of our experience with the red flag law merits its continuation and its considered careful expansion in the name of public safety. and the preservation of lives. With all of that, and members, I went on a little bit longer than I usually do in my opening comments, but that's because I think there's a lot to get on the record here. In the vein of speaking further to some of the protections in the law that I just summarized, I move L73 and I ask for it to be displayed.
That amendment is, thank you, moved and properly displayed. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, members, I spoke to the protections that exist when a petition is filed. This is just to heighten the protections a little bit. We already say that matters are to be sealed. We already say that there is no liability for the good faith decision to furnish certain information into the process or not. This is to add additional language saying that no other use is permitted for any information and that it shall be destroyed at the end of the process. We believe this is reasonable and appropriate protection to have for TURPO and ERPO matters, and we ask for your adoption of L73.
Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is Amendment 73 to Senate Bill 170. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is passed. Representative Bacon.
Thank you, members. And before we move further into debate, we just want to end with the last portion of the bill. In order for the bill to work, and quite honestly, given the conversation we had about the committee report, people need to be educated about this opportunity, and they need to be educated about the scope of the opportunity. And so the areas in which we spent talking before the bill was about exactly that. We do see a difference between who files and which reports which affidavits are approved. And while some may want to say there's a particular efficiency with law enforcement and an inefficiency with those who are not, one of the reasons for that is that lay people may not understand the legal processes like people who are in this space every day do. But it doesn't mean that they have any less of a claim to want to be able to keep themselves or others safe. And so a big component of this bill, if we're going to put the tool out there, we need to also do our work and be responsible in educating people about it. Even though we have mental health providers, educators, even district attorneys who are being added to this, district attorneys we know are in a position to see patterns across behavior to file these. But an educator who may also be a mandatory reporter might need some help in understanding how to properly fill out an affidavit. And so we would like to end on that, and that with the tool comes a responsibility to educate, and in particular, we want to be sure that people have an opportunity, but we can respect the boundaries, and therefore this is not a requirement also. So we look forward to questions and to debate.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here today because I want to speak in opposition, but I want to give you basis for knowing why I come to a no. First of all, extreme risk protection orders, ERPO, that's just another acronym, and so I'm going to call it what we have become accustomed to calling it for 3 years, and that is the red flag law. We know that red flag orders allow courts to issue orders allowing law enforcement to seize firearms from people who have committed no crime, but are believed to be a danger to themselves or others. There are 7 reasons why we don't need this bill. Number 1, There is no evidence red flag laws reduce gun violence. Most people haven't heard about a red flag law until recently, and if they have at all, they aren't new. Connecticut enacted the first red flag law in 1999, and then they were followed by Indiana in 2005. This means that there has been more than 2 decades of opportunity to analyze the effectiveness of these laws. And what did they find? The evidence, New York Times reported, for whether extreme risk protection orders work to prevent gun violence is inconclusive. Inconclusive. The Washington Post reports that California's red flag went basically unused for 2 years after its passage in 2016. Washington, D.C., that red flag law has gone entirely unused. But as Representative stated up here, there are other states like Florida and Maryland that have gone the other direction. Hundreds of firearms from gun owners, and yet it's still unclear if these actions stopped a shooting. We know that Congress is looking seriously at having a congressional order for a red flag, and there are reasons why Congress should not. First of all, Congress lacks the authority. The Founding Fathers clearly enumerated the powers of the federal government in the Constitution. It's real simple, folks. In Article 1, Section 8, there's the power to coin money, to regulate commerce, to declare war, to raise and maintain armed forces, and to establish a post office. That's what the federal government is allowed to do, or was with the Founding Fathers. Regulating firearms is not among any of those powers that are listed in the Constitution. Number 3, we have federalism. Unlike the federal government, whose powers, James Madison noted, are few and defined, states possess powers that are numerous and indefinite. In fact, there are 19 states and the District of Columbia already have red flag laws, and we know that more states are in the process of adding them. And we know that people and representatives are fully capable of passing such laws if they choose. And the state government is the appropriate place to pass these laws. But we must make sure that those judged to pose a grave risk to public safety do not have access to firearms, and that if they do, those firearms can be taken through a rapid due process. That has been said time and time again. So, red flag laws should be opposed. Most people oh dear, I read that. Excuse me. Must be opposed. So, number 4. Due process has been discussed here at length. And the Constitution says exactly word for word this way: no one shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. A person's possessions, therefore, would-be property. Seizing the property of individuals who have been convicted of no crime violates this provision. Gun control advocates claim due process is not violated because people whose firearms are taken can appeal to courts to reclaim their property. However, it has been observed this is a backward process that would imply that the Second Amendment is a privilege and not a right. Believe it or not, red flag laws could lead to more violence. In 2018, 2 Maryland police officers shot and killed a 61-year-old man in his own home after waking him at 5:17 in the morning. The officers, who were not harmed during the shooting, had been ordered to remove guns from his home under that state's red flag law. That red flag law had only been in effect for 1 month. While the red flag laws are designed to reduce violence, it's possible they could do the opposite by creating confrontations between law enforcement and gun owners, like this case, especially as the enforcement of red flag laws expand. Number 6, it's not just the mentally ill and grave threats who are flagged. In theory, red flag laws are supposed to target individuals who pose a threat to themselves or others, but in practice, they can work quite differently. The American Civil Liberties Union of Rhode Island explained that few people understand how expansive a state's red flag law can be. Their words, it's worth emphasizing that while a seemingly urgent need for the law derives from recent deadly mass shootings, the law's reach goes far beyond any efforts to address such extraordinary incidents. The author said, as written, a person could be subject to an extreme risk protective order without ever having committed or even having threatened to commit an act of violence with a firearm. So comprehensive information is thin. Laws differ from state to state. Anecdotal evidence is not conclusive or even aggregated to be comparable from state to state. Individuals who find themselves involved in these proceedings often have no clear constitutional right to counsel that the Civil Liberties Union noted. Number 7, they're basically pre-crime. Red flag laws are essentially a form of pre-crime. And if any of you have watched the 2002 Steven Spielberg movie, Minority Report, you can relate. In that movie, the science fiction scenario in the Minority Report, in which precognitive police try to stop crimes before they're committed. And if this sounds far-fetched, well, it's not. The idea that governments can prevent crime before they occur sounds like a science fiction fantasy, and it is. Compromising civil liberties and property rights to prevent acts of violence that have yet to occur are not policies that we should be initiating in the state of Colorado. I urge a no vote for those reasons. Thank you.
Representative Harstock.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you could indulge me, could I tell a story and lay a little bit of background to get to the bill?
Is it about O.J. Simpson?
Negative.
We'll see how long it takes and go for it.
Thank you so much. So a couple stories. About 13 years ago, when I was still on active duty, and I used to serve with clearances at some of the highest levels of the federal government. And in that capacity, I ran and participated in numerous federal counterterrorism investigations. As a federal agent, I was always armed. I flew an aircraft armed. We always went in ahead of time. We would speak with the other law enforcement officers as we got on these aircraft. We crisscrossed the country and sometimes the world conducting investigations. That was my job. My other job was to be a dad. Our oldest son was born while I was deployed. We were dual military, so at the time we were assigned to separate duty stations. My wife was stationed to Fort Lewis, Washington, which is out by Tacoma, and I was at Fort Bliss, which is at El Paso, Texas. While she was taking her national boards, I had our oldest son with me down there because I was in a position at that point where I got a little break from a lot of my travels. So I had our oldest son, and he was in a preschool class. And this preschool class is like most classes, rather cosmopolitan, different ethnicities over sitting here in Lakewood. It was over by the Federal Center, which I was working at part-time between being assigned there and down at Fort Bliss. And in my child's class, at the time, they were studying the civil rights, and they were reading a book on Rosa Parks. So he comes home one day and has talked to me about Rosa Parks and of strange things, and out of his mouth, now mind you, this is about a 4.5-year-old, talks about the Ku Klux Klan. And I'm, what? And so I listened to the story, so I saw him by the school, they showed me the book, I'm like, oh, okay, this makes perfect sense. And I think nothing more of the situation. Well, several months later, my wife passes her boards, and I fly, because I'm getting ready to do some more deployments. I take my son back out to Fort Lewis, and now we do the handoff. Now, something else you need to understand about the military is we do deploy, we travel a lot, but unfortunately sometimes there's divorces in the military. And kids will automatically assume if you live at separate duty stations, they go, oh, your parents are divorced. Well, when he came home and said that the kids at school were asking him, so is your mom and dad divorced? He's like, Mom, what's divorce? So she had to have a talk with him about that and said, no, we're not divorced. We're just assigned to different duty stations. And I'm still doing my job, chasing, doing counterterrorism and everything else out there that I'm supposed to be doing. And my wife's a surgeon at Fort Lewis. Well, one day, I get a phone call because my son, who had months earlier came home and told me about the Ku Klux Klan and the Rosa Parks story, was out on the playground with a bunch of other 4- and 5-year-old kids and had mentioned that. That story got reported to the school teachers and the school counselors and administrators, and next thing my wife knows is she's getting a call from her command about white supremacists, her husband, what's going on, and what is your child learning? And she was just as confused as I was. And mind you, I still know nothing about this because I'm 1,500 miles away at a separate duty station. So they haul her in, and they start questioning her about...
Harsack, going to land the plane here?
Yes, ma'am. Here's a school administrator that, according to this bill, can file and request that extreme protection order. We suddenly had an investigation that was started because a 4-year-old read a book about Rosa Parks and the KKK and talked about it on the playground. That whole thing was suddenly blown out of proportion and many people overreacted. My clearance was in jeopardy. my ability to do my job, my entire career was on the line. There was an investigation that was conducted. Obviously, after they finished it all, they looked at it and went, oh, yeah. I know you can't tell it, but once upon a time I did have somewhat of a blonde hair. But that was the default, that because we lived at separate duty stations, they assumed that there was violence involved. I was the white supremacist, and I was in jeopardy of losing my clearance, my ability to carry my weapon and do my job, and serve in the United States Army. All because a school counselor reported it from what some 4-year-olds were talking about in the playground. Due process was bypassed in a heartbeat. I was assumed guilty until I could prove by pulling the school records and the things that when my son was out with me and what happened at his preschool. And I sat here and I went, I investigate these people. We are doing counterterrorism investigations with the FBI, and suddenly I am on the receiving end of an accusation that was based on a conversation of a playground between 4- and 5-year-olds. That is the flip side of what can happen on these things. So I would ask you to think about that before we sit and pull a yes vote on this, because I urge a no. Are there things that happen? Absolutely. But does due process, when you have someone that has no knowledge of what's going on except what they hear on the school grounds, and I almost lost my career over it. My wife was in a panic. I was in a panic. We had to answer a bunch of questions. And once it all got sorted out after a week or so, it was okay. But that was a horrible, horrible week. I'm sitting here looking at my clearance. I'm looking at the ability to do my job, have a paycheck. My wife, who was a surgeon, was being questioned. Well, what's going on with your husband? Everything was assumption of guilt before innocence. And I never, ever had my chance through due process. I had to prove I was innocent because I was assumed guilty because a counselor reported it from a 4-year-old and 5-year-old's conversation on a playground. I would ask you to think about that and consider that. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to share the experience that I had back in 2019 before I was in the legislature. I came here to testify on the red flag law. I had read about it in the paper, and I had an experience where I wanted to try to figure out how I could stop someone I love from getting a gun to hurt themselves. And I sat through 5 hours of testimony, and my colleague from Watkins was on the committee. And he kept asking the witnesses, why can't you just put somebody on an M1 hold? Why doesn't that work? Why isn't that better? And then, actually, as a result of testifying on that committee, I ended up running, and here I am. And since that time, my colleague and I have had a lot of conversations about M1 holds. And I think we've all come to see that that isn't a substitute, really, for anything. It's useful in a very limited place. But the minute the person is released from the M1 hold, then they're back. And if they still have weapons in their home, they're still a danger to themselves or to others, because we haven't really done a good job of figuring out how to go from an M1 hold into care, into actual treatment and care. And so I just would urge all of you to think about that as part of what we're trying to solve with this ERPO legislation, because it is the first step. Like one of our other colleagues who's no longer here, she said, well, we've been working on that here in the legislature for like 10 years. And I said, well, I guess you guys need to try harder. And now I'm here, and I'm trying my heart out, and we still haven't nailed it. But this is a way to keep people alive in the hopes that we do figure it out, and we do figure out how to get people into treatment. So I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Douglas County, we had a major loss when Zach Parrish was killed. I remember waking up that next day knowing that a man who fought to protect us in Douglas County was shot and killed. We took flowers up to the substation, we took cookies, and we prayed over those deputies that were distraught to lose such a strong and wonderful man who gave his life to protect and serve. So when I heard his name get mentioned, I paused. I called his ex-wife, or his widowed wife, because I wanted to make sure that she was okay with her husband's name being used in the manner of gun control. She wanted you guys to know that Zach was a staunch Second Amendment supporter who believed in an individual's rights to keep and bear arms. He wanted to be in law enforcement his whole life, to put criminals in jail and find justice for his community. He believed in those rights. He believed the focus should be on mental health therapy and solutions to help fix the real problem. And I want to make it very clear, per his widowed wife, his legacy is being used and asked to promote gun control. And his widowed wife can't believe that that is the narrative being pushed here today, as he was a staunch Second Amendment advocate. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, the death of Zachary Parrish III in Douglas County was a devastating thing to our local government community. Deputy Parrish was actually a really important member of the Castle Rock Police Department before he became a sheriff's deputy, and he was beloved in the community. He had such a huge heart. We haven't had a significant homeless problem in Castle Rock, but we have folks who from time to time find themselves homeless. And Zach would make a point to check in on them, take care of them. He actually put them up in a local motel, which isn't a great place, but it's better than sleeping on the streets or outside. And he paid for those hotel rooms out of his own money. And he would tell us, he would always say, don't tell my wife. Because they had student loan debt to pay off and expenses of their own, especially as they were starting a young family. And then he moved on to a higher paying job with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. I have to tell you, when Zach Parrish passed away, it rocked Douglas County government employees. I was privileged enough to attend his funeral and sat next to my good friend Jill Roman, who is now the former Douglas County coroner, who took care of Zach. This tragedy changed our Douglas County Sheriff's Office because it was so awful. This task force that responded to this gentleman who was so mentally ill had been there before. They knew. They had been there before. But things went wrong, and bad things happen to good people. And I appreciate my colleague from basically the entire area around my district, having this conversation with Zach's wife, because it's important to understand that when we speak in of someone's memory, if we speak in someone's memory, we can't appropriate their memory. We have to speak to their reality. And I wanted to share this with you because it's important that you understand what Zach stood for. And I'm so grateful to my colleague for explaining his position to you. This is emotional, and I get that. You can only imagine the emotion that Gracie Parrish must have felt. I have never seen someone get through tragedy with the poise and grace that she did. She is named appropriately, with 2 little girls. Please, please understand how important it is that we don't misappropriate people's memories. Thank you very much.
Representative Bacon, and then Armagast.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues from Douglas County. I know we still have some conversation, but I just wanted to quickly acknowledge Deputy Parrish as well as his wife. I had not had the opportunity to meet them, and the bill was named in 2019. And so I want to acknowledge and say it is important to not misappropriate names and circumstances, particularly as I think all of us care to work to figure out how to support and keep our communities safe. And I want to say that from my understanding of what was happening 4 years ago, just want to bring back here to be sure we can frame the conversation, because I do know people have different opinions, and that's what we're here to do, to discuss where we can get. And I want to reframe the question that we've put on the table that we believe this bill can potentially answer. And the question is for us, what can we do to be in a preventative posture? Because lives lost, all of them matter, and they are deeply valued by not only our family members, but our communities. And there has been a lot of conversation through Lives Lost about where can we find the synergy, where can we find the meeting between prevention as well as preserving our rights and access. And so I wanted to share this because there was also a question about data. And I just wanted to share a report that I found that was led by a bipartisan effort and an effort amongst those who would call themselves for gun control, because I don't think this is a bill about gun control. I will not say that that's what it is for us and for me as a sponsor, so I apologize for miscommunicating that. But where we found some synergies in some of the studies was that gun owners, Republican and Democrat, support laws to keep people at high risk for violence from accessing guns. That's what we're talking about. There was a survey of up to 2,000 people. Gun owners, Republicans and Democrats, non-gun owners. And the top thing in the survey that, in regards to laws that people found, and people were surveyed in Florida, Colorado, and 2 other states, that prohibiting gun possession by people convicted of a domestic violence crime, there was 78% support of that, even amongst gun owners, even amongst Republican gun owners. When we talked about red flag laws, 69% of people support them because, again, the notion is how do we keep people at high risk for violence from accessing guns? That is what we are trying to answer. And we're trying to answer that in a context to knowing, not speculating, to knowing that lives have been lost. And that in the vein of thinking how to prevent those lives that are so valued, what can we do, again, to keep people who we know have a propensity and have to prove that too, not suspected, to keep people safe. And I know whether or not you are in law enforcement or if you're an educator, we all care to keep our communities safe. And we all have been asking these questions. So thank you for the moment and grace to address that, and thank you to the parish family, and we will do our best to honor your memory.
Representative Armagost. Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you, sir.
Thank you. Members, can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now? Wouldn't you know, this side works better?
I think they've changed the volume.
Well, I think we are being suppressed over here. I'm not sure. Members, I'm here. I've been quiet. I've listened, and I understand where we're headed, why we're headed, those kind of things. It seems like this bill has a lot more possibility in an urbanized area where people actually live too close to one another, for my tastes. But all joking aside, I have some questions in regards to in the district that I represent. You know, conflicts happen out there in our communities. It doesn't matter if it's in urban Colorado or rural Colorado. But take an example of two people that fight continuously over a fence line. And finally, one day, it gets to the point that one of them says, I know what to do. And they make a complaint in regards to this red flag bill. It's followed up. The statements are considered legitimate, and a red flag order is issued. So, the guns are removed from that house. Shortly after that, a predator, let's just call it a mountain lion, shows up in that guy's herd of sheep or out in the cattle. Without those weapons, what does he do? How does he go about protecting his income, his livelihood, his family's way of making a living? We haven't answered any of those questions in all the time we've talked about red flag bills. And I have another question about this. There are a lot of us that live in rural Colorado that a family member of over 21 years old lives in that same house. So a red flag bill a red flag order is instituted. Do all of the weapons be removed? I really need to ask this question, and I really want the sponsors to talk about it. Because the point I'm trying to make is I might have a red flag on me, but the young man that lives at my house with me doesn't. Is there a distinction made in this bill that I'm under a red flag order, but he's not, or my wife? Or is it the whole house that's under a red flag order? This is a question we need to address because with more people being able to file, people that have no idea about public safety and or agricultural safety deciding that, yep, this is something that needs to be happening. These are questions that are being asked out in my communities. These are questions that are being asked by people that have asked me to come to Denver to represent them and trust me enough to come and trust me enough to send me. I'm not here to be a smart aleck about this. I'm not here to say, well, this is something you may not have thought about. I'm here to ask the question that was asked by me from people who trust me enough to send me. And I do worry about those kind of issues. Because believe me, in my district, mountain lions come up and sleep on your front porch. You folks are recognizing that. You see pictures of mountain lions walking down the alleys down here. And when it gets to that point, I'm concerned about what we're doing in some of these instances in a community like mine. Every county that I represent is an ag county. Every county that I represent has more livestock in it than it does people. What are we going to do about some of these nuances and how do they work? That question to begin with. I worry about expanding the list of eligible reporters. Could it increase the number of retaliatory cases? We heard from the sponsors that we've only had 338 cases turned in the last 3 years. I was here when we started the red flag. To me, that's encouraging. I want you to know that I think that's encouraging because the people that have had a case brought against them were probably some of the most dangerous. But by expanding the number of people that can file a petition, particularly if they don't have the background in public safety, don't we run a risk that we'll triple this and think we've done a good thing, when in reality, we probably have talked about some people that did not really have that big a risk. And I wonder also, if a healthcare professional or a mental health care professional can file one of these, won't that stop people, some people, from talking about these issues or even wanting to go seek care? Because this red flag, to me, is about mental health. I think we're missing the point when we don't look at the mental health issues that are driving these things to think we need them. Seems like we would be better off to put more money into mental health than we are into hiring more people to figure out how to file a petition. I think the sponsors' ideas are, they're well-based, come from their heart. But with violent crime on the rise, should the state take away or restrict a person's access to legal means of defense? There are some questions here that really cut right into the quick about who we are and how we live. And I think one of the things that happens is that the urban area has a problem, a bigger problem than some of those in the rural communities. We do have mental health troubles in rural Colorado. Percentage-wise, probably more per capita than there are in urban areas. But that's the problem. We need more access to mental health. we need more people saying, I need help. You know, we ran a bill about helping youth with the number on the back of their social, or on the back of their ID card, that they could get help if they were concerned about themselves. Make it easy to get help, or at least check in. So with the idea that your mental health professional could get spooked, evidently, and say, well, we got to turn Mark in, concerns me. I want to help people. I want to help people get help. I want to help prevent crime. I want to help with all of the things that are addressed in this, but without having to say, the police will come to your house and take your gun. If an individual is that disturbed that people in the community are saying something needs to happen, wouldn't it be better to be able to help that individual get to a place to get some help, rather than simply walk into the building, take away the weapons, and then leave him sitting in that same house? What would that do to an individual that could be disturbed? Would he just sit there and say, well, okay, I don't know what happened? No, I doubt that. It might trigger more action. And remember, a lot of different things can hurt people, not just weapons. I worry about expanding the number of people who can say they have a concern about the community's safety and or that individual's safety. I'm a believer that public safety and law enforcement should be much more involved in this at the outset, rather than just a neighbor and or a friend. The other thing that concerns me is the state of Colorado has decided that it's a better investment to invest in people to help you figure out how to fill out one of these petitions than it is to put more help in the mental health field. I wonder about the return on investment. I wonder about the number of people that will be affected by not having more mental health care, but more enforcement of taking a weapon out of a house, and or figuring out how to fill out these forms. I didn't realize that those forms are that complex, or that they need that much help to fill one out. Because I was under the impression that if you felt the need to file a petition, that after you initiated this process, that the people you were dealing with right there knew what to do, how to fill it out, and how to get it through the system. But with this bill, the state's going to hire 3.5 to 4.5 new permanent FTE. So where are we putting the money? And I do want the answer in regards to all of the weapons in that house. And there's one other question that rings in my mind, and it came from a guy that some of you don't know, but Representative Jim Wilson asked a question, and I'm not sure that it's addressed in this bill. What about collector's weapons? What about weapons that are worth thousands of dollars that are in that house? Are they swooped up and thrown in some facility without recognition of the value and probably the efficiency of even using one of those? Because in Colorado, there are a lot of people that collect guns. And if they were involved in a red flag case, what would happen to that collection? Who would manage it? How does it inventoried? All of the things that go along with that. Because I don't want people to be stripped of a large part of their net worth. Could be in a lot of places. Anyway, these questions are sincere and meant to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do take the questions from our colleague from Montrose to be sincere, and I have some answers. Whether it's collectors, weapons, antiques, curios, whatever it is, the answers are to be found in sections 108 and 109 of the law, respectively speaking to surrender and return, and care has been taken there as to how they're going to be kept safe and how they're going to be returned. And again, I'll reiterate that when the order is clear, there is to be only a 3-day period before the respondent gets the firearms back. To some of the other questions, I think the key point was that, yes, communities around our state are different. As I alluded to before, we made sure to try to get good data capture from the utilization of these petitions from the original law. We have a couple years of that. I referred to some of the data before. If you go into the annual statistical report of the judicial branch of our state, you can find it on their website. It's a public document. They give you tons and tons of data. In relevant part, they break out for public awareness, for our awareness as policymakers, for awareness of the media, because it's relevant data, how many extreme risk petitions were filed in each judicial district in the last year. I'm just going to read from 22. You could go back and find 21 and 20 separately. First Judicial District, that's basically Jefferson County and Gilpin, 10 in a whole year, 10. Second District, Denver, 33. News Media Report, the Denver Police Department's been a little bit more involved in the name of public safety. District 3, Huerfano and Las Animas counties, where the good representative from Las Animas County goes, 0 in a year. 4th District, El Paso and Teller, 16. 5th District, Mountains, 2. 6th District, Southwest Colorado, a total of 5. 7th District, to the representative from Montrose, the entire judicial district containing Montrose County, 0 in a year. 0 petitions in an entire year. 8th District, Jackson and Larimer, 4. 9th District, West Slope, or Northwest Colorado, 3. 10th District, Pueblo, 0. 11th District, Central Colorado, 4. 12th District, the San Luis Valley, 5. 13th District, Northeast Colorado, 1 in a year. 14th District, Northwest Colorado, 2. 15th District, basically the Southeast Plains, 0. 16th District, Southern Colorado, 0. 17th District, Adams and Broomfield, 2 in a large jurisdiction. 18th District, Arapahoe, Douglas, Elbert, Lincoln, 11. 19th, Weld, 3. 20th District, Boulder County, 0. 21st District, Mesa County, 2. 22nd District, far southwest Colorado, 1. I think what these data show is that, in fact, there is varied utilization of these petitions by law enforcement officials and others around our state, out of recognition of that basic reality that, yes, the community sensibilities are different. I would encourage members who have concerns to go review that data from 3 years of publicly available judicial branch summaries. You know, to the question of how much expansion there's going to be, the fiscal note grapples with that. We have nonpartisan staff who try to render good information for us upon which to make our decisions. Page 2 of the fiscal note that's dated the 15th of March, they analogize what we're doing to other states, and there is a forecast that under this bill, utilization of RPO petitions will increase by 50%. Not double, not triple, not 10 times, not whatever, by half, which means we're talking about statewide based on the experience that we have. We have about 127 petitions statewide in a state of 6 million people per year. So maybe we're going to see an extra 64 cases statewide. That's what the nonpartisan analysis says. I hope that speaks to some concerns that have been stated here.
I'm sorry. Representative Armagost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everyone hear me on this one? Is it good? Okay. This is definitely something that I'm very passionate about, something that along with our rights for firearms, the right to own and carry a firearm, this goes well beyond that into the mental health sphere, which is more my cup of tea as far as firearms are concerned anyway. As far as the mental health aspect of this, I think, like some of the colleagues before me have mentioned, this is something that doesn't address the mental health side of this issue that we're talking about. And in that, while we're not addressing the issue, we're addressing somebody's ownership of firearms and how that ownership of firearms is something that any firearm owner is passionate about. So that is one way in particular that somebody that had some sort of a grudge or issue with somebody could easily hit them where it hurts. And just referring to where things were before this bill, the red flag gun law became something, law enforcement had the ability to remove someone's firearms from their home on an M1 hold if somebody was an extreme risk to themselves or others and was taken and placed on an M1, a mental health hold. I have seen that. I've actually taken part in that, and I know the last time we got together on a weekend like this, I shared some pretty personal information that let everyone know kind of my aspect, why that directly impacted me. But as a law enforcement officer, I've even taken part in helping remove firearms from somebody who actually was a close friend of mine. In several mental health calls that my friend's spouse had made, it finally came to a point where he had to be placed on an M1 hold and also received inpatient treatment. And with that, we had to remove firearms and knives from their house, and that was also upon request of the spouse. So those things were already in place before this came about. And once this came about, in the first findings in the Colorado Judicial Department, the cases filed by citizens were 138 in the 2020 and 2021 period. 138 filed by citizens. Only 45 of those were founded, or at least approved. On the cases that were filed by law enforcement, there were 107, and 101 of those were approved, which tells us that the professionals behind the job, the law enforcement officers out there, are doing the effective job that we need them to do, even with the existing red flag gun law. So in my opinion on this is my humble opinion, I think we should narrow this. We shouldn't be expanding this to give this more opportunity for fraud and unfounded reports or petitions. This is something that we should narrow to the professionals that are able to make this call, whether it's law enforcement and DAs, the courts, things like that, but not people that are uninvolved, people that are hearing the cases, hearing testimony, hearing from the subjects involved, but also even in family court situations. But there's still opportunity for perjury based on issues that people are having with what's one person said over another. So it can be very easy for someone to make an accusation that could essentially ruin someone's life, but this is something that can also make somebody that's already in a pretty dark place in an even deeper hole or darker place based on what they're dealing with and put the potential for either temporarily or permanently losing their firearms based off of somebody's statement, written or verbal. So going beyond that, the clearly documented potential for fraud and unfounded cases and expanding that to giving more people the opportunity and making unfounded and potentially fraudulent petitions, instead of narrowing the scope, we're expanding it. So we're giving that power to people that can be biased in whatever way. Mental health professionals, educators, anyone that's maybe not directly involved, most likely not directly involved with a person's life, that is able to make a decision in a petition through a court to get it approved to have them lose their firearms. And the people that have to go retrieve those firearms are law enforcement officials. And going to someone's house, I know, as a law enforcement official, retired, it's a danger you're putting on law enforcement. If somebody is holed up in their house, is at the bottom of their pool of resilience, is ready to call it, and we're sending somebody to go take their guns away from them, that's a potential last stand situation that you're putting law enforcement in the direct line of doing. Redirecting this to another side of the mental health aspect. As we all know, there's a lot of stigma already for people reaching out to get mental health treatment. Not only in some cases, whether it's a masculinity thing, a career, law enforcement, military, having somebody with so much pride that they don't want to go seek help. They don't want to go talk to somebody about their very personal and deeply held issues that they might be having. If we're going to expand this to mental health professionals who don't have that ability now to recommend that somebody has their firearms taken away, for a mental health professional that might have zero experience in owning a firearm, or really what that person's intent is with their firearms, to be able to make that call, you're taking another step in adding more stigma to that individual that really wants to get that mental health treatment, but is now afraid as well that they're going to potentially have their guns taken away. Being the suicide intervention leader in my unit before I retired from the military in 2017, I did that for approximately 5 years. That was a time where going to a lot of military mental health summits for the military, talking to people that had suffered from anxiety and depression, PTSD for long periods of time, their biggest concern, before this was even about, their biggest concern in reaching out and getting help, even through the VA, was that they were going to lose their firearms. So that was then. That was before this was even here. And then putting this in place where it's going to be a statute that somebody can make that decision of, I don't want to go get mental health treatment, I don't want to go talk about my problems or my suicidal ideations or whatever ideations because I would lose my firearms. Putting that into someone's head is going to cause that person to sink deeper, guarantee you. It's going to cause that person to sink deeper. It's going to increase the already outrageous plague that we have in suicide, not only in the veteran and law enforcement community, but beyond. For those people that just love their firearms, love their ability to keep their firearms, but might be struggling in a really dark place in their life, are worried about losing their firearms, so they don't seek that mental health treatment that they so greatly need. Maybe they self-medicate or otherwise just sink deeper into a hole to where they finally have zero hope left and take their own life or lives of others. So we need to really consider what we're doing when we're making legislation like this. We're not addressing mental health. This is exacerbating mental health. This bill is exacerbating the mental health crisis that we are in Colorado, being last place in our country, as we all in this room know. We need to address our mental health crisis. This is not doing it. Mental health crisis that is causing people to go over the edge and becoming suicidal or homicidal. We need to address that crisis, not treat firearms as the crisis. Firearms are a tool that people in crisis use, one of many tools that people in crisis use. We need to address mental health, not exacerbate it. So I just ask everyone in considering this bill to consider all those people, not just us that are in here, the people out there in rural and urban communities, any communities in our state, your district or others, that are struggling with mental illness and what this is going to do to them. Those people that own firearms and are in a relationship that could potentially go south and somebody can get vindictive and easily turn something into a terrible issue where somebody has to lose their firearms or has the potential or willingness to fight for their firearms. this is going to exacerbate those issues. So I ask everyone in here to consider that when you're thinking of voting on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleague from what county? I don't know. You. From Montrose County, thank you. I want to thank my colleague from Montrose County about asking about mental health. And you just heard from my previous honorable representative who was here, a perspective on how this works. So I will share my personal experience. When my son first presented as suicidal, and we took him to the hospital, and we met with the psychiatrist and the psychologist, and they told me, when you take him home, you have to remove every single thing that he could use as a weapon from the home. So they asked us if we had firearms. They asked me if I had cooking knives. They asked me if he had scissors in his room. And these were all things that were, yes, I don't have a firearm, but I have cooking knives, and my son has always liked to sew, so he has scissors in his room. So I had to go through the house and start bagging up all of our things that he could use as a weapon on himself.
Members, can you simmer down, please?
Doing that was definitely one of the harder things that I've had to do in my experience as a parent. Because it's like, okay, so do I have to take the butter knife, or is it okay just to take the big long knives? Like, what do I have to clear out of the house? But the point was, I would clear anything out of the house that he could possibly use as a risk to himself. And I think when it comes to the ERPO law, there's an opportunity for us to be messaging about it differently. And when it comes to mental health, there's an opportunity for us to be messaging about it differently. With an extreme risk protection order, your guns are not taken away forever. They're taken for a period of time for you to get well. And I think that is what's so critical here. My daughter has a friend. That friend's father has firearms in the home. That friend went through a period where she was suicidal and told her father she knew how to get into the gun chest. That friend just took their firearms and went to the police and said, please hold these for me while I get my daughter help. And they got their daughter help. Their daughter, thank God, is doing amazing, and they got their firearms back. I think there's this ebb and flow in life that we need to be paying attention to. And part of that ebb and flow is what we have in our homes and how we protect ourselves, our partners, our children, and all of the people in our home. So when an extreme risk protection order comes on one individual on the home, if that individual is living in the home, then yes, all of the other firearms would be taken as well to protect everyone who lives in that home. And that would just be best practice when dealing with suicidal ideation, self-harm, harm of others. This would just be best practice. And I would hope that we would never have anybody weaponize this tool. And we've heard talk of that a lot. And that is just horrific to me, that someone would use this to weaponize. But when we are truly, honestly talking about mental health, and we're not talking about an M1 hold, so the person is not out of the house, the person is still living within that household, you want to make sure to keep every member of your household safe. I ask for an aye on this bill.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Thank you for answering some of that. My question goes back to what I asked in regards to a situation where
Representative, hold on a second. Folks, we're going to ask again that we keep it down, please, especially on the edges. I'm sorry, Representative. Please continue.
Thank you. I'm not much about personal stories, but I will relate one to you. I got divorced a long time ago. And one night I was in my man camp apartment, which, if you're not aware of what a man camp apartment is, you probably don't want to know. And I had brought my guns with me. One night I was there, I don't know, it must have been about midnight. And all of a sudden, they started bothering me. They were in the closet, and they just, you know, a couple of days before that, I'd cleaned them, and I'd played with them, which is not too much what I do. And that night, it just, something kind of jerked me by the back of the head and said, hey, they're in there. So I got up and carried them all to my car and took them to my dad's house. Well, of course, I had to wake him up, and he came to the door. I was standing there with an arm full of guns and said, I need you to keep these. And he turned white. I will, is what he said. You know, I don't know if that was just like my higher power taking care of me, but I've often thought about that because I've never really, you know, had any of those thoughts. But something about them in that closet was bothering me that night, so I understand. But back to my question is in regards to if there is a red flag bill or a red flag order granted, do all of the guns in the house, regardless of ownership, be removed for any period of time to relate back to my question in regards to protecting from predators and predation on a ranch that's out there, you know, miles from town? Because we couldn't get law enforcement there, you couldn't get a neighbor there quick enough to help you with that because of just how things are. I need to really kind of explore that with you so that I feel like the folks at home have some idea of what they would have to do in regards to that. If you could answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Representative Bacon.
You know what, I'm just, oh, it's not, oh, that's low? Okay, great, that's fine. I want to be able to answer some of these questions, but also to our colleagues who shared their stories, thank you for sharing them here. I just want to let you know we were listening. It takes a little bit to do that. So I want to share a few things about kind of what happens in the reality of these orders and over the course that might also touch upon some of the questions on the mental health concerns as well. So first, I want to talk about M1 holds. I'm not sure many people here know what they are, but most importantly, M1 holds allow a handful of people, including law enforcement, and the standard is just probable cause, okay? And the reason why I'm putting this out there is to compare what is actually required in an ERPO or TERPO as a matter of literally due process in the standards. So if someone it seems like they're going to be a danger to themselves, and you just need probable cause, so law enforcement can do it, a physician or a doctor, it's outlined who can do these, believe that you're going to be an imminent danger to yourself or someone else, they can restrict your liberty. They cannot just put you in a hold, they can put you behind bars. And so for what it's worth, we wanted to put out that these are the suite of tools that's happening in moments of crisis. We also have civil protection orders, right, restraining orders, that do not have actually this high a bar in order for those to be issued as well. And so restraining orders are, I believe, someone is stalking or hurting or might hurt me. And again, the crime doesn't have to be committed for you to file for a protection order. You can get a civil or personal or restraining order through process as well. What has also changed in the last 4 years with M1s, going back to that. If someone thinks through probable cause that you are going to be an imminent threat to yourself or someone else, and that's saying you can be remanded, not necessarily criminally arrested, it can also initiate a TERPO, which is the temporary restraining order, on the same basis and saying, someone has to believe you're going to hurt someone so we can remove the tool that will do that. Those things can happen simultaneously. But to the point about what may happen in rural communities, the other thing that's really important about this is not the state, like a state entity coming for this. This is the state, but through your own judges and district attorneys who, one, know your communities and also as a matter of due course through due process, get to ask these questions. There are a range of outcomes that can come with an extreme risk protection order in regards to how much time, when and where, if it was someone, and what they are weighing is the danger to the people versus, and protecting from a negative outcome in the totality of circumstances versus what else may be happening. And what a judge is doing is making a decision and saying, I believe that if you have access to this, you will hurt somebody. And that is of priority. And that is why we require this amount of due process. Not only in removing the item, these are particular orders to remove your property. That's why it's a civil order. But we can also imagine either a protection order is happening or an M1 hold might be happening as well. And this is another aspect to be able to remove weapons. But again, it needs to go through a judge's eyes and a judicial district's eyes before it's given. It's not, and so that's part of the cases and claims that can be made. So we cannot definitively answer that because that is discretionary. I would also say that, in regards to law enforcement being the only ones to access this, and I don't want to say this at the risk of kind of engaging on different fights, but there is a question of what happens if your law enforcement does not want to engage on it. That is an actual question that our neighbors have, and should we still be barred, including family members? Now, I will say the bill, we heard it suggested that it should be limited to just law enforcement. There has been no amendment brought to that. That is not currently in statute. But just keep in mind, if we want to limit that only to law enforcement, that means we now make them gatekeepers to this. And only one entity would have the ability to make that decision on behalf of a lot of people. And when we're talking about freedoms and access and whatnot, we have to be very critical of that to be sure they don't close that door to an opportunity. And so the last thing that I just want to say in regards to some of the things that we've heard about, I want to bring this back. For what it's worth, there are crimes for planning to commit a crime. It's called conspiracy. There are things that are out there to say, if you're going to hurt yourself or someone else, we have to mandatory report that. If you are a physician or even attorney, by the way, you may think everything is privileged, but if you come to me and say you're going to commit a crime, that's not privileged. So these things are not necessarily outside of the realm of the current tools that we have, that I just wanted to put on the record as we consider how we talk about this particular tool.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I promise no more O.J. Simpson stories.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Unless you guys want to hear another O.J. Simpson story. I'm one of those licensed educators, according to this bill. As I have transitioned from my corporate life into being a professor, I get concerned about being a part of this bill. And let me start by saying, even though it's a story and it's a short story, all of us, I think, went through a series of games when we were kids. And one of those games was we got into a circle and somebody started a statement and it went from person to person around that circle, and then the last person said something, described what the initial message was. Anybody remember that game? Did they ever say at the end anything even close to where it started? Certainly not in my history. I never had that situation. That's what happens potentially on a college campus when it comes to students reporting a situation of this nature. I've not had it happen to me, but if it were to happen to me, the very first thing I would go to are the campus police to investigate. I am not qualified, nor do I want to get into a situation of pitting one student or a group of students against another student. So I want to go to the professional, a campus police. I also don't want to criticize what took place with not having SRO officers here in Denver, but I would suspect that teachers in Grand Junction would do the very same thing. They would go to the professional. They would go to the SRO. We're just not qualified as educators, and we put ourselves in a very difficult place to try to pass judgment on a situation of this nature that even though we're licensed, we're not trained on this. And I would ask that it narrow itself back and focus on people that are professionals to do this as compared to those of us as educators.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first of all, the bedrock of America's legal system is all citizens guaranteed a due process before the government infringes on any of their legal rights. Red flag laws around the country skirt or even trample due process. Targets of the proposed gun confiscation orders are often unaware that such orders have been issued or even petitioned. Defendants often are unable to appear at a hearing or cross-examine a witness. This is not just a violation of fundamental procedural rights. It has led to tragic outcomes, with even police arriving unannounced at a gun owner's home demanding that he or she turns over his firearms is a recipe for tragedy. And that's one of the issues I have with this bill, is the due process issue. We've all talked about false accusations and false claims, retaliation and retribution, and I could see where this could be misconstrued. We've seen on social media, there's been a lot of times, I have friends that work in the prison system, and there's a lot of times that flags from the founding and statements that the founding fathers have now, even in the prison system, has been considered words of domestic terrorism. And it's crazy to think that. I mean, that's the founding of our country. So once again, I'm going to frame it as all of us are in the political realm. And if you make a post with, say, a flag or a statement from our founding fathers, there are some people that may think, based upon the political climate that we face in this country, that these are terroristic statements. And they could take that and say, in small communities like mine, People know where the firearms are. People know who shoot firearms based upon, I talked about 4-H and different things like that, and those that are hunting. So politically, this could be taken and misconstrued. People could take that as hate. Not saying that it is, but people could take it as that. We even had the sheriff of Weld County who had an inmate who filed an ERPO on him. I mean, this is the sheriff of Weld County who had an ERPO filed on him for those reasons. I believe about this, we're kind of moving the goalposts on freedom and our enumerated rights. And then second, once granted the power to confiscate a firearm from citizens, either charged of a crime nor diagnosed with mental health problems, what is to stop government officials from abusing that power? What standard could progressive-led justice departments and worse apply? Will pro-life views disqualify citizens from their Second Amendment rights on the nonsensical but nonetheless frequently asserted grounds that anti-abortion Americans are a threat to women's health? We all know that we saw the politicization of the last election. The example I talked to you about, I was a county chair for my local party. There were many times during the 2020 campaign, based upon who you supported, you were judged upon. We had many terms and accusations being thrown around in this country by who you voted for president. People that supported Donald Trump at some points were considered racist, white supremacists, radicals, for who they supported for president. A study of Indiana law allowing police to seize firearms from people they consider dangerous found outcomes closely correlated to defendants' presence at the hearing. This is concerning. It suggests that the upshot of red flags might be disarm, not dangerous people, but simply the less privileged, those who cannot afford to take off work or lack means to hire good lawyers. And I agree with the good representative got up and said, I sure hope nobody would use this for political gain. And we hear all the time, especially about the Supreme Court, that there's a politicization of the judiciary. But that argument goes both ways. Attorney General Merrick Garland and the FBI behind closed doors were calling parents that were confronting their school board domestic terrorists. It's out there now.
We're a little ways, Representative. Come back, please.
And my good representative from Douglas County had said that she had even been called that. So say somebody takes advantage of this and looks at what people are being called, and then they take and they pull an ERPO on them. And then at that point, it's the burden of the accused to prove innocence, which is opposite of innocent until proven guilty. And we don't want to see good people wrapped up based on political differences and the polarization of politics to be using this as a tool to go after your political opponent, your political enemy, however you look at it. Good people can be wrapped up in this. It can be politicized. And there isn't anybody that don't want to try to help solve these problems. Yesterday I talked about video games and movies that could be radicalizing our youth. Mental health, we talk about mental health up here. So how do we solve this problem without wrapping up innocent people altogether while protecting constitutional rights? Because I've said here before, we can't pick and choose what constitutional rights we protect. I have 2 young daughters. They're in school. I don't want to see anything happen to them, but we've got to strike that balance. The unintended consequences, the false accusations. The good representative from El Paso County brought up an example where somebody was in their home. Police kicked in the door at 5 in the morning, and it didn't end well for that person. I'm telling you, if you kicked in my door in my home at 5 in the morning, I'd probably be prepared to defend myself as well. So we need to strike the balance of making sure that bad people don't do bad things along with constitutional rights. And even in a perfect world, we would hope that nobody would take advantage of this. That nobody would use this for political gain or retribution. But this isn't a perfect world. This isn't utopia. Once again, we've heard bills to protect people from false allegations of domestic violence, abuse of children. I want to help strike that balance. But I also want to keep the Constitution whole. I will not be part of the death march of the United States Constitution. I'm going to make a statement that the founder said in so many words, but freedom is dangerous. Being a free people. Sometimes it can be a dangerous thing. But freedom is what makes this country great. And I would hope that we could come to some solutions without trampling on these constitutional rights. I just take issue with guilty until proven innocent. I really do. I take issue with that. I want to be able to help children. I want to be able to help people. But I don't want innocent people's doors kicked in at 5 in the morning and them having the chance to lose their lives. We saw that in this country. It sparked a riot in this country. It's the same to this. I stood here today and said freedom is a dangerous thing. Could somebody watching on the Colorado channel say, Representative Ty Winter said freedom is a dangerous thing, and he's a Second Amendment supporter, and he has a Gadsden flag on his desk. Does that make me crazy? No. I'm a patriot. I believe in this country that the Second Amendment was placed here to keep a check and a balance between the citizen and their country. It's also to protect this country from enemies, foreign and domestic. It's also to protect your family. And it's also to provide for your family. And I will never back down from that as a representative in this good house. And I hope you all could respect that because it comes from the bottom of my heart. But politically, there are some people that will listen to that and think it's wrong. And I know my good colleagues sitting here that are really trying hard to fix this would think it was wrong if somebody took that and said Representative Winter is unhinged. I understand you, ma'am. You know the point I'm trying to make. Because I'm not.
Representative Winter, you don't have to impugn your own motives either.
I'm not, ma'am. I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that'll do it for me. Out there. I didn't say in here. Scott, the representative from El Paso County said he'd do it when he gets up next. But the issue I'm trying to make is I'd really want to strike that balance. One thing you have to understand is this side of the aisle wants to help curb these issues. But we have a belief in the founding, and we're steeped in that founding, and we're passionate about that founding because we realize when you put sand in the crack, it changes. And when the founding fathers wrote the Constitution and the great documents, they just didn't get done going deer hunting. They just didn't get done going trap shooting. They got done freeing a nation from an oppressive government. And we cannot forget about that when we talk about the Second Amendment. And are we as Americans and Coloradans spoiled enough to think that this government couldn't become despotic? Go through history and you show me a country that took guns that did not become despotic at one point. The right to protect our lives is enshrined in the Constitution. That's the problem with the discussion that we have. People think it's about guns. No, it's about the protection of life as Americans. We are up here trying to convince people that the Second Amendment is needed to protect the life of you, your family, and the freedom in this country. And the Founding Fathers knew that. And that's why they put this great, unalienable, God-given right in here. So that's why we defined it, is to try to strike that balance that'll keep this nation free. And I will support that every single day in this well if I have to. And I believe that on both sides there's good-hearted people that want to fix this problem. I spoke to the children of East High School for 15 to 20 minutes and had a good, healthy conversation, even debate. But I will say that the things that kind of upset me about the conversation is when they were giving examples that things have happened, there are rules on the books. One student said we need safe storage laws. Well, there is safe storage laws. They come in and they said, Representative Winter, we know you're a rural legislator and we don't want to take your guns and you need to be able to protect your animals. And I mean, they don't understand the dynamic of rural Colorado so much, but I give them grace for that. But as we talked, I couldn't give them solutions for the problems that they were facing because it's an enforcement issue. I kept explaining it to them. When we talked about the right to shoot your gun on private property, so many examples given in that testimony were laws that were already on the books. So if we're going to talk about ERPOs, we've got to talk about mental health. We've got to talk about the other issues that drive this because we all want to come to a solution. But we've got to come to a solution that keeps people whole. We've got to come to a solution that don't allow for bad actors to use these for bad reasons. We talk about, on one hand, active shooter drills, but on the other hand, we have to talk about swatting. It's a real thing. And I'm sure most of you in here, if somebody kicked in your door unannounced at 5 o'clock in the morning, would probably think that you had to defend yourself. So up here, I try to bring a perspective of both sides. I know I'm not going to convince anybody, but as we go through the amendments on this bill, please just think with them with an open mind and an open heart. And realize your colleagues on this side of the aisle, they're not necessarily arguing against your point of view. They want to solve the problem too. They're just arguing for the United States Constitution, which beside religious documents is the greatest document ever written in the history of mankind. It has allowed us more freedom. Look at where we sit today. I will say this unequivocally, we live in the best country on the face of the planet. And every day, I'm grateful I woke up with that lottery ticket in my pocket. It's like winning the lottery in the world if you live in this country. And we need to embrace the Founding Fathers and where we've moved from day one to here. It's pretty darn cool that we can sit in here together, both Republicans and Democrats, and be able to debate these topics. And it's an honor to be here and do that with all of you. So I ask you all, please, as we go through the day, understand this isn't about right or wrong, left or right, Republican or Democrat. It's about coming up with solutions that solves the problem but keeps the rights of the American citizen whole. The right that allows us to do this. So thank you for your undivided attention. I appreciate you all. Think about this legislation the way it is now. I urge a no vote. But God bless Colorado and God bless these United States of America. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to start off with something. Madam Chair, I'm going to do the very best I can not to argue with you under any circumstance.
Awesome.
Like I said, I'm going to do the best I can, the very best I can.
You're kind of not allowed to, so.
So a few things to start with. We've been hearing some of this testimony up here with whether this will be abused or this won't be abused. So I've mentioned this. I'm a pastor. I've been to many different domestic violence moments. And some of those years ago, not recently, but years ago, the police used me for this. Over the last 20-something years, it's been mostly just, I get a phone call at 2 o'clock in the morning, and This is the job of a pastor, believe it or not, and I go to somebody's house because they're having a big fight. And somehow the pastor is supposed to figure this out. And so I go to their house, and not with the mentality of physical abuse, because anytime there's been physical abuse, I immediately tell whoever that is. Most of the time it's abuse to the women, but not always. Sometimes the physical abuse is toward the man. And I encourage immediately call the police. We need to have the police involved in this. This is an issue. But most of the time, it's not physical abuse or anything like that. They're just mad at each other, yelling and screaming. And they start, one or both of them will have the phone in their hand, and they're about to call the police. And I try to explain to them that the state law says that if you call the police, somebody leaves the premises and goes to jail. That's the law. And so I encourage them. This argument right now is not worth somebody having to actually go to jail, because then there's a lot of other things that happen after that. And usually in the process of that, most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, I've been able to calm that situation down. When you add this bill to this, the idea that somebody in a domestic dispute, not domestic violence, again, that's a different category. If somebody is brandishing a gun toward a spouse, I think that is not the same category what I'm talking about. But I've seen this where they immediately call the police, and the police show up, and because now the police are there, they have to kind of up the game, and they'll begin to make accusations that weren't true. And I know they weren't true because I'm standing there. But somebody's going to jail. Well, now this bill opens this door even wider and says that in this moment, in this heated moment, now we have the ability to not only make this a police issue, a legal issue, but now we also have the ability, and in fact, the police will be mandated. They have to do this. They will have to confiscate those arms. And as a couple of our representatives mentioned earlier, that can potentially be a lot of stuff with a lot of money involved and a lot of people involved. So you have this immediate confiscation, and this is my experience many times over. As soon as the police come and pick that person up, usually the husband, they come and pick that person up. 15 minutes later, she's upset because she realized what she did, which is basically not to the level because of the police, because they don't have these requirements of this. But basically what she did is the same thing we've been talking about with this bill, and even with one of these amendments, is she just perjured herself. And she knows this. Most of the time, that's the experience. Now again, there are legitimate times. In fact, years ago, I walked in the house with a couple that was upset, and both of them had guns. Well, I immediately thought, this is not where I belong, this is where the police belong. So I understand those things, and I understand the potential for some of these things to be very legitimate moments. But here's part of the argument that's been made, so I want to assess this, because I know this is not anecdotal. I know I've been involved in these too many times. This will be misused. This will be misused enormously. So here's part of the argument that has been made, and I want to remake it from the other side of the argument, is that we've had these red flag laws for 3 years. Now the discussion is the amount of petition that has been made. But we've also listened to the statistics from both sides of the aisle that said that crime has gone up in the last 3 years. And specifically, gun crime has gone up in the last 3 years. And suicide by gun has gone up. Well, these red flag laws are supposed to have stopped that. So why, if these red flag laws to begin with were so important and so vital to curb all of this stuff, why have all of these things gone up? Not gone down, but gone up. Because now, and the data's from both sides. So now what we're doing is we're taking this small, fairly small, I don't think it's small because I don't like the original red flag law, but we're taking this fairly small group of people that are in the legal field and in the police field and police protection of these people mentality, okay? So we're taking that group of people, and those people, a few things. One, they've been trained for this. They will also be held immediately accountable upon their careers for this. When we let a teacher make this decision, that teacher's not going to be held accountable like a police officer is going to be held accountable. And so now we're letting this very small group that has a direct immediate accountability to what goes on if they declare a red flag. And by the way, even police officers have abused this. And they are directly accountable, and they have immediate focus put upon this, instant focus put upon this. So now we're broadening this out. We're going to have other people like teachers. I do not think that teachers are qualified to do this at all. But we're broadening this out to have all these other people. Now, we already heard that there were 380 petitions over the 3 years with this limited group, with police officers, DAs, this very limited group that has the ability to do this. And again, their careers and their lives are held accountable directly for these claims. Now we're broadening this pool out. Are we seriously naive enough to think that this 380 doesn't go to 3,800, 5,000, 10,000? Like I said, I have personally sat with couples that if you can just give them 30 minutes where they're on each side of the room and the pastor's standing in the middle, they calm down and they change all this stuff, and they don't send their spouse to jail for the weekend. This is going to be so misused. Now, on top of this is an interesting thing too. 380 petitions over the last 3 years. It's interesting how many actual perjury cases were brought up, and how many of these perjury cases that were brought up actually got some teeth to them. This was something that really caught me off guard, because I would assume out of these 380 petitions that there would be a handful, maybe 40, 50, some type of perjury cases, and then even convictions. It says right here, the Colorado District Attorney's Council statistics show that first-degree perjury, and this isn't even first-degree perjury, right, has been charged in 44 Colorado cases, 44, but only 3 such convictions. Well, I know personally of 3 perjury issues that should have been convictions that were not. And so not only is the system not working, it's actually, again, I think 3 or 4 people have said this, but this is actually guilty until proven innocent, which goes against everything about our legal system and our judicial system. This bill is set up to be, you are guilty first, and then we'll figure it all out. So now, married couples have a tool that will harm them but not help them at their disposal. I've been a pastor for over 30 years, and a lot of people don't realize this happens to pastors, but it does. I have personally been targeted, not as a politician. As a politician, I'll explain that in a minute, it gets a lot worse. But I have personally been targeted and had things like this tried on me, where I'm going to be declared a bad actor, protection order, or something like that. I've had people go to the FBI, the IRS, the social services, the police, and the sheriff against me over the years, and those are not just one each. Now, the reason I prevailed is because of truth. But not everybody has the ability to have a group of people like my church, my board, protection, things that we've built into my lifestyle, to be able to deal with this stuff. Now I am a politician. I hate to even use that word. I like statesman. I am now a statesman. And now, even I think it was yesterday, somebody tried this exact thing that we're talking about in this bill and tried to use me arguing this bill as the reason why this should happen. A news station right here in town said that I should be susceptible to this bill. That this bill should be used against me because I hate kids. That was just yesterday. I didn't even know about it. Some of the other people told me about it. Whatever. I'm not worried about me, but I am worried about, there's a lot of people that would immediately cause them a lot of problems. It does not cause me because I just don't care what the media says. But there are a lot of people it would affect them. And some people even here on this floor. That they're going to be attacked through this stuff. First time you disagree with somebody, well, they're not mentally competent, they're not emotionally stable, all these different things, and let's go raid their house. And I think Representative kept saying the SWAT team shows up. Guys, I've actually seen that. I know what that looks like. Where the SWAT team actually shows up to a citizen's house. This is craziness. And another thing that this bill does is it takes the timeliness out of the subject. Now, rather than go through a legitimate process that goes to the police, sheriff, or the DA or something like that, now we've got a hotline. You can immediately call that, start the paperwork, fill out the stuff, and it's done. And it can be a spouse, a teacher, all these other groups that are going to be doing this. With a lot of the things that I'm seeing right now in the public schools, this should be one of the least groups that should be included in this bill. It should not. In fact, there should be an amendment that says teachers should never be allowed to do this. Now, here's the thing. If these red flag laws are so good, why is crime going up? Why? We've had 3 years. Again, this is the sponsor of the bill said this. We've had 3 years to study this, yet crime is going up. We've had 3 years to study this, and there was 380 petitions, but nothing legally, judicially came through in a solid way, because we also have problems in the judicial system. So we continue to add these things to the laws, these attacks on the Second Amendment, and the crime still goes up. How long do we do this before we say, wait a second, we're not accomplishing what we're saying, we're actually accomplishing the opposite. We institute the law, crime goes up. Next year, law is on the books, crime goes up. Third year, law is on the books, crime goes up. When do we say, okay, that didn't work, let's cancel that one, and let's start over with something that might work? Because this one is most definitely being proved over the last 3 years to not have worked. So let me read an article to you. Madam Chair, you have not given me an opportunity to not argue with you.
I know, it's really a moment to cherish.
Okay. I mean, I'm telling you, you can say what, and I would not argue with you.
Well, you've actually been talking about the bill, so it's a beautiful thing.
So, do red flag laws save lives or reduce crime? This is an article by John Lott Jr., Crime Prevention Research Center. There's a few other people that are involved in this. The abstract on this is that red flag laws have no significant effect on murder, suicide, the number of people killed in mass public shootings, robbery, aggravated assault, or burglary. There is some evidence that rape rates rise. These laws apparently do not save lives. Let me explain his argument here. By the end of 2018, 13 states have passed red flag or extreme risk protection order, ERPO, laws, which allow police or family members or those living in the same residence to file a petition to a court order temporarily seizing the firearms of persons accused to be a danger to themselves or others. Using the most recent data, we investigate the effect of red flag laws on murder, suicide, and deaths due to multiple victim public shootings. And we can do this right here in Colorado very simply. I mean, I gave a general statement to it, but we can break it down. Of all the different laws that I just mentioned, during our 3 years of red flag laws, of all those different types of crimes I'm saying, which ones have gone down? We can just say statistically, this has gone down, this has gone down, this has gone down. The answer is none of them have. We use, using the most recent data, we investigate the effect of red flag laws on murder, suicide, and deaths due to multiple victim public shootings. We use murder rather than firearm homicide and suicide rather than firearm suicide because there may be substitution and homicide includes justified homicides and homicides committed in the line of duty by police officers. So he's explaining how he's setting this up. 4 of these states implemented this policy before the end of 2017. California, Connecticut, Indiana, Washington. Okay? And then right on the heels of that, Colorado instituted this same thing.
Seeing no further discussion. JK.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder, Madam Chair. The basic idea is that some individuals who pose a danger to themselves and others, and that danger is magnified by the presence of firearms. Therefore, any policy that can effectively remove the firearms, if only temporarily, from such individuals could save lives either through the reduction of homicide, which is the argument of this bill, or by making the completion of a suicide attempt more difficult. However, it is possible that these laws could increase homicide or suicide, actually increase them. In the absence of a red flag law, a person contemplating homicide or suicide might speak to a family member and as a result be dissuaded from that course of action. Now, some people have touched on this just a little bit. I want to open this up a little bit more. If the same person is aware of the existence of a red flag law, then he or she may well not approach a family member or anyone else who might initiate an ERPO. The result could be that such individuals go on to kill themselves or others. These laws are not specifically limited to people who are mentally ill, as there are already options to commit those posing a danger to themselves or others, and we have those in deep reinforcement in Colorado. No specific guidelines for identifying people are given. You know, one of the things that I think I don't think this has been addressed, may have been, but the fact that now the gun dealers are going to have to try to be psychiatrists and mental health experts and try to assess people as they're coming in. Discussion before the Uniform State Law Commission indicate that those making these decisions rely on a variety of factors in predicting future behavior, such as history of violent behavior, gender, and age. So while there are already laws that ban felons or those with some types of misdemeanors from owning guns, ERPOs allow people to take into account arrests that didn't result in a conviction or simple complaints, which is not what our judicial system is built upon. Our judicial system is strongly built on the opposite of that. This is basically the concept of being tried for the same law again. You were found innocent, but somebody puts an ERP on you, and you now have to go redo that complaint from 5 years ago. That's not okay. That is the opposite of our judicial system. While mass public shootings have served as the instigation for ERPO laws, this is the first panel analysis that looks at death rates from mass public shootings and suicide or changes in violent crime rates, including murder. So, the results of this study looking at whether or not these ERPOs actually accomplish something, or are they counterintuitive to this. The basic model is a fixed effects regression model for all 50 states and DC from 1970 to 2017, in which the natural log of the murder and suicide rates and the number of people killed in mass public shootings are dependent variables. Suicide is available only up to 2016. Mass shootings are available from 1977. We use a standard difference in differences dummy variable model as well as a spline model and a combination dummy spline hybrid model to determine the effects of red flag law. Following the specifications used in Moody and Marvel in 2010, in addition to lagged variables, the initial specifications also included population density, crack epidemic measure, arrest rates for violent crime, prison population per capita, lagged executions, truth in sentencing, real income per capita, poverty rate, unemployment rate, total employment, military employment per capita, construction employment per capita, and demographics. Percent of the population that is black, and age distribution by 5-year age intervals from 15 to 64 and those 65 and older. The gun control laws accounted for 3 strikes, right to carry, castle doctrine, stand your ground, use a gun to go to jail, waiting period, background check, private cell background check, safe storage law, juvenile gun ban, 1 gun per month, and Saturday night special bans. Now they go on to say we use a general to specific modeling approach, and that again is the Moody and Marvel 2010, where we dropped all variables with t-ratios less than 1 in absolute value and then subjected them to an F-test for joint significances. Now this is a very deep dive study about this bill, which has not been done on this bill, but this is the deep dive study for this bill. In all cases, the test we did were not significant at the 0.05 level, indicating that we were justified in our model reductions. You guys understand that's a plus or minus, like surveys say plus or minus 3. This is a plus or minus 0.05. So in other words, it's extremely accurate. The full estimates with all the variables produced even less significant results for the red flag laws. Let me read that sentence again. The full estimates with all the variables produced even less significant results for the red flag laws. We report the results of the expanded models, all the estimated control variables, all the other specifications discussed below that are not reported in the tables, as well as provide the data in the robustness section of the online appendix, which I do have the link to that if you would like it. The results with respect to the murder rate are in Table 1A. And I will show you what that is.
Folks, another reminder to take conversations over to the other rooms. Thanks.
The natural log of murder rate, and this is directly with ERPOs. This study is about ERPOs, and so examining the impact of extreme risk. ERPO dummy variable -5. ERPO spline variable -0.6. The neutral, 1977. Natural log of suicide, same thing, but just for suicide. The dummy variable, and you guys understand what I'm saying, the dummy means that it wasn't the real numbers. The spline is the in-between numbers. The dummy variable is 0.01. ERPO spline variable, -0.005, and then the neutral is the 1734. This is a lot of stuff to say that crime was going up extremely once the ERPOs were initiated. Okay? The coefficients, standard errors, and T-ratios are conventional. And I didn't read all those to you, but they basically show out the first column of this. Since there are only 4 states that have adopted red flag laws in our sample period, the standard errors are underestimated, which is important for us because that means the values are actually, the real values, or the neutral values are actually higher. But they round down is the mentality. That's not what underestimated means, but that's close enough. In our placebo law exercise, we replaced 4 treated states with randomly chosen states with imaginary placebo laws for the same years as the laws in the treated states. We then re-estimated the model. We repeat this 1,000 times to generate distributions of outcomes centered on 0, the true value of the coefficients on the policy variables for those states that did not adopt a red flag law. From these distributions, for which we know that the null hypothesis is of no effect is true, we can find the number of times the placebo laws generated T-ratios greater in absolute value than the T-ratios generated by the actual treated states. These are divided by 1,000 to generate p-values. Now hold on, because it's getting exciting. Perusal of Table 1 reveals that despite the apparently significant T statistics, the laws have had no significant effect on either murder at the 0.05 significance level base. In other words, it is extremely accurate on the placebo law values. In fact, none of the policy variables are significant at the 0.01 level. In addition, if individual state trends are excluded, the results are not statistically significant at even traditional levels. You cannot come up with a model in any of these studies, and this is a very deep dive study, you cannot come up with any model where the ERPOs were even slightly changed it in a positive direction. It was so much the other direction that the ERPOs, it would have been better that they never be instituted. There's not anything close. It says the results are not statistically significant at even traditional levels. The corresponding results for suicide are in Table 1B. I will refer to that. And again, the dummy variables, 0.01, there was no change whatsoever. In the dummy, the spline was negative, 0.005, and then the neutral was 1,700. In other words, they were off the chart higher. Suicides were off the chart higher. And again, I can give you the link to this. Again, the apparently significant policy variables turn out to be insignificant when using the placebo law p-values. The coefficients are also economically very small. In the first specification, a red flag law initially increases the suicide rate by 0.02%, and that effect is reduced to 0 by the 4th year that it is in effect, which means what? Next year is going to be the worst year for this red flag laws that we already have in existence. The 4th year fell off the cliff when it came to statistics, that they are not only ineffective, but they are counter-effective. They actually make it worse. They make crime in all these different categories that I revealed worse, and it makes suicide worse. Still talking. The results with respect to deaths due to mass public shootings are shown in Table 2, so I'll read those. The dummy variable, again, 0.1, and the spline, negative 0.02. And then the neutral was 1,476. That is so astronomically high for any claim, any statistical claim that these ERPOs are legit. That is astronomical numbers in the other direction. You can't even say, well, you know, it was right on the edge. This is off the charts. So, we follow the traditional FBI definition that was used for 30 years until 2013 of 4 or more people killed in a public place that did not involve some other crime such as gang fights or robberies. Since the dependent variable is the number of people killed, we use the fixed effects negative binomial model. We followed the same general to specific modeling approach using the first 2 tables. Since the policy variables are not significant in these results, we do not need to use the placebo law p-values. The results are consistent. Again, this is when you're evaluating mass shootings in relationship to the ERPOs. The results are consistent with those of murder and suicide. The numbers are actually fairly similar in all of these. That ERPOs are instituted and murder climbs significantly. ERPOs are instituted, suicide climbs significantly. ERPOs are instituted and mass murders climb significantly. So why don't we try something else? We have realized, we have run the gambit. I didn't like the idea of the red flag laws in the first place, but they were instituted 3 years ago. I couldn't control that. I was just a pastor. But 3 years later, no result. The results are horrible in the other direction. So why don't we try something else? Scratch these red flag laws, and let's find something. Let's do something else that might contribute to positive numbers instead of grossly numbers in the other direction. The results are consistent with those of murder and suicide. The coefficients on the policy variables are not significantly different from 0. The coefficients imply a small initial increase in deaths from mass public shootings of between 0.1 and 0.2 per year. Finally, just finally from him on these tables. Finally, Table 3 investigates the impact of ERPO laws on other crime rates using specifications that correspond to those in Table 1. So they brought these same statistics out for rape, robbery, assault, and burglary. Rape, every single one of these, I can read the numbers again to you, but I feel like I'm losing some of you on the numbers. But but the numbers are the same for rape, robbery, assault, and burglary. Every one of these categories go up. Again, I can give you the link to this. Every single one of these go up when an ERPO is instituted. Okay? So I won't read that table. None of the coefficients are statistically significant at, oh, and by the way, it does say in here, in that table in specification, it says specification 2, you can look at the table, there was actually an increase in rape rates that were over all the other categories. Well, if you're looking at it on a graph, you would have them all going up, and then rape would be up. Not crazy, but considerably significantly higher than the other things. We conducted a number of robustness checks. Connecticut increased the number of gun seizures tenfold in 2007 to 10, from 10 to 100 in 2007, and over 700 by 2013. Now, why does that matter? Because if you have less guns because of these ERPOs, shouldn't the crime go down? Theoretically, isn't that what should happen? In fact, isn't that what the argument of this bill is? Is if we institute these ERPOs and we have more people that have more access to be able to start the process or engage the process of the extreme order, the extreme risk order, then guns get taken and crime goes down. But in 2007 in Connecticut, it went from 10 to 100, and then by 2013, it had gone over 700 guns had been seized, Consequently, we re-estimated the models using 2007 as the implementation date for Connecticut. In other words, if you're seizing the guns now because of these, let's track it along with how many guns have been taken out of the hands of people that were considered to be dangerous or just fell under the red flag ideology, okay?
Before I swap out, I just want to caution you against using the word finally and getting us all excited.
I said finally on this article. Plus, I spend my life saying that. We're all comedians. We found for both murder and suicide that none of the post-law dummies, no offense, this is just the way stats work, post-law dummies were significantly different from zero using placebo law p-value. Similarly, there was no significant difference between the means of the pre-law and the post-law dummies. Guys, this is a very extensive test done directly on what this bill says, and it says every single category, the crime will go up and potentially rape will go up the most. I'm not saying this stuff. So the conclusion of only this article. Red flag laws had no significant effect on murder, suicide, the number of people killed in mass public shootings, robbery, aggravated assault, or burglary. There is some evidence that rape rates rise. These laws apparently do not save lives. And again, I can give you the link to this. So we say, okay, there will not be this huge rush with this. So again, part of the argument was made that only 380 petitions. Now, I believe that that's going to skyrocket, and I know that we will be able to prove this statistically within 6 months, definitely within a year, within 5 years, that these numbers will go through the roof. And partly because of just one category, and there's a lot of categories that I can and will address in the next few hours, but this one category is domestic issues. This will go through the roof. So we look at red flag laws in Florida. What happened in Florida? Is it going to be the same as Colorado? I think so, but this is an article by a guy named Joe Setyan. He says more than 450 Floridians have been ordered to surrender their firearms since the state's red flag law took effect. The governor signed the legislation into law weeks after the shooting of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, which claimed the lives of 17 people. So immediately a risk order, ERPA, was put into effect. Okay, they call them RPOs in Florida. Against those who supposedly pose a threat to themselves or others, such people are not allowed to buy or possess firearms. And also, let me digress just a second here to also say this. I have multiple times as a pastor, people think my job description is much, much broader than I think it should be. But I have had people show up on my front porch with guns because them or someone in their household was suicidal. So immediately secured those guns and helped them get mental health. I've done that many times. I've also encouraged people that when I am counseling with somebody, I will call a friend or a family or a spouse or something, which is a little tricky because as a pastor, I am supposed to keep this stuff in confidence. But I think it was a representative here from Denver that said this, and I agree with her on this. I also have a responsibility as a pastor. I have to tell law enforcement things. I'm obligated by law for this. I have to tell law enforcement when somebody is suicidal, somebody has murderous intent, harm others or harm themselves. That's the definition. And so I have encouraged family members to get rid of the guns in the house. I understand that. I don't have a problem with that. But that needs to be done in very small circumstances, and I think done more by the private community and the private mental health community rather than, again, I don't even like the fact that DAs can do this. I'm not as negative on the fact that police officers could do it, but I don't like the original bill at all. So to expand it, I don't think that a lot of these people are qualified to do this. I've done this in many cases. I recognize threats to people and themselves and to others, but I think it's very narrow, and this law makes it so broad that it will go from actually being effective to being a weapon. That's what's going to happen. Right now, I still don't even think it's that effective, but there is a system that kind of works. We do this, and we're going to break the actual original thing that has a few potentials that have been working. Not great ones, but a few. We do this, we're going to break the system. And it's going to turn into a big joke. It's going to turn into everybody saying this about everybody. I know for sure, because I've been doing this for too many years. I know immediately if this law gets put into place, people are going to be calling somebody on me and saying I am not capable of having firearms. It's happened in the last 3 weeks. So I know it's going to be used again. Well, this says, going back to Florida, since the law took effect in mid-March, we've learned the number of risk protection cases filed in Florida now total 467. As of July, to the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, this is Florida, DOACS oversees gun permit licensing in Florida and is notified when a petition is filed. And again, part of the petition, they're going to go back into people's past and say, well, they were accused of this, even though it was thrown out of court, or even though it was overturned, or even though they were found to be not guilty. They're going to have the ability to go backwards into this. And every single state that's done this, this is what has happened. This may be argued that it won't happen in Colorado because we're so different than everybody else. But it has happened already in every single state that has done this, and it has already happened in the last 3 years here in Colorado. Authorities are more likely to seize guns in some parts of the states than others. Now, let's look at Colorado in the context of this paragraph here, okay? In Florida, they found that authorities are more likely to seize guns in some parts of the states than others. Is there any possibility that that could happen in Colorado? That some areas, they're going to come in and start seizing guns like crazy, where in other areas, they're going to be more prudent. Is there a possibility? In Florida here, it says in Broward County, you'll have to look up the leanings of that politically. In Broward County, where the Parkland shooting occurred, 88 RPOs have been filed in court. It's up to a judge to decide whether to grant the order. And in Pinellas County, the sheriff's office has filed 64 RPOs. In all, we've taken in about 200 firearms and 30,000 rounds of ammunition. Now, we did hear earlier that there are already laws on the books, and there are, I'm not arguing against this, there are already laws on the books that make sure that you get your property given back to you. But didn't we just have a couple months ago a day here at the Capitol when we gave opportunity for everybody to get their stuff given back that has been held for years? Didn't we do that already just a couple months ago? Because I got one of those things where it said that the state here had some property of mine that I didn't even know about. They had had it for years. I didn't know it. They're like, come get it out of our closet. I get that. But what we're assuming that the government, the most efficient and the most productive entity on the planet, the government, is going to make sure you get your firearms back at a reasonable time? I think that's interesting. I actually think it's funny. But the red flag law has been criticized by those who say it violates Floridians' constitutional rights. It does. There are times when these red flag laws actually have been beneficial, but they are, again, according to the graphs I just read, they are so minuscule that they don't even fall into the 0.1% in the statistics within each of these states. So let me go to another concept of red flag laws. Now this one is actually a little more sensitive to me personally and how this works, because I've just seen this in so many different ways. But this one has to do with, if we have red flag laws, is there a possibility that, and I believe this is already happening in Colorado, because of what we have, and I think I'm going to show you some statistics that are very obvious that this has been happening, and when we open this up, this is going to make this much stronger. So how red flag laws could open the door to state surveillance. Something that I don't know that we've really talked, I don't think anybody's talked about this, so I shall. Red flag laws could open the door to state surveillance. Several weeks ago, this is an article in the National Pulse. You can look this up. It's by Karen R. Ephraim, MD. Several weeks ago, we wrote about the very grave bipartisan concerns over red flag laws that have sadly been already passed in 17 states. These laws have been described as setting up a process that allows family members or law enforcement to ask a judge for an order that allows temporary confiscation of firearms if a person is deemed to be a threat to themselves or to others. When even a state chapter of the ACLU and Second Amendment rights organizations like Gun Owners of America and NRA are putting out similar talking points, there is likely something terribly wrong. How can this go even further wrong was outlined in a highly alarming article in the Washington Post, later discussed by Michelle Malkin on the right side of the spectrum and several left-of-center bloggers in the last couple of weeks. The Post article discussed a new agency that would reside within the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services called the Health Advanced Research Projects Agency, and I think we've quoted some stuff about them, HARPA, modeled after a similar agency in the Department of Defense, DARPA, and would include a $40 to $60 million ostensibly voluntary research project called Safe Home. I think we know, maybe you don't know, look up real quick while I'm talking, in case you don't want to listen, what Safe Home is and some of the stuff about Safe Home. It'll give you some interesting information. Now this is where it gets, to me, frightening. And we can just arbitrarily say, well, this stuff doesn't happen or won't happen or whatever. Guys, please don't just assume, guys, girls, please don't just assume that this stuff is not happening, because it is happening. This project would use data from Apple Watches, Fitbits, Amazon Echo, Google Home, and data collected by healthcare providers like fMRIs, tractography, and image analysis to identify neurobehavioral signs of someone headed toward a violent, explosive act. Now, I'm not saying this tongue-in-cheek, and I'm not pointing this toward anybody. I just want you to process with me for just a moment. If they can do that, which they already can, we know that. But if they're going to put these databases and assess this stuff, let's think about even just things we've seen in this General Assembly since we started. And I'm not saying these are overtly bad, but people get irritated. People get upset at each other. And we will begin to discuss not so appropriately with each other. Okay. I even admitted earlier, I have argued with the chair when I should not have argued with the chair. Now, if I have an Apple Watch on. It's tracking this. This is what this is saying. It's tracking this now. I'm not saying for me, I'm saying for all of you. Think about this. Have you had any conversations in this house, on this floor, with somebody or in the well where you would not necessarily want that tracked and put into a database to make sure that you are now considered a risk, a mental or emotional health risk? Okay? The article noted President Trump's interest in HARPA overall, but was not sure that he was briefed on the safe home stuff. Here's one of the points that Ms. Malkin stood against here. Here's the big lie. This is what she wrote. Here's the big lie. Rights group promises that privacy will be safeguarded. Profiling avoided and data protection capabilities at a cornerstone of this effect. Now you think about what we're saying with this bill. We are going to be building a database of people that are at risk. Now this may not be something to the public, but it has to be at least enough available that we can say this person cannot buy a firearm. So somewhere you're going to have a dealer that has access to this information. Somebody's going to have to have access to say something's going to have to pop, something's going to be done. And I know different states do this differently. I understand this. But we've already got this in effect in Colorado where right now this bill expands this quite a bit, but we've already got it in place right now where this database is there. People are not allowed to buy firearms because why? They're on a list. When that person goes in to buy a firearm, a sheriff doesn't magically appear and say, I don't know if you should sell this to this person. There are people that know this stuff. There are lists about this stuff, okay? And this is what's being argued, and I won't finish the rest of her article. Yeah, I won't finish the rest of hers. You can go online and read it. I already told you where it is. It says, here are several additional talking points with references put together for Eagle Forum and Education Liberty Watch for recent meetings in Washington, D.C. Here they are. Even non-high-tech efforts in this realm have failed in America. And this is being studied with all the states that have done these ERPOs. There are no known standardized neurobehavioral signs of violence specifically or mental illness in general. Artificial intelligence is only as good as the algorithm it uses, so these are very arbitrary still. But my phone is going to be telling somebody, hey, this guy is off the hook. A 2016 study from the American Psychiatric Association showed that mass shootings by people with serious mental illness represent less than 1% of all yearly gun-related homicides. Now, again, I echo the voices in this chamber that say, well, every life is valuable. Every person is valuable. I get that. In fact, I personally think I believe that stronger than most people in this place. The overall contribution of people with serious mental illness to violent crime is only about 3%. Despite thousands of studies, there is no evidence regarding genetic and neurological chemical imbalances for mental illnesses. But you know, also what we're doing is we're asking teachers to assess this. Do you understand there's actually no developmental data on a lot of this stuff, but we're asking teachers to make these assessments? And then somehow we're going to have the assumption, I don't have the assumption, that this teacher is not going to have a political agenda behind the process. I don't know that I've ever met anybody that doesn't have an agenda on something. And they're going to be making these assessments. This is not good. Mental health diagnostic criteria are readily admitted by experts to be subjective. I think we all know that. And difficult to use, especially in children and teens who are all undergoing rapid developmental changes. But now we're having a teacher assess a student of whether that student's under threat by having a parent with guns in the house. Basic psychology courses, and I've taken a lot over my years. I tell you, you've got too many layers there. You've got too many layers. You have to have more direct interaction and contact with people. Mental screening is notoriously inaccurate, with one commonly used instrument having an 85% false positive rate. But we're asking teachers to do this, we're also asking psychologists, psychiatrists, stuff like that, but I think that's even unhealthy. So, it says red flag laws have no significant effect on murder, suicide, the number of people killed in mass public shootings, robbery, aggravated assault, or burglary. This is a complete different article doing a complete different study. There is some evidence that rape rates arise. These laws apparently do not save lives. This is why the idea being floated to have the federal government give grants to states that pass more of these laws is both dangerous and ineffective. We have our law on the books, and now we're trying to make it so much more expansive, and I think we're setting ourselves up for a lot of, again, if you really believe, now I don't, but if you really believe that the red flag laws are beneficial, I would suggest that you not pass this bill, because it'll gut itself statistically. It'll gut itself in the process, because you're opening this up to so many people that it'll become so popular to do this in different settings, in sheriffs and police and everything else, that that people are going to stop taking this so seriously. It's going to become extremely commonplace in the process of this. So I would like to read another article here to you by Melissa Chan, and the title is "New York's Red Flag Law Should Have Helped Thwart the Buffalo Mass Shooting. What went wrong?" So New York has red flag laws. Why did this shooting still happen? And there's obviously been lots of shooting. The crime's gone up in New York and everything else with this. But this article focuses in just on the ERPOs. They call them a little different there. But and this Buffalo mass shooting. It says, this is from 2022. Less than a year after a white teenager in upstate New York was investigated for making a threatening statement at school, he legally purchased a firearm which he is accused of using to gun down 10 black people in a racist rampage. I think we all know the shooting itself, right? The massacre at Tops Friendly Market in Buffalo. And it's talking about that, that these red flag laws, New York's red flag law aims to stop people from buying or possessing firearms when they show that they're threats to themselves or others, gun policy experts said. It was designed exactly for this circumstance, says David Puccino, the Deputy Chief Counsel at Giffords Law Center Gun Safety Group. Instead, after Peyton, this fella, appeared on the radar of New York State Police in June over a chilling comment about a murder-suicide he made in the classroom while he was still a minor, he was evaluated and cleared. And I just saw a 9 News article this morning that addressed that exact sentence right there. Okay? Instead, after Peyton made the comment, he was evaluated and cleared, paving the way for him to legally buy the rifle he is accused of using in the shooting. Law enforcement officials and New York governor said. No official involved in the investigation in June initiated a court process that could have helped prevent this. Now they have these laws on the books, but it didn't work. they have not worked in Colorado either. And expanding this, again, what potentially could have worked with this bill from 2019, although it hasn't statistically worked, what could have worked is going to be gutted when we expand this out and make all of these other people part of the voices of this. They're gonna so harm this potential for this bill. It says, now state legislators are looking into whether those involved follow the proper protocol. I've asked for the investigation of exactly what transpired there. And again, I sat at breakfast this morning watching the 9 News article about this exact same thing. Holchel said a teacher had asked this Peyton guy about his plans just before the staycation last year, and he responded, I want to murder and commit suicide. That kind of throws a flag up. School officials immediately alerted police, the governor said. Gendron underwent a psychiatric evaluation and was released, the governor said, adding that there was not a specific threat. Do you understand what I just read? He said, I want to commit murder and suicide. And the governor said that he underwent psychiatric evaluation and was considered not a specific threat or something that seemed to be actionable. There was nothing that flagged that he wouldn't be able to, from that encounter at that time, to be able to go into a store and purchase a gun. Enacted in 2019, same year our red flag laws were enacted, New York's red flag law empowers school administrators, law enforcement officials, prosecutors, and family members to pursue court intervention when they believe they know someone who is at high risk of harming themselves or others. Under the law, a judge could very quickly issue an extreme risk protection order, which could order someone, a minor adult, to surrender firearms, as well as not to try to have or buy any. Such an order doesn't come with criminal charges or penalties. Theoretically, it's meant to keep guns away from dangerous people. The problem is it does not work. It has not worked in any of the states that it's been implemented in. Pacino said he believes a lack of awareness of the law helped with this, but also the fact that the way the laws are written, it's not effective. They're investigating the risk and then determining that there wasn't a risk. Obviously, that was wrong, Pacino said, adding that there doesn't need to be a specific threat for someone to request an extreme risk protection order. Since New York's red flag law went into effect in 2019, 1,464 extreme risk protection orders have been issued, a lot more than us. While there's no way to measure whether any one order helped avoid a tragedy, the actual crime went up all of these circumstances. So now, I would like to look at some of the ideas of what's going on in the bill here. Because I've been referencing the people that were talking, that are going to be allowed to now be a part of this decision-making process. Now, again, I don't like the original bill. But when you add all these other groups in here, this becomes, I think this becomes so dangerously problematic. Number one, community member means a licensed healthcare professional or mental health professional who, through a direct professional relationship, provided care to the respondent or the respondent's child within 6 months before requesting the protection order, or an educator. Now, there's a major difference between a direct professional healthcare relationship than a teacher. I don't think either one of them fall into the major category that we need to address, but or an educator who, through a direct personal relationship, interacted with the respondent or the respondent's child within 6 months requesting the protection order. This isn't even like the teacher of that particular student. It could be a teacher down the hall. Educator means a teacher employed to instruct students or a school administrator in a school district, private school, charter school, institute, or an individual charter school, or a faculty member at an institution of higher education. These are the people we're doing this with. Faculty member means a president, dean, professor, administrator, instructor, or research worker at an institution of higher education. These are the definitions of the people we're putting into this. We're going to be including this bill. Family or household member, which means any person related by blood, marriage, or adoption to the respondent. Has any one of us in here ever had a child that got really angry at us as parents? To the point where they would do this. Now, back when I was a kid, you didn't call social services. You just didn't. But probably should have some. But these kids not only not have the social services call, which I don't think so, I think that's legitimate. A child should have access to that. But now they can make this a mental health issue where an ERPO can be applied. I mean, think about this stuff. Domestic partner or spouse, these are dangerous categories. I mean, the categories are not dangerous, but allowing these categories to have access to being able to file this paperwork is not prudent. It's not so societally prudent. It's also not judicially prudent. So let me jump a little bit further into the bill. I'm not going to read the whole bill at length. Somebody else may, but I won't. Temporary extreme risk protection orders. 1, a family or household member of the respondent, a community member, or a law enforcement officer or an agency may request a temporary extreme risk protection order without notice to the respondent by including in the petition for the extreme risk protection order an affidavit signed under oath and penalty of perjury supporting the issuance of a temporary extreme risk protection order that sets forth the facts tending to establish the grounds of the petition. Let me back up and read that. A community member is part of this. A community member. Your neighbor. Your neighbor. We all get along with our neighbors, so we should be safe there. To establish the grounds of the petition or the reason for believing they exist, and if the petitioner is a family or household member or community member, attesting that the petitioner is a family or household member or a community member. Just from my background of education, that's a very not good sentence. Too long, too messed up. Thank you. Now, I'm going to skip down just a little bit further in the bill. On page 7, line 17, in considering whether to issue a temporary extreme risk protection order pursuant to this section, the court shall consider all relevant evidence, including the evidence described in this section. If a court finds by a preponderance of the evidence that based on the evidence presented pursuant to section this, the respondent poses significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others in the near future by having in the respondent's custody or control a firearm or by purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm, the court shall issue a temporary extreme risk protection order. So when do they actually come and get the guns? Because I have been on scene in these situations where a gun is brandished, and again, I don't have a problem with the gun when a gun is brandished in a domestic dispute. That needs to be dealt with. I totally agree with that. I have called the police in those circumstances. But when does the gun get taken in all of this kind of stuff? If it's brandished, or if the person that is making the petition, they say, well, this was brandished, whether it was or not, that I was threatened by this. These are some serious issues that have to be addressed. And this bill makes it so wide open for so many people to get somebody else's firearms taken from them, and the ability for them to buy these firearms no longer legitimate. This is what I was talking about in a different context yesterday with the mentality of tyranny. We've taken the state out of the conversation. I mean, not totally, obviously, but we put our next door neighbor in there. Our next door neighbor, a community member, a teacher, now these people have the right to hinder the constitutional rights of somebody because they claim that they're a threat. They just claim this. And the article I read earlier talked about that in Florida, the certain counties were taking more of the firearms away than other counties. In other words, this is not an exact science of assessment. This is very subjective. And it's going to be used that way. It's going to be used in such a way that somebody that's upset can get somebody else's rights, not just a firearm. It's more important than just a firearm. They're going to get somebody's constitutional rights taken away. And that will be set aside. They will also get their right to go and purchase this gun. Why do we think this is a good idea? Now, here's another one. I would like to see all of the statistics, because I just gave you lots of statistics in the previous articles of crime going up, all this kind of stuff. Show me the thousands, the 10,000s of people that are saved because of ERPOs. Directly, not anecdotally. We've heard a lot of anecdotal. I'm saying this person, this direct person, and then this person, and show that list. At best, it's minuscule. Now, it says, to the subject of this temporary extreme risk protection order, this order is valid until the date and time noted above, and it gives some of that. You can look it up. You probably have the bill. You may not have in your custody or control a firearm or purchase, possess, receive, or attempt to purchase or receive a firearm while this order is in effect. So now somebody else has made this order, not a trained police officer, not a DA, and I don't think DAs should ever have this ability, but not a police officer, not a DA, but just a teacher. And now this order is in effect, and you cannot own or purchase anything during this time frame. That is a direct violation of the rights of the individual. You must immediately surrender to the law enforcement agency all firearms in your custody or possession and any concealed carry permit issued to you. A hearing will be held on the date and at the time noted above to determine if an extreme risk protection order should be issued. So the reason I'm reading this part is because I asked the question just a minute ago, when are the guns taken from your house? Let me read this sentence again. All of these arms will be taken effect immediately, surrender these arms. A hearing will be held on whatever date. That means the arms are already taken, and now we're going to have a hearing to see if you're guilty. That is the exact opposite of our laws in this country. Our laws say that you are innocent until proven guilty. And the other person has to prove your guilt. But now we're saying, no, you're guilty and you have to somehow prove your innocence. A hearing will be held on the date and at the time noted above to determine if your arms are already taken, your concealed carry is taken, if an extreme risk protection order should be issued. Now again, I talked about this earlier, but your arms are going to be given back to you, right? We have that as law. How effective is that so far? Extremely ineffective. Some people never, ever, ever get their property back, ever. specifically if it's a valuable piece of property. Earlier, our representative said, what if it's a very valuable, expensive firearm? There's no individuals in the system that would be corrupt enough to try to make sure that firearm goes missing? Okay. Failure to appear at the hearing may result in a court entering an order against you that is valid for 364 days. An attorney will be appointed to represent you, or you may seek the advice of your own attorney at your own expense as to any matter connected with this order. So now you got to go and get an attorney and spend money on this when this potentially could be, and maybe most of these 380 petitions weren't frivolous. There's no way I believe that half of them weren't. But after this bill, if it gets enacted, there are going to be so many frivolous. And now everybody's on the hook for all of this kind of stuff. Every time somebody down the street gets mad, you're losing all your firearms. This is so dangerous. So, I'm feeling good. I could go for another couple hours unless you guys want to. You want to? Okay. I'll come back.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is a pleasure to serve with you.
And also with you.
Fellow colleagues, hello, I am the government, and I'm here to help. Famous last words of every single civilization that ever was triumphant in the world. The United States of America affords its opportunity to every single class of people because they have the physical and fundamental right to defend themselves. Every class, everything that's equitable leads to a citizenry being well-armed and being able to defend itself. We already have red flag, and we're still having shootings. I don't understand why we would expand on any law or rule if the current one that sits in place doesn't work. Guns are scary and dangerous if you do not have the education behind on how to handle and properly handle a firearm. Education is the key to everything. That is the way you move forward with good legislation. You educate your populace. We are now expanding to groups of people that will be able to violate your rights as a citizen in this great country. You've already passed a law that handles this situation, and it is failing. Shootings are up, not down. And if we keep expanding, we're never going to get anywhere besides hurting the people that are actually legally allowed to carry. Ghost guns are being used. Write legislation that'll find how to ban ghost guns. It won't work. You can't do that. Find legislation to get illegal weaponry off the street. You won't. You can't do that. Harming the individual citizen on his everyday term is what this will do. People are emotional. We feel. And mixed in with ill intent, you will take away good people's fundamental right to protect their own lives. I will say it again, the United States of America affords itself as the best country in the world because it is the only country in the world still able to fight its tyrannical government if the government ever gets out of control. Good legislation passes forth protections of citizens, not removal of protections of citizens. And I don't know about you, I trust myself to protect me before I trust anybody else. We are working at a pivotal time in Colorado's history. And I ask you to look inward as to truly what's going to have an absolute impact on the youth and citizenry moving forward. This is a bill that pits citizen on citizen, in my opinion. And it is being created by the government. I think we need to reassess. I think we need to take this a little bit more seriously as to who can defend who properly. Government intervention is not the way to go. Thank you for your time.
Representative Rizal.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And also with you.
Thank you. Well, I know now that everyone's had their lunch. You're feeling a little sleepy. You're going to be really disappointed that I'm not bringing the statistical depth to our conversation this afternoon that you enjoyed with my good colleague from El Paso County. But I did want to talk a little bit about due process. And further, I would like to move Amendment L062 and ask that it be properly displayed.
L062 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple amendment, very clear, easy to understand. If you were to open your copy of the bill, as the re-engrossed copy, on page 7, line 21. And it stipulates, if a court finds by preponderance of evidence that based on evidence presented pursuant to such section 1314.5, 105(3), the respondent poses a significant risk of causing personal injury. Sorry, I'm old, I have to put my glasses on. There we go. To self or others in the near future by having in the respondent's custody or control a firearm, or by purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm, the court shall issue a temporary extreme risk protection order. This, dear colleagues, is the meat of this particular bill. And this particular amendment strikes the phrase by a preponderance of evidence and substitutes beyond a reasonable doubt. So then this would read, if a court finds beyond a reasonable doubt that based on the evidence presented, and you all can surmise the rest. Unless you'd like me to read it, but it's possible that one of my colleagues, or perhaps one of us here in the chamber will be reading this bill later. It's important to understand what this means. The reason why I think that this is important is specifically with this bill, other groups have been added in to the reporting, to petition for an extreme risk protection order. And I think it's important to reiterate who those folks are. A community member, meaning a licensed healthcare professional or presumably licensed mental health professional, but that is unclear, who through a direct professional relationship provided care to the respondent or the respondent's child within 6 months before requesting the protection order, or an educator who through a direct professional relationship interacted with the respondent or the respondent's child within 6 months before requesting the protection order. In addition, it includes now educator, meaning a teacher employed to instruct students or a school administrator in a school district, private school, charter school institute, or an individual charter school, or a faculty member at an institution of higher education. It also includes family or household member, person related by blood, marriage, or adoption, person who has a child in common with the respondent, person who regularly resides or regularly resided with the respondent, domestic partner, person who has a biological or legal parent-child relationship with the respondent, at all. You get the idea. This concerns me a lot. This broadens the pool of people who can file a petition, make a claim. And it seems to me that if we are broadening the scope, that we need to be darn sure, beyond a reasonable doubt, that there's a problem here before we take someone's firearms. It seems to me that we owe our citizens that much. I'd like to, because I think you're probably tired of me reading from statute, I'd like to read to you an article that was penned by John R. Lott, Jr., who is the president of the Crime Prevention Research Center. And this is a relatively recent article dated February 22nd, 2023. Mr. Lott writes, if a person is really a danger to himself or others, confiscating guns isn't much of a solution.
Representative Brazel, is this article to the amendment, which is about changing the legal standard specifically?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It does relate to due process.
Could you relate it to me quicker, sooner rather than later? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The law, I'll paraphrase and skip around in this article because I certainly don't want to waste our time here this afternoon. But Mr. Lott talks about the law doesn't seem to respect the right to due process when it comes to red flag laws. Judges take away a person's gun without a hearing based on only a mere written complaint. But these laws don't make people safer. Further, this article goes on to relate topics that we've talked about. It's easy enough for people to do something crazy with a motor vehicle, but red flag laws don't address taking away a person's ability to drive. Yet, we have many more motor vehicle fatalities with people deliberately or not deliberately harming others in a car. It goes on to talk about a recent mass shooting where the perpetrator did have a history of mental illness. The police had performed a welfare check on him right before the attack. But the police did not have a reasonable belief that this individual posed a danger to himself or others. They had the authority to have him evaluated under Michigan law, which is where this was taking place. And the point is if mental health professionals concurred about this individual posing a danger, there would have been an immediate hearing and a lawyer provided for their defense. So while judges can involuntarily commit individuals, they also have a broad range of other options, such as voluntary mental health treatment with a follow-up hearing or taking away a person's guns. Red flag laws start with the same reasonableness test, but they don't give people a hearing or they don't always have mental health care experts involved in the process. The judge is only given the power to confiscate a person's legally owned guns. That's not due process. Those same reasonableness standards apply to both red flag laws and involuntary commitment. And as to using red flag laws to prevent suicides, about half of suicides do indeed involve guns, but there are a lot of other lethal methods. I'm certainly not advocating for suicide. Please don't misunderstand me. My concern, again, is that because this particular law, proposed legislation, broadens the scope so much of the number of the type of people, the type of interactions that these people have with an individual, we need to tighten the due process associated with it. I would ask for your aye vote in favor of this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So members, I'm going to ask for a no vote, and I think because we've been talking a lot about due process here, I want to clear up what might have been some misstatements about how all of this actually works. We do seek to expand who are the petitioners. We noted all of the reasons why before. I'm not going to go back into that. It is emphatically not the case that if you're a petitioner, you fill out a piece of paper and that's it. We've heard things like guilty until proven innocent. That is emphatically wrong. We've heard things like you fill out the piece of paper, your guns are taken away. That is emphatically wrong. There's a petition and there is an order. Petition is the paper that we talked about the forms hours ago. You fill the forms out only if you legally have the right to do so as a petitioner. Then it goes to a court, and then the facts are assessed, and the law is applied to the facts. And if the facts do not meet the law, an order will not issue. Only if a judge, a judicial officer appointed pursuant to the Constitution and possibly retained if the person's been around on the bench a while, retained by the voters, measures the facts against the law. That is what courts do every single day. Only if the facts meet the law by the appropriate standard is an order issued. Only then, if an order is issued, are guns removed for the reasons stated. You will see that set forth in Section 103 and Section 105, and then later sections of the bill set forth how firearms are to be stored and ultimately returned to the petitioner. So as a threshold matter, we absolutely need to be very clear on that. Now, what standard applies? We're in the temporary section here. This is a civil matter. We are not talking about criminal consequences. I hope that is clear. If it hasn't been, I hope I'm making it clear now. If you are a respondent in an ERPO matter, you are not being accused of any crime. I hope we're clear on that. That's really important. This is a civil matter. Because it is a civil matter, we set forth civil standards of proof. The customary civil standard is preponderance, more likely than not. That is what's set forth in the short-term, not more than 14-day order. Later, if there's going to be a longer-term order, that must be proven by the highest prevailing civil standard. That's clear and convincing. We talked about that earlier. What this amendment proposes to do is change the customary civil standard of preponderance to the criminal law standard, beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are accused of a crime all the way from a petty offense to murder one, the elements of those offenses must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, as absolutely must be the case under hundreds of years of Anglo-American criminal law. Beyond a reasonable doubt is a criminal standard. We use that in civil matters basically nowhere. This would be, I believe, the first time we would set forth the beyond a reasonable doubt standard in a civil matter anywhere in Colorado. That is basically reason enough alone not to do this. However, here would be the consequences of doing that. Why do we have the short-term temporary order? To try to intervene, again, only if the facts are met and only if somebody authorized under the law to file a petition in the first instance, which is very far from just anyone who feels like it. We try to intervene to prevent harm from happening, to prevent harm to self or others, or perhaps a mass casualty. All of the things I talked about, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours ago. If we require in this initial matter things to measure against the criminal beyond a reasonable doubt standard in this non-criminal posture, we are reducing probably to pretty close to zero the number of these petitions that we'll order. There are going to be very negative consequences to that. People might hurt themselves. People might take their own lives. People might hurt or kill others. It is completely unprecedented and I think unsafe and totally contrary to the existing law of ERPO and the intent of the bill to set forth the beyond a reasonable doubt standard in this civil statutory framework. As I have noted and will continue to note, this law has been used very sparingly. Nonpartisan staff analysis shows that even as we expand incrementally who may petition, it will continue to be used sparingly. We ask for a no vote on L62.
Representative DeGraff.
I hear this one works better. So I'll speak from the left. That doesn't happen often. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague for making my case for me. Amendment 5 of the United States Constitution. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in the cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be put twice in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So, Amendment 5, just kind of make that a little more concise, just to skip some of the phrasing in there. Nor shall any person be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor shall any private property be taken for public use without just compensation. So we could go to then Article 14. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. No state shall make, that would include Colorado, no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So no state, so let's just say Colorado shall not make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of the citizens of the United States, nor shall Colorado deprive any citizens of Colorado of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law, nor deny any citizen of Colorado within the jurisdiction of Colorado the equal protection of the law. My colleague just read the following statement. Okay, let's back up a little bit. The requirements for surrender of firearms pursuant to the following the following statement. To the subject of this temporary, which could be permanent, or long-term extreme risk protection order, this order is valid until the date and time noted above. You may not have in your custody or control a firearm or purchase, possess, receive, or attempt to purchase or receive a firearm while this order is in effect. You must immediately surrender to, insert the name of law enforcement agency in the jurisdiction where the respondent resides, all firearms in your custody or protection. Now, if we go to firearms, the definition of firearms that's listed in that page in 169, which is all part of the same agenda to undermine the Second Amendment, we might recall that it's any material that by itself or anything else or in conjunction with anything else could be used to cause harm. And for my colleagues who are accustomed, that have experience in in foreign lands, familiar with the concept of improvised explosive device, you know that virtually everything can be used to cause harm.
Representative DeGraff.
I'm speaking, yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Unfortunately, this amendment is very specific.
And I'm getting to the specificity, and that is a real word.
Great. I'm going to give you wide latitude, but again, because of the specificity of the amendment, if you could speak to the amendment, and if you want to speak to the bill, that's great, but let's proceed in order to the amendment, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me bring it back. Do that full circle and then come out the middle part. All right. You must immediately surrender to the name. Okay, so what are we talking about? We're talking about surrendering property, and we're talking about surrendering possibly liberty. And now let's go back to the preponderance of evidence. The preponderance of evidence, as my colleague stated, is a civil process. The due process represented in the Article 5 and Article 14 is due process, and that is a criminal standard. So this law flies in the face of the Constitution of the United States of America, and therefore flies in the face of the Constitution of Colorado. Because Colorado's Constitution says you can't make any laws that are contrary to the Constitution of the United States. And that requires due process. So that requires due process to seize life, liberty, or property. So to say that you can seize life, liberty, or property without due process by just making it a civil issue and using a preponderance of evidence is a violation of the Constitution. So this is very important. Now, when we took on these roles here, when we were determining whether we're going to live in the tumult of liberty or the quiet of servitude, we said we're going to make these laws. We're going to try to solve problems within the bounds of the Constitution. And sometimes those bounds are a little bit more tight-fitting than we'd like. But that doesn't change that they're the bounds of the Constitution and the bounds within which we are required to make the laws and solve the problems that we're trying to solve. So we are trying to solve a problem by coloring outside the lines here. This is not just like out-of-the-box thinking. This is outside the bounds of the rules that we agreed to. It's not a matter of do we need to solve domestic problems, which we know this won't. We know this has nothing to do with we know historically that this won't help. So what do we have? We have the civil versus the preponderance of evidence. And the sponsors earlier said the intention, the very intention of this bill is to expand this. Let's see, just said it now. We do seek to expand the petitioners. And we already know that 62% of the petitioners that are allowed in this very tightly controlled regime where local law enforcement, local sheriff, family members, people that have a close contact, we already know that 62% of those are found to be invalid. And so what we're trying to do here is we're trying to expand that. So let's look at one of these. If we go to, and because this speaks directly to the preponderance of evidence versus beyond reasonable doubt. One being civil, one, because now we have A said, B said. And what is one of those? Well, if we go to page 3-18-9, it says person in any other relationship described in 18-6-800.3. So who are we trying to expand this to? Any relationship between spouses, former spouses, past or present unmarried couples, persons who are both the parents of the same child, regardless of whether the persons have been married or live together. I'm not sure why that's not listed out like everybody else. I mean, really, I think we should just call that paragraph G on page 3-18 the jilted lovers clause, because that's what we're opening it up to. And the civil standard of evidence is greater than 50%. That's it. So you have two people. So who's going to be right? It's not a preponderance of evidence. It is not beyond reasonable doubt. Why is reasonable doubt required? Because the Constitution requires it. The Constitution requires beyond reasonable doubt for the seizing of life, for the deprivation of life, liberty, or property. So it's important that we get this right. And the sponsors have told us that they are making, and this should have a chilling effect on anybody who's concerned about the law. The sponsors are bringing this bill forward to create the precedent of seizing life, liberty, or property as a civil matter. Now, that might not be their intent, but that is the result of a precedent that is set by a bill like this. I'm fine with the bill that being at good intentions, but we already know the road to hell is paved with good intentions. These type of bills pave the road to hell. You want to solve the problem. I get it. This won't solve the problem. That's been proven. Expanding this to people that don't have any contact with the individual and lowering the standard by which you seize life, liberty, and property. When you went to your constituents and you said, we're going to solve domestic violence, did you tell them that you were going to be depriving them of their 5th and 14th Amendment rights? Did you tell them that you were going to be undermining their 1st and 2nd Amendment rights? Or did you just tell them that we are going to solve domestic violence? I'm guessing you didn't tell them they were going to take their 5th and 14th Amendment rights, but this is what this bill does. This bill makes the seizure of the deprivation, this bill makes the deprivation of life, liberty, and property and puts that into a civil category. And as is evident, that becomes the intent. And it's not a inadvertent consequence. If it's not the intent of the bill, then change it to beyond reasonable doubt. Does that make the process a little bit more difficult? Absolutely, it makes the process more difficult. The process was made the process was made difficult by the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Colorado because you don't want to solve these problems of the deprivation of life, liberty, or property with a civil standard. So if that is not the intent, this should be an easy amendment. If the creation of a mere civil standard for the seizure of life or the deprivation of life, liberty, or property is the intent, then you'll reject this amendment, and we'll all be clear. So I recommend an aye vote on this, because we are talking about getting a notice in the mail, or however, that you must immediately surrender all firearms in the custody or possession. Why limit that to firearms? And what is firearms? Again, firearms, according to Bill 169, that will be probably determining next, is everything. Everything in the hardware store, virtually everything in your home. And now you can have that taken from you. You can be deprived of virtually everything in your home, with virtually everything in your possession. And it sounds like hyperbole, but it's being written into the black and white of this law because of not inadvertent good intentions. And these good intentions are not going to solve the problem, and they're just going to further erode the rights. The rights of the rights of Coloradans. I understand that you hate the Second Amendment and you want to get rid of it. And that's the direction that we're going with these laws, but we're also going in the direction of all the other amendments. I recommend an aye vote, and at least helping preserve a criminal standard of deprivation of life, liberty, or property, which currently this bill erodes. Thank you.
Representative Bockenfeld. No. Representative Bacon.
Thank you. Members, we're just going to urge a no vote on the amendment. And, for what it's worth, I don't actually have the intentions that were described. However, it has been a long-held constitutional provision in civil matters to use civil doctrine, whereas in criminal matters, you use the criminal standard of beyond reasonable doubt. There have been Supreme Court cases on this in taking up property, including physical property, it's civil standard. And also, for what it's worth, the provisions to which this is referring to is the temporary extreme risk protection order, where also if you are in an M1 hold, this is that kind of section where this would qualify a TRPO. So that means someone could actually be in crisis. And the standard that is required for this section is that it's not just, for what it's worth, preponderance of the evidence, but they must show that there's a preponderance of the evidence that there is a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or others in the near future, so much so that this standard must be imposed the next day to uphold matters of safety. And again, in civil matters, it has been constitutionally held that we have this standard of review. We urge a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Notwithstanding, the Constitution does specify that these things shall not occur without due process. And going against this perhaps, does not justify the expansion. I get it. We want to, but we also know statistically that these bills do not help. The statistics show that we've been going in the wrong direction since this bill. So this is clearly not the solution. So if we want to solve the problem, then maybe we ought to step back inside the bounds which we've agreed to and stop eroding the protections that our citizens have to breathe free. I get it. We want to stop these problems. But the Constitution is clear, and the Constitution was not written blithely. There was a lot of, they didn't not think about the good intentions that might be thwarted by those restrictions. It's not unlike the idea that we would rather have 100 go free than one innocent person be held unjustly. We could use the justification that it's better to just, well, we'll just lock up 100 people. We don't justify the violation of the rule of law. We don't justify the violation of the Constitution, the erosion of liberty by our good intentions. That's what this bill does. I would urge an aye vote on this, and if we really want to, we could delete more of this paragraph and just say, well, we have to have all it says is beyond reasonable doubt. Because this bill, this red flag law, after somebody calls the SWAT line, is somebody calls the SWAT line, puts this in motion, we find out later, but in the meantime, somebody has their assets seized or they have a mark on their record. So just say beyond reasonable doubt, so that the judge makes the determination in this case, because I don't think it says a jury duty. The judge would still make the determination that beyond a reasonable doubt that this person presents a threat. That's all they have to do. Just say the judge says beyond a reasonable doubt. That's all we're asking for is the standard, because effectively he is. But what we're putting into statute is a civil deprivation of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Just say beyond reasonable doubt, the judge determines, because the judge is determining that has to happen because something bad will happen. So there should be no issue with making this beyond reasonable doubt, because that is in fact what the judge is determining. So put it in law, don't erode the Constitution, don't circumvent the Constitution, put it into law. If that's what you're saying is beyond a reasonable doubt that this person presents a threat to himself or others, put it into law. Take it out of the civil. Fine. Does it change anything? No, it shouldn't change anything. But leaving it as a preponderance of evidence leaves this in the civil. It erodes the liberties that we have under the 5th and 14th Amendments. That's all we're asking for. There's no difference in outcome. The same judge should be able to make that determination and put the stamp of approval on it and say that they determined that their deprivation of life, liberty, or property will be a matter of beyond reasonable doubt. It's beyond reasonable doubt that this person needs to have these curtailed. If it's not beyond reasonable doubt, then we probably need to find a different solution. If it is beyond reasonable doubt, then it makes sense to pursue this line of thinking. But right now, you're just talking about a 50-50 chance, maybe a little better than 50-50 chance that this will happen. 50-50. Preponderance of evidence, sounds great. 51 to 49. That's it. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. No accountability. We're talking about the deprivation of life, liberty, or property. We're talking about violating your rights of the citizens of Colorado. That should not be as flippant as 50-50. Solve the problem. Don't just gloss over it with preponderance of evidence. This is very serious stuff. This is very serious precedent. We're just asking that you preserve some semblance of some of the rights of our Constitution. And that's the 5th Amendment in this case and the 14th Amendment. I highly urge a yes vote on this amendment to demonstrate that the intent of this bill is not a flippant 50-50, maybe they will, maybe they won't. But right now, as it's written, it's maybe they will, maybe they won't. I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L62? Seeing none, the question. The question is the adoption of Amendment L62. And a division has been requested. Okay, again, the question is the adoption of Amendment L62. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L62, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L62 is lost. To the bill, Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
An honor to serve with you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move Amendment L-080, and I ask for it to be displayed.
Amendment L080 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a simple amendment. It makes a couple minor changes to a paragraph in this bill, and it involves the section in regards to if a person files a malicious or a false petition. And what this amendment does is it changes that sentence to read, if a person files a malicious or knowingly false petition. And the other minor change that it makes is that at the end of this same paragraph, it talks about a person could be subject to criminal prosecution. And we're asking to change that to a person could be subject to criminal prosecution or civil liability for these acts. So let me tell you why this is important, why the civil liability aspects are important. And They're important by the mere fact if somebody maliciously or knowingly files a false complaint against you, more than likely you're going to have to hire an attorney. More than likely you're going to have to take a day off of work. More than likely you're going to have some expenses associated with going in to defend yourself, and it gives you the capability of recovering those economic losses that you may have. So after this amendment is applied, it will read as follows. A person who files a malicious or knowingly false petition for a temporary extreme risk protection order or an extreme risk protection order may be subject to criminal prosecution or civil liability for these acts. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is something that our colleague from Watkins approached us about earlier in the day. We worked on it a little bit together. We're going to ask for a yes vote. We think it's reasonable clarification. As we've said all along, this mechanism is not meant to be taken lightly. It's not meant to be abused. What this does is clarifies that depending on how badly you are outside of what's supposed to be happening, yes, there could be criminal or there could be civil responsibility for that. We don't mind making that clear here, so we also ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L080? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment L080. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L080 passes. To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is truly a privilege to serve with you.
As with you.
Thank you. All right, well, I switched over to the left so I wouldn't be suppressed. Okay. I want to speak to page 4. Page 4, lines 8 through 10. I'd like to move Amendment L082 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L082 has been moved and is properly displayed. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay. The original of this bill, the original of this red flag order, when somebody could call a SWAT line and get somebody's property, deprive them of their property either for a long period or short period of time. That's a little bit difficult to determine in this bill because 1 year of the deprivation of property to me seems like a long time. But to the amendment specifically, hello. I know nobody wanted to miss what I had to say, so I was just waiting. They spell my name? Oh, it's okay, I've had worse. This just do something approach, this just do something wrong approach, this deprivation of life, liberty, or property with a civil standard. The original intent, the original red flag law was narrowly tailored. It was family members, and it was a small cadre of law enforcement, say city police, sheriffs.
Members, specifically on, I'm looking at you right now. Tone it down. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. These individuals, this small cadre of individuals, family members or a small cadre of law enforcement, including city police and sheriffs, those people know the individuals most likely. If they're a troublemaker in their county or city or township or rural area, most likely the sheriff or city police will have had some touch with those individuals, and certainly the family. But now, in accordance with the sponsors, we do seek to expand the petitioners. Even if the current basis of these people who have a tight association with these individuals, 62%, we already know that 62% of these claims are false. And so to solve that problem, what we're going to do is we're going to expand it. We're going to expand this beyond. We're going to expand it beyond this tight circle of individuals. Somehow it seems the goal to me is expanding the number of red flag swattings as opposed to limiting it. Like if this was really successful, we would have more. And so we're going to expand the circle so we can have more. So let's look at who more, and just think, if less is more, how much more would more be? All right. But those individuals had some touch, some contact. They knew them. It was not hearsay. My colleague earlier discussed the game of phone tag that you played, and you always know that it's going to be wrong. And so now we're looking at some county down the road, calling up and telling somebody else, and then getting to the AG. And who is it on the AG side? Employed by the Department of Law, designated by the Attorney. Oh, this isn't even the AG. This isn't even the AG that gets to determine this. This is anybody that is employed by the Department of Law, designated by the Attorney General and authorized by. See, one of these things that's really interesting in the expansion of petitioners that the bill sponsors have is they're hidden in these paragraphs. So not only do they want to expand the petitioners that are able to deprive you of your life, liberty, or property with a civil standard, they want to expand that and conceal that. Concealed in these paragraphs are who it is. So let's look at paragraph 128. So who is that that's indicated in 16-2.5-128? Title 16, Criminal Proceedings, Article 2.5, Police Officers, Part 1, Peace Officers, squiggly character, I don't know what the name is, 16-2.5-128. Colorado Attorney General, Chief Deputy Attorney General, Solicitor General, Assistant Solicitor General, Deputy Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General of Criminal Enforcement, Assistant Attorney General, and employee as designated. So an employee as designated of the Attorney General can issue a swatting order against you for which you will be deprived of your life, liberty, or property, and some of these swattings do result in the loss of life, by a civil standard of 51%, 50-50, maybe, that's it. We've reduced the deprivation of life, liberty, or property to, it could happen. So who is it? The Attorney General, Chief Deputy Attorney General, Solicitor General, Assistant General, Deputy Attorneys General, Assistant Attorney General of Criminal Enforcement, certain other Assistant Attorneys General and employees of the Department of Law who are designated by the Attorney General as peace officers whose authority shall include the enforcement of all laws of the state of Colorado and who may be, maybe not, certified by the Post Board. Peace officer training. So the sponsors just say employed by the Department of Law, designated by the Attorney General, but who they have hidden in there is the Attorney General, Chief Deputy Attorney General, Solicitor General, Assistant Solicitors General, Deputy Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General of criminal enforcement and certain other assistant generals and the employees of the Department of Law who are designated by the Attorney General are peace officers whose authority shall include the enforcement of all laws of the state of Colorado. And if we get back to a bill previously of a couple days ago, we know that these are partisan positions. I thought we were in here to hear this debate.
Members, if we could bring it down. Looking at the people responsible again. Go sit down. Please continue, Representative DeGraff.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. That was just funny. I had to get that out. All right. So that's 16-2.5-128. Hidden. I mean, we can go through all these other ones. 16.245-114, 16-2.5-132, 16-2.5-128, 136, 137, 120, 149. Let's look at the next page. 304, 12, 245, 304, 404, 504, 604, 804. What are the sponsors of the bill hiding?
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Let's be careful about impugning the sponsor's motives. I think it's actually very clear if you pull the statute as you just did.
Well, it is clear. Yes, ma'am.
What is contained in the statute. So you can talk about the amendment, but let's not talk about the sponsor's intentions or what you think those might be, please.
Yes, ma'am. I do not understand the sponsors of intentions of just not listing the individuals so we can see them without referencing. But we'll go on, because we're only talking about this specific paragraph of the individuals employed by the Department of Law, employed by the partisan Department of Law, designated by the partisan Attorney General, and authorized by this section. Section 2022, Colorado Code, Title 16, Criminal Code, Criminal Proceedings, Article 2.5, Peace Officers, Part 1, Peace Officers, squiggly character that I don't know the name, 16-2.5-129, Attorney General Criminal Investigator. Who is that? It's an Attorney General. A criminal investigator is a peace officer whose authority shall include the enforcement of all laws of the state of Colorado, who shall be certified by the Post Board. I'm pretty sure I'd get no hands if I asked you if you know who the criminal investigator is and what contact that he has with you. Or the Attorney General, Chief Deputy of Attorney General, Solicitor General, Assistant Solicitors General, Deputy Attorneys General, Assistant Attorney General of Criminal Law Enforcement, and certain other Assistant Attorneys General and temporary and employees, which I would assume be temporary or permanent employees of the Department of Law, who are designated by the Attorney General. And then let's look at the other one. 130 would be the last one. 2017 Colorado Revised Statutes, Title 16, Criminal Proceedings, Code of Criminal Procedures, Article 2.5, Peace Officers, Part 1, Peace Officers, 16-2.5-130, Post Director, Post Board Investigator. The Director of the Post Board and the Post Board Investigator are peace officers. Okay, so far so good. At least they have some training. Peace officers well engaged in the performance of their duties, whose primary authority shall include the enforcement of laws and rules pertaining to the training and certification of peace officers, and shall include the enforcement of all laws of the state of Colorado, who may be certified by the post office. So let's go back to the original intent of the bill, of the swatting bill, the red flag bill and what that was. Well, that was to have close family members, small cadre of law enforcement, city police, and sheriffs, people who have had contact, people who have a close inner working with of that area and probably of that individual if they have been a problem in the past. And then we are turning it over to somebody whose primary duties include the enforcement of laws, rules pertaining to the training and certification of peace officers. Not to diminish that, I'm sure that's a very high bar to achieve. But that person does not have any proximate familiarity with the family members, nor do the Attorney General, Chief of Deputy Attorney General, Solicitor General, Assistant Solicitor General, Deputy Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General, General of Criminal Enforcement, Assistant Attorney General, or random employee of the month who might be asked to fill out a swatting order against you based on iffy evidence. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't, 50-50. That's all we need, 50-50 deprivation of life, liberty, or property. Somebody could show up at your door because this has happened at 3 a.m. based on civil evidence, civil evidentiary standards. And all we're looking for is all we wanted to do is extend that to make it criminal, to apply to due process. That was rejected, so we know that the intent is to the deprivation of life, liberty, or property with civil proceedings. So I think it's very important to look at these. Ty, you ready? Okay. I think it's very important to look at these subparagraphs, which are conveniently condensed in the text rather than having them all listed out where we would have to read them and see them clearly. But these individuals employed by the department, even if that's the Attorney General Employee of the Month, employed by the partisan Department of Law, by the partisan Attorney General, authorized by that section. Asking that you strike lines on page 4, strike 8 through 10. Let's at least try to keep this out of being used as a political weapon. Because one thing that we know about laws is if it can be weaponized, it will be weaponized. This law will be weaponized. I urge an aye vote on this amendment, and we take the partisanship out. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We're going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. Who we're talking about here are law enforcement professionals. You just heard a lot of the statute. I'm not going to repeat it. Law enforcement professionals were, of course, included in the original bill. Part of what we're trying to do here, and was further polished in the Senate, is in fact to add additional clarity very much by citation to specific statutory sections so that anybody can pull the cross-reference and see who exactly is meant and thus who exactly is excluded. The common denominator here is that folks are post-certified, peace officer standards and training. This is the board that is in charge of all of this. They're sort of the professionals about law enforcement professionals. Yes, we elect the Attorney General every 4 years and people make their choice. The other folks here are professional and they're appointed and they're chosen on the merits. I happen to know that some folks at the Attorney General's office been there for decades and they've served under elected Attorneys General of both parties and they take their jobs seriously in a way that cuts across party lines. I personally have more trust and confidence in the professionalism of the individuals adverted to here in the Attorney General's office and in the Post Board who investigate criminal activity than was stated here a few moments ago. I think that this is a very narrowly tailored and reasonable class of individuals to include among the ranks of law enforcement professional petitioners. I think that they should stay there, and I ask for a no vote on the amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in support of this amendment mainly
because of what we heard in committee. So in committee, we heard from the AG's office that it was unclear as to whether someone could call the AG's office and that then trigger them filing one of these petitions. And if that were to be the case, meaning it's not done in the scope of the law enforcement officer's official duties, right? We have that in a prior section related to the Colorado State Patrol above this section, where we say, you know, if you're investigating someone, okay, but in this, anyone could just call up the AG. Now, yes, I understand the AG would go through steps to ensure that there is some validity to that claim, but it does concern me that we are just continuing to expand the options for people who might be able to speak into this, to be able to raise these. I do appreciate what was just said, though, that, you know, there is, because of the professional capacity, because of the place that these folks operate out of, that it is a different dynamic than when we're talking about community members. But I'm just concerned about the AG. I'm also concerned because during the SMART Act hearing, there was a line of questioning to the AG's office about sanctuary counties for the Second Amendment and some of the dynamics that are employed there, and how those things interact, where you have sheriffs and such who are preserving the Second Amendment in the way that they understand it to be read, and then the AG circumventing that in some way, and then providing this confusion within these counties. I don't think that the AG should be able to have this authority. They stand outside, they're not closely connected, and giving them that authority, I just, in order to make these petitions, I just think goes too far. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My intent was not to impugn the offices of the Attorney General or even the employee of the month of the Attorney General. We know that if a law can be weaponized, it will be weaponized. That's what's called lawfare. It's going on continuously. And unfortunately, it's being brought up to the level of legislative warfare or legfare. It's just an extension. It's not necessarily, I don't know the people at the Attorney General, that's kind of the point. Most people don't know, most people in Colorado don't have contact with the Attorney General. If the Attorney General has an issue that he or she thinks would merit swatting a citizen of Colorado, then that Attorney General would be able to initiate. The Attorney General then could call the SWAT line, and they could initiate the order, and then they could go through the entire process. They can still do that. This just takes away their initial, their broader that they can issue. They can set this whole thing in motion. We really need right now. It seems like the only people that can't initiate a swatting order are gas station attendants in Nebraska. So why are we expanding it? Because we're expanding this to a level that is ridiculous because we want to show the success of these swatting orders by having more of them? Because 62% of a demonstration of the people that are close, of local law enforcement and close family members, that 62% failure to meet the standard is not enough. We need a higher level of failure. Because anytime you have that risk of, because anytime you have that, you have increased your level of a false positive. We're just saying in this case, and not even necessarily against this Attorney General or the Employee of the Month, that we limit the scope to the people who are close, that have a first-hand knowledge. This has nothing to do with the professionalism of the Attorney General. I'm not impugning the professional of the. In fact, maybe I'm impugning the level, the professional of subsequent Attorney Generals. I am concerned about down the road. Because as we've seen with all of the laws, then the next time, this one particularly, what's going to happen? Oh, we're going to expand it a little bit. We're going to get the initial law in, and then we're going to expand it. I mean, look at the expansion of this law. The expansion of this law, because a 62% failure rate isn't enough, we're going to expand it. And we're going to expand it so much that for brevity in a 38-page document or whatever this is, we have to use subparagraphs to reference the CRS, because there are so many people that we're expanding this to. So many people. This is not calling out the professionalism of the Attorney General. This is just asking to remove a partisan office that's distant from the individuals, probably has had no contact whatsoever, from issuing a swatting order based on hearsay. That's it. I recommend, and I vote on this for the protection of the citizens of Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bacon. Or, excuse me, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
I'm sorry, I was debating on whether or not I should come up, but, you know, again, we're going to ask for a no vote here. Ultimately, we have a few elected officials that are able to take a part in this, including district attorneys and sheriffs. So we just want to be sure that we're consistent with that. Further, the Attorney General is the state's, and you know how there's district courts, there's district attorneys. Attorney General's office, regardless of who's in it, is the state's attorney. They do investigate crimes and prosecute them, including the high-level ones, including drugs, racketeering, all those things. And so they are too able to see across patterns, just as district attorneys are, which is why we brought them into this fold. Again, members, thank you for listening, and thank you for the debate. We urge a no vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Oh, not on the amendment. Okay. If seeing no further discussion on Amendment L082 to 170, the question before us is the adoption of L082 to 170. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L082 fails. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move Amendment L032 to Senate Bill 170 and ask it to be properly displayed.
Thank you. Just hang on a moment. Okay, it looks like it's properly displayed. Representative Winter, please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. This would strike licensed healthcare professional throughout the bill. The reason that I'm running this amendment is there's a stigma around mental health in rural Colorado and asking for help. They're salt of the earth people. They're hardworking people. They have pride for themselves and what they do. They go through drought. They go through the rising costs to keep their ranches and farms going. And we're actually having some success in rural Colorado. There's different groups that are involved with agriculture that are doing anonymous vouchers. And we're actually seeing people take these anonymous vouchers and go seek help around the issues that they're facing. And what scares me about this, and there's going to be, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to run an amendment right after that strikes another professional, but what I'm asking for around this is we're actually gaining some traction where these people are willing to go talk about the issues that they're facing. And the fear is that they're going to quit doing this because they're going to be afraid if they go in and they speak to somebody that they're going to use it as an excuse to take their weapons from them. And after years and years, we're gaining traction. And I would just hate to see a setback in this. Farm Bureau's doing this and a few other groups. And when I got up here earlier, I told you that I'd come in good faith and try to bring some amendments that would help rural Colorado. I can tell you, being a fourth-generation farm and ranch kid, in the early 2000s, a few of my friends, their parents, their fathers took their lives as we went through some of the issues that we faced with drought and the different things that we face in rural Colorado, the hardships. And to see us actually gain some traction for these people who may need to sit down and talk to somebody, no matter how strong they are, because no doubt the people in rural Colorado are some of the strongest people I know. But even sometimes we need to talk to people too, and I'd sure hate to see something like this that we can't work on stop the progress we've made. So I'd urge an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on 032? Representative Bacon. Or Assistant Majority Leader
Thank you.
Bacon.
As sponsors, we really take into account some of the things that you're bringing up. And part of the considerations in adding this section to ERPO was to provide an optional tool that works in conjunction with a lot of guardrails around these professions. I want to be very clear in saying that the circumstances in which were described, is something that is deeply considered and felt. And we would ask that part of our work with all of this in supporting people through their mental health issues are to work to support people through that and not necessarily get into a space where we are either furthering the stigma or furthering the fear. But I just want to share some of the parameters that already exist around not only mental health professionals and other healthcare professionals. First, in the medical field, all take the Hippocratic Oath, which is to do no harm. And for what it's worth, there are provisions around licenses as well as mandatory reporting that requires people to say that if someone comes in and says, I'm going to hurt myself or others, there is already actually things that they must do in response to that, which includes, and that's why these professionals are included in M1 holds, which is to, again, restrict your liberties there. And what we're finding is, in regards to those things that they're required to do, still having weapons around, particularly for those who are in crisis, does not help what they're trying to accomplish. And so that is why this was added to the bill. Not in a way to further stigmatize the help, even though, for what it's worth, your community isn't the only community that struggles with having conversations about mental health. But given all of their other responsibilities and knowing that weapons are around in crisis, we put this here as an option. They are not required to be able to fully carry out the steps they need to take to keep people safe. And so that is why it's in the bill, and that's where the requests came from. And we are in the position to maintain that language in the bill. So unfortunately for today, we're going to ask for a no vote on this amendment, but we wanted to put on the record an understanding and the deep concern, as well as why it's added in the bill.
Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. I do. I know that that is a hard choice to make, and I do appreciate that. I also wanted just to add that we discussed this in committee, especially as relates to the veteran community, which I have a lot of vets in my district, and their hesitation to pursue these services for fear of a range of things. And when this is added as one of those, I do believe it will be, in some instances, maybe even a large portion of instances, an obstacle that will not be overcome for them, and they will not seek out that, especially those that I know who struggle with PTS and who, whether we understand the dynamic or not, take a great deal of comfort from caring, right? They've been in war zones where they've seen things and they've experienced things and they've done things that back stateside leave them in a position where they need that. They need that place. And especially if they're seeking counseling from individuals who don't understand that experience, who don't understand what they've seen, who don't understand where they've been, I don't see them crossing that threshold, at least the ones that I have in my mind's eye. I don't. It's already a difficulty to get them to even consider it. And then the idea that someone might misinterpret their processing of their experiences, their processing of their emotions around that, and that might result in them losing their security system. I think they will avoid it, and unfortunately, some of these individuals really need not avoid it, and so it does provide this conflict of, as you said, they already have certain professional responsibilities when certain pieces of information come out. And so in some ways, it is aligned with that. But I do think that this will have an impact in terms of any of these folks seeking out this help and this service, and exacerbating other problems that this body and our communities have been trying to solve. So.
Thank you, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As our colleague from Denver did, I think I'm really just here to register, in my own words as well, the legitimate sensitivity of these discussions and these issues. Why are the mics not working today? Test 1, 2. Okay. Look, members, in putting together this bill, going back months, we had a number of conversations with basically the professional organizations that represent different categories of providers and advocacy organizations. And there's a legit discussion to be had here, and I appreciate the sort of the sensitivity and the gravity with which we are talking about this particular point of this bill. Look, I have veterans in my family too. I've known folks closer to my own age who have served in more recent conflicts. PTS in that military context is real. PTS in the law enforcement context is real. I have one of the major military installations in the state of Colorado in my district. I have a lot of veterans and active duty members in my community as well. Sometimes when I'm out there and about, I find myself in a conversation about these things. I also represent a very diverse district, and I have some awareness of the reality that as hard as it may be for us in the, I don't know what to call it, the majority culture to talk about these things, it can be harder when people come from a different background, when there's even less ability to discuss these things. You go back 30 years ago, we had no vocabulary, no social space to talk about what it is to suffer from depression and to need to go and seek assistance for that. That has come a good distance in the intervening time, and I'm very glad for that. Not that we don't have distance yet to go, because we do. Only more recently, I don't know, 10, 15 years, I suppose, it depends on whom you ask, do I feel like the reality of post-traumatic stress, and I deliberately omit the D in the disorder because I think that minimizes the person who suffers from that. We are not even to where we have come in 20, 30 years in speaking of depression and seeking assistance with depression. We are not even there for post-traumatic stress. The evolution of these things in our social discourse is unfortunately pretty slow. So we didn't take these conversations lightly when we talked with providers about not requiring them, but giving them the option only, and being careful throughout the text of the bill. And we were further careful with that amendment hours ago to make it clear that this is an option to be exercised in sound professional discretion or not, and that there should be no consequences from either choosing to exercise that or not. That patient-provider relationship is everything. And I think what we're trying to say here is that we trust in that. And particularly, we talked about hotlines and information and websites and whatnot. I think it is going to be important on all of us because we are people who have a little bit of a platform in our respective communities. Maybe people care what we put on social media or read our emails or whatever. When we're talking about this, and really I mean this, like I know that there are people here who are going to vote against the bill and who are going to vote for it, but if we find the law on, well, now it's loud. If we find the law on the books, let's at least be clear with everybody about what is and isn't in it. No, if you go and seek assistance for something that is deeply weighing on you, you're not automatically going to get phoned in on an ERPO. It's not a legal requirement on the provider. I would not be supporting a bill that made it mandatory because I place too much value on what that professional relationship is. You know, I happen to know somebody who is an LPC, probably 20 years in the field in our state, who does this work. I had an occasion to ask her opinion about this when the bill was pending in the Senate, and her response, okay, this is one person. We have thousands of these professionals in our state. But she said, oh, please, yes. Like, she's about helping people get better in whatever form that takes. That certainly includes making sure that people are still with us to keep getting better, or that they don't act in some way that is going to lead to a deprivation of their liberty due to criminal proceedings. So I want to acknowledge the sensitivity. The voluntariness of it is deliberate. The protection around that voluntariness is deliberate. We do feel, in consultation with all the organizations of professionals that we spoke to, that it is still an important option and step forward to have in the law. So I do ask for a no vote.
Thank you. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I do appreciate that decision that you all made in making this a voluntary option for folks to petition. Just around that, I fear still that even though it's on them to determine whether that's something they're going to walk in or not, that the very option will cause people not to pursue the risk, right? So even unless you're finding yourself with a professional who deliberately markets and says, I will never file one of these on you, and I don't know to what degree that will be socially acceptable in certain communities and allow for business if they're known as the ones who may know of a risk and not take up on an opportunity. I guess that would be community specific as to whether that would be commercially viable option. But I do know that folks will generalize generally, and they will say, if this is a risk to me, I would rather continue to suffer in silence or suffer through and seek out other means to to process through what I am experiencing, as opposed to putting myself in this exceedingly risky space where I might lose one of the biggest pieces of security that holds me together in this season in my life. And so, again, I appreciate the candid discourse, but I did want to just note that dynamic still also exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L032? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're just trying to tie this in, but I've spoken with a lot of veterans. Being in military circles, I do have a lot of contact. There are a lot of veterans that do shooting for therapy, and it would be I've known some. There was a place around our house, in my district in Colorado Springs, where they were seeking funding for veterans suffering from PTS to go and smash used televisions and computers and fax machines, not unlike what we all want to do on a regular basis, but they did find that very therapeutic. So I think it's just, if we don't have, I would like to have this. I do appreciate, and I think, and I will definitely acknowledge that I think this came from a good place to include the healthcare workers here, but it is a dangerous area because that trust has to be established first. And it takes a while to establish trust. And there's been things that I've read. There are things that float around that there is the push to deem anybody that's in the military as having post-traumatic stress symptoms and therefore not eligible to carry a weapon. Now what psychologist, what psychiatrist, what unlicensed medical health care professionals? Because after mental health care professionals, did everybody read a little bit farther and see that it includes unlicensed mental health care professionals, unlicensed marital health care, unlicensed addiction counselors? Did everybody notice the unlicensed part? So those unlicensed, they might be very useful. They might be somebody to talk to. But how would you establish that level of trust if it's starting off by saying, I can't trust that person, so I'm not going to go talk to that person, so I'm not going to get the help I need? That is already a very real issue. I had a young man that worked for me. I hired him. He went in for some substance abuse issues. He was talked into saying a few things that maybe he shouldn't have in his distress. He was locked away involuntarily for several months, lost his security clearance. That had a chilling effect on my squadron. Because guess who trusted the mental health system after that? Nobody. This was after lots of assurance. And this was a young man who had gone in and voluntarily gone and said, look, I need some help with what's going on in my life right now. I need some help. And then he was locked away involuntarily for 2 months. Lost his security clearance, lost his job. It took a long time. It took several years to get him back on track. And it's a success story. I'll say it's a success story, but it was a lot of work for both my first sergeant and myself to get him back into a place where he could get in school, and so it worked. But the effect on that was that everybody heard about that all of a sudden they no longer trusted. He trusted the mental health agency based on all of the assurances of the Air Force. And then as soon as that happened, everybody stepped back and said, it was just lip service. Don't trust them. Maybe at some point, but when you put this on the mental health profession and say that you need to do this, it's already difficult. It's already difficult for somebody to go in and talk to whoever they need to. And anybody who understands the military culture, the self-reliant military culture, knows that anybody who's in that culture of self-reliance is not going to go readily and discuss with somebody their issues. And putting this on the health officials, that because a lot of these individuals have guns, and yeah, that is a risk. But these are individuals that are going, they're asking for help, and they're going to be, then the risk, whether they are or not, I get it, it's an option. They don't have to. The mental health professional does not have to turn in that individual. But before you get to that point, the individual has to trust that mental health professional. Leaving these categories, these broad categories, with remotely referenced paragraphs of expansion is a very dangerous thing. And you're going to push what you're doing. We've already said, this was not the intent. The intent of the sponsors was not to push mental health issues into the darkness. The intent of the sponsors is to get these people help, but the effect, the unintended consequences are going to be doing the opposite. This is just part of the stakeholding. We're telling you from the military, the community, we're telling you from the rural community that this is going to push this deeper, and you're going to have more trouble. So you want it, this is part of stakeholding. This should not be one of those partisan things where it's either or. We represent all of Colorado in this body. We talked about wanting sheriffs to be nonpartisan in the enforcement of the law. We should be nonpartisan in the creation of the law. This is a stakeholding issue. The experience, and there are other military members that can speak to it, but the experience that's here is saying that this is going to push these problems into the darkness. And that maybe expanding this and looking for an ever broadening list of petitioners is not a good idea. I'm not in favor of the original red flag laws. They're not effective. 62% of them we've shown are already false. And now we want to expand them. Just asking everybody to step back, look at what the actual consequences are, and don't look at this and say, oh, that's the Republicans that are asking for it, therefore it's bad. This is a good amendment. The agencies that were asked as part of the stakeholding, fine. They have the best of intentions as well. But did you ask every single veteran or every single person that this is going to impact? And the answer is no. The answer is no. This is going to push the problem into the darkness, and this is going to be one more thing that makes the problem worse. I urge a yes vote on this amendment for the sake of mental health that everybody wants to improve. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L032? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L032 to SB 23-170. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. L032 fails. Is there any further discussion on, Representative Winter?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move amendment L033 to Senate Bill 170 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, L033 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please tell us about your amendment.
Thank you. I won't go into all of the specifics like I did before. It's the same explanation, just different type of professional. And I would just like to thank the reps from Denver and Aurora for the comments that you made around this. I would just ask that you listen to this. You know, a lot of healthcare professionals, mental health professionals, they're not from rural Colorado. They don't know the way that we talk to each other. They don't come from rural areas, and that was the thought behind these amendments is in our own different communities, we all interact with each other different in our everyday lives. I think sometimes maybe a professional that isn't used to that heritage or way of life really don't know how strong these people are or how to take them when they sit down with them. I think that's very important when we talk about this, is if you get somebody that may be from an urban setting, it's a total different way of life, it's a total different interaction, it's a total different conversation. And I think that conversation could be misconstrued a little bit. Like I said before, I respect the comments that you made of, even though I would like to see this amendment get through, and I would like to make this change for the reasons I said before. I just think that, you know, we don't have a lot of people that go into the medical field that are from rural Colorado that go back home. And, you know, that conversation's different. You take somebody that grew up in the city and you drop them in House District 47 and they're sitting down and they're chatting with somebody, maybe there's just not that connection and there is a disconnect. And we all talk different. We've had conversations, and I just think that maybe somebody wouldn't know how to take somebody or really understand where they're coming from. So, you know, all in good faith, I ask an urge for an aye vote on this. Thank you.
Representative Armagust.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is along the line of what I was speaking about earlier to the bill. This amendment is definitely something that would fix the stigma that goes through. I can speak for the veteran and law enforcement community, for those that own firearms as well. Anyone that runs into a stigma of not wanting to get the help or care that they need, whether it be health care or mental health care, just simply on the fact that they're worried about the possibility of saying the wrong thing or otherwise triggering an alarm that would get somebody to say, oh, this person shouldn't have firearms in their house. No one wants to lose their firearms based on the fact that they have ideations and they're trying to get help for it. Taking this out of the bill, using this amendment to take that out of the bill would help prevent that stigma and hopefully save that person that really needs and wants to get the help, get the treatment that they need to better themselves and get themselves out of that dark space, rather than being simply worried about getting that help because they don't want to lose their firearms. So I'm definitely in favor of this amendment, and I hope you are the same.
Thank you, Representative Bacon. Oh, or Representative Bockenfeld. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For someone who represents part of rural eastern Colorado, this is a real issue that Representative Winter was talking about, and I hope you will seriously consider this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote.
Okay, now Representative Bacon. Or excuse me, Assistant Majority Leader Bacon. Why can't I get that right?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to thank the sponsor. I'm the sponsor. I want to thank myself for. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry, family. I want to thank our colleagues for bringing these amendments. And I do think it's healthy that we've had this conversation here. I actually just wanted to, in the last amendment, I switched up the conversations because I talked a little bit about mental health providers there in the last amendment. So if I could have a little grace to talk off the amendment. But the last amendment was about medical care providers, and that's described in the bill as physicians, doctors, ER nurses, and that was more for the conversations as well about people in crisis, people right in front of them, people in the ERs. And then when we talk here about the mental health professional, I just want to bring in some of the things I said there to here. I do also just, you know, I think we all represent very robust communities. My community has struggled, especially amongst people of color, to seek out therapy as well. And I want to be sure that while we're here on the microphone, because this bill hasn't actually passed yet, that we don't still discourage the practice of seeking that help. We've talked about examples in the past from when people have, particularly with the military, and without this bill having even passed, I'm really cautious, and you probably hear us a little bit with hushed tones, to not keep the furtherance of going to seek support out there. And I wanted to say that critically from this microphone. I will also point out, there are some boundaries already in these professions, but particularly for the mental health professional, I also wanted to let people know that on the one hand, while I have not talked to every veteran, we did talk to a lot of people. I'm not sure everyone's talked to every veteran anywhere. But in the suite of things that are going on, we have seen some tides of change. We've seen veterans courts in particular to deal with the issues that they're facing. And part of that is also talking about seeking professional help as tied to a court as well. And so, but when it comes to private practice, what this bill does not do, it does not require anyone to make these petitions. It also doesn't keep them from disclosing if they will or won't. It doesn't keep them from saying, this is how I'm going to run my practice, and I won't do this. There is no requirement, and there is also no liability if they don't bring these petitions for that reason, to allow these providers to operate in the way that's best, not only for whatever their business may be, but for the people in which they're trying to support. So the bill does not, again, push people into a place. If they know their communities are struggling with stigma, I want to be able to trust the mental health professionals in that, one, unfortunately, this is still, when it comes to business, maybe they won't get clients, and the ones who say, these are the disclosures I will and will not do, will. But for those moments, again, where we found where people were in crisis, because these are the professionals that can move people, for example, into any sort of hold, that when those are over, they still did not feel comfortable in releasing people to spaces and places where there are weapons. And again, these portions from the sponsors really came from a place of preventing suicide, not so much the mass harm, because there is no duty to warn as a matter of statute as well for mental health providers. But in the other categories, what, again, we're trying to focus on is, what do we hear? How have we heard steps of ideation? Can I make this critical decision to save some lives? And previously to this, they did not have an option, whereas here they will. And that's what was critical in bringing these categories to the bill. So again, I want to thank our colleagues, for everyone who's listening. I have also greatly appreciated the conversations we've had even before this on the amendments. So we thank you for listening, and we also, unfortunately, ask for a no vote.
Thank you, Representative Winter.
Just 1 second, because I have a question for you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is purely for educational for me. Could you kind of explain a little bit about the veterans courts and maybe what their role and what we have in Colorado, just so I can learn? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
And it's not necessarily on the amendment. We have a few veterans courts across the state that are designed to particularly work for that demographic. And it's a restorative approach to kind of like criminal law. And so instead of just saying, hey, come in, let me prosecute you, they kind of do a few things. One, can we connect you to any resources and have a deeper understanding as to why someone is in that position? I think Denver has one. I think Arapahoe has one. There aren't many across the state, but the point was where they came from. believe it or not, I know you have a lot of veterans, but so does Denver. We have actually a big number, and proportionally speaking, and also veterans find their way into Denver. I would also say Colorado Springs, particularly for resources, and particularly for veterans who are unhoused. And so the court is particularly to get them connected to their benefits, because they need help with that, as well as to think about the cause of the crime and kind of move them more into diversion versus sentencing.
Representative Weisman.
Thanks. Thanks, Madam Chair. And we've veered a little bit, but it's, we're sort of talking about mental health here. Just to build on what our colleague from Denver stated, so courts have sort of a degree of latitude and diversionary approaches. There are some, it's called a Chief Justice directive exercise of, it's basically guidance from the High Court. Veterans courts are an instance of diversionary courts. Different jurisdictions may or may not have something by the name of a mental health court, drug court, alcohol court. I believe the first Veterans Court was stood up in the 4th Judicial District, El Paso and Teller, for obvious reasons, lots of bases, lots of veterans, lots of service members. Over the years, they've come to be stood up in more, certainly not all of our 22 different judicial districts. It is a diversionary approach. It is, and if somebody's done something very serious like upper level homicide, you're not going to be able to get in. But the idea is sort of mid-level offenses where if the approach is the standard approach, you might be doing some time in DOC. But the idea here is to acknowledge that people have served and that there might have been some injuries of a psychic nature incurred in that service, and therefore maybe some grace should be shown. There's been legislation over the years to try to promote the use of these to sort of in the intake is the wrong word, but the early stages of criminal justice process to try to surface whether somebody is veteran status. And actually a couple of years ago, our colleague from Littleton who's on the wall today had a bill to try to promote accessibility of these alternatives in districts that may struggle to have resources to do them. We have one in the 18th bigger judicial district. I believe they have one in the 17th, same thing, Adams County, Broomfield County. Candidly, it can be harder to stand these up in the rural judicial districts, but the idea of that other legislation was to basically allow a little bit of cross-pollination between a bigger, more resourced judicial district and one that might not, on its own, without some of that help, be able to stand this up. So it's something that we've done in our criminal justice system to try to give somebody a chance to go through a diversionary outcome, maybe avoid doing time. Peer support is integral to this. There are folks who might even have been system involved themselves, but will sort of be part of this. It's very, very rough analogy. It's not always probation, but it is probation-like. And it's supposed to be really supportive, I think, more than punitive. If somebody fails out, there may be punitive after that. But anyway, so that's a little bit about veterans treatment courts. I think they're an important thing for our state with as many veterans as we have.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you very much, the bill sponsors, for explaining about the veterans courts, the few that there are in the state. In this particular case, I don't know if the veterans courts are going to be able to help in the case of veterans who fall under this particular legislation. I do want to go back and talk about something really important that was mentioned. For those of us that are veterans, for those of us that are combat veterans, for those of us that have experienced any level of PTSD, mild through severe, one thing that is important to understand, for those combat veterans, their firearms are a part of them. It's a part of, as folks like to say, their lived experience. In many cases, having firearms and having the ability to use firearms and shoot is a form of mental therapy. It is a way that they take their journey to recovery from their PTSD. But here's the problem that many of my colleagues, including the bill sponsors, don't understand. With respect to this amendment, to this bill, let's hypothetically say Colonel Holtorf, after his second combat tour, came back, and he was a little different. And he'd like to, I know what you're saying back there, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And that's why you sit by me, because you got the same affliction. But not to get distracted by my colleagues. They want to go to mental therapy. They want help. But they also want to keep their firearms knowing that that is also therapy. What will a veteran in this particular case do? Knowing that this is now ERPO. Knowing that if they tell a professional or licensed mental health professional about all the skeletons in their closet and all their thoughts, their deepest secrets, how many times they wanted to put that thing up to their head and pull the trigger because they don't want to live anymore. For whatever reason, primarily born of guilt or something you did wrong downrange that didn't save one of your fellow service members, or maybe many of them, in any given incident, or maybe throughout an entire combat tour. Now remember, this is a hypothetical scenario. But do you think you're going to be open and honest with your mental health professional? Do you think you'll even go? Do you think you'll even go and have that discussion, knowing that the things you care about will be taken by this new expansion of extreme risk protection orders? And I've been talking to the bill sponsors about these candidates and some of those things that people don't have a license yet. And that's an amendment that we're going to be talking about here in a minute. The people that are making these decisions need to be of the highest certification. They need to be of the highest experience level. They shouldn't be just random people or maybe new entrants to this profession or even a candidate, but that's a different amendment. But I will tell you, you're going to run a lot of veterans out of care because they will make a decision to keep that iron whoopee over the counsel of speaking to one of these counselors. Now, many of you don't know what I'm talking about. When you come back from a deployment, one of the things you hold on to is the thing that kept you alive. And if there's a risk of losing that, as you take your journey towards reestablishing and reintegrating into civilian society, which is so much different than a combat environment, then what choices do you make? Do you make this choice seeking mental health? Or do you say, no, I'm not going to do that because I'm not giving up what saved my life or kept me safe for so long that really means something in my life right now more to me than so many other things as I sort out where I'm going, or will I continue to go? If you haven't been there, don't shake your head sideways. Don't shake your head sideways, because you do not know what you do not know. Ladies and gentlemen, my veteran colleagues speak a very important point. I will tell you, if you don't like veteran suicide rates now, I will tell you, without this exclusion in this amendment, you could very reasonably increase suicide rates because of the impact of expanding this and making veterans say, I'm not going to go there because I can't trust, in the state of Colorado now, I cannot trust talking to the wrong person who doesn't understand me and shakes their head sideways because they have no idea. They have no idea. Okay? They have no idea. That's unfortunate for those veterans. That is the danger. When you talk about the veterans community, there's some real elements here. I don't come up here and speak lightly about this. This is a real thing. And I'm concerned, as were other of my colleagues concerned, about that specific, very narrow element of this without, if not this amendment, maybe another amendment. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as an aside, I'm tempted, I don't think I've ever used the button. I just go wherever this is and move this. But maybe one day I'll figure out how to do that. Anyways, just as an aside, ich bin ein Berliner. JFK, he said that in a famous speech in the 1960s to the people of Berlin, thinking that he was saying, I am a Berliner, I am one of you. Much to his dismay, he got laughed at because he was saying, I am a donut. I am talking to the amendment, thank you, because I'm talking in terms of cultural context and the way that cultural contexts impact these relationships between patients and providers. When I first moved back to the States, I went to a county commissioners meeting that was highly contentious. And I wore professional attire that was more akin to the culture where I was coming from than the culture where I had moved. And I remember going to sit down in one of the few seats remaining in the county commissioners' chambers and being shunned. People from the community moved over a few seats. They pointed and they talked. Because you see, they thought that I was one of those Denver attorneys who had come down to advocate for the people that were on the other side of the question from them. But I wasn't. I was on the same side of the question as them. I just looked more akin to a Denver attorney than to their attire. I bring these things out because even in this space, people speak colloquially. They speak from their own experience, and it has, on more than one occasion, caused offense within the groups that don't understand that language, that don't understand that cultural paradigm. You have folks, especially in rural Colorado, who will drive an hour or 2 hours to enter into a different cultural context to receive services from individuals who may not understand how they speak. It's a real thing. It's also a real thing that some of these individuals, and I'm speaking, I sort of switched arguments from, so apply that one on the record, the first set of arguments to this one, but there will be those who do not seek care, whether medical care or mental health care, because they will be afraid that their colloquialisms, that their way of speaking, that their way of engaging will be misunderstood. They just will.
If you come to rural Colorado on a Saturday morning and you listen to some conversations, you may want to file a petition against some folks, even though there's absolutely no danger of harm, right? It's just common discourse on a Saturday morning. We have mental health and other professionals who may or may not understand those dynamics. Truly, right? They may or may not understand those dynamics. And while, again, it's voluntary for the practitioner, we've already talked about how that still may be a deterrent to cross the threshold. But the other thing that we haven't really talked about is the pressure that those professionals now have to report, for fear that if they're not the ones who report and something happens and it comes back that they knew something might be off, that they will somehow be impacted. And so they might have a hypersensitivity to report things they otherwise wouldn't have reported because this door is now open to them in a way that it wasn't before. Moreover, some folks may not at all be concerned about an M1 hold and reaching that particular standard, but they could very well be concerned about saying something that caused somebody, saying something, wearing the wrong hat, representing the wrong organization, wearing the wrong pin, wearing the wrong whatever, saying the wrong phrase in conjunction with that all together might be used in order to cause confusion in the heart and mind of the professional that then leads that professional to file one of these petitions. And even if it's just the filing of the petition, right? Even if the court can't, by clear and convincing evidence, go to the next step, there's still damage done. Not only in the process and in the hassle and in all of those dynamics, the emotional and other dynamics, but also insofar as that person and their network will be deterred even more from seeking any aid. So I rise in support of this amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L033? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L033. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. L033 fails. Is there any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I promise I'll be quick. I move Amendment L081 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. The amendment has been properly moved and is displayed. Please explain your amendment, Representative Taggart.
This amendment, in fact, you see it, the copy 3 different times because it fits in 3 different sections of the bill. And it has 2 components. If the firearm or firearms are to be confiscated, they need to be inspected first and foremost. You want to make absolutely certain there isn't a bullet in the chamber, as well as looking for other things. But more importantly, they must be stored in a manner that is best practice to secure that they remain in the condition that they came in. And let me explain that just a little bit. My dad and I grew up on a farm, on our family farm that my grandfather had. My dad and grandfather gave me an 18-gauge shotgun when I was probably 11 or 12 years old, and a .22 at about the same age. Those guns, in addition to the guns of my father and a very special gun that he brought back from World War II, were always locked in a case. And when he died, he made sure that case came to me. Those guns meant a great deal to me. They still remind me of my father and my grandfather. God forbid I ever do something that my guns need to be confiscated, but if they were, they're very special to me, and I would want them stored in a very secure area and kept in the condition that my dad and my grandfather and I kept for all those many years. Again, I doubt that that would ever happen in my lifetime, but I certainly want them kept well. So I would ask your support and an eye on this amendment that we do need to be very respectful of personal property of individuals. Thank you.
Representative Weissman.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I agree with the last sentiment that we ought to take care with the type of personal property that we're speaking of here, and that detail was actually subject to considerable discussion and grappling with the language in the setting forth of the original ERPO law in 2019 that I was pretty closely a part of on account of chairing the Judiciary Committee at that point. I want to call members' attention to existing language already in the bill, bottom of page 23. This is the re-engrossed version that we're debating when we talk about a relinquishment of firearm if an ERPO has been ordered by a court. One option, and the important part here is the respondent has options. You can sell or transfer to an FFL if you want. We're not requiring on the FFL. Or you can arrange, I'll just read it, arranging for the storage of the firearm by a law enforcement agency. The law enforcement agency shall preserve the firearm in a substantially similar condition that the firearm was in when it was surrendered. If the respondent does not choose the other option, the FFL that we mentioned, local law enforcement agency shall store the firearm. To the example of what might be historic weapons, there's another option for an antique firearm or curio or relic, and those cite the same provisions of federal statutory law and federal regs that we commonly do. In those cases, and only in those cases, another option is to transfer possession to a relative who does not live with the respondent. There's already an acknowledgement that certain historic firearms might be different, and there's already a requirement for law enforcement to take care of these things. I think the problem, couple of issues with the amendment that I see. One is, you know, as we did last time, we would want to talk through the mechanics of this with our law enforcement agencies. I certainly haven't been able to do that vis-a-vis this language. I don't know if somebody else has. Also, we see set forth in 3 places, condition like or better than at the time of surrender or seizure. That seems to be placing a heightened duty of some sort, I don't know, to clean, to restore, to rebuild a firearm. I think there's a fair point here, and I'm here to say that we did really struggle with this, and I think landed in a good place with this, with the original bill 4 years ago. That language carries forward. It is in the bill now. I view L81 here as putting some heightened and potentially problematic obligations upon local law enforcement agencies in the situation where they might be storing firearms pursuant to an ERPO. Because of that, because they haven't been engaged in the formulation of this as they were and needed to be last time, I'm here to respectfully ask for a no vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The law enforcement shall preserve a firearm in a substantially similar to condition that the firearm was in when it was surrendered. Typically, a firearm is made out of metal. And so, if the firearm is going to be returned in a manner that it shall be preserved substantially similar to when it was surrendered, and that's really, I think we ought to get rid of that word surrendered, but that would be a whole different amendment because that should really be deprived when it was seized. Because Now, surrender seems like a voluntary thing, and this is clearly not a voluntary thing. But that's neither here nor there. Well, it is, but it's for a different time. Yes, it is a heightened duty, especially given the fact that the language for the deprivation of life, liberty, property is 50-50. So some experiences with winterizing, it's often called when you're going to put something into storage, because that's when you generally put it into storage. When I put my boat into storage, I winterize it. I run some special oil through the cylinders, get the carburetor, make sure. I could just park it out in my yard, and it would be in the, and when I retrieved it in the springtime, it would be in substantially similar disposition to what it was when I parked it in the back. The only difference is that it wouldn't run. It wouldn't operate. The cylinders would be pitted and corroded and seized. So I would have a substantially similar boat. It would have a prop, a shaft, an engine, a steering wheel, a throttle, lights. The lights would probably work. Maybe, because the battery would probably be dead, but the battery would be there, but it would be in a substantially similar condition as when I parked it. But it would be pitted, it would be seized, and it would be inoperative. One of the bases that I worked at, where I was an environmental manager, security manager, some other things, there was an area in the back part where the police would park vehicles that had been seized and for whatever reason. And they were parked, so they would be returned in a substantially similar manner. Now, based on the lawsuits that had been around that substantially similar manner, those vans were parked, those vehicles were parked just like they were when they were taken. So if the window was down when the car was taken, the window was down when it was parked in the back lot. If all the windows were down, all the windows were left down, half down, full up, whichever. That was based on the way the law was written. And now when those vans, when that van, I'm thinking of specifically, when that van is returned to its owner, if it ever was ever returned to its owner, it was returned in a substantially similar manner. Probably didn't run. The seats were completely destroyed. The optional hornet's nest was probably not something that the owner had intentionally installed. What else? One base that I was at early on in my career, they had stored about 50 planes, probably a couple $100,000 a piece, while they did an investigation. They parked those aircraft in hangars, and when they finally decided on the disposition of those aircraft, they took them out, and you know what? They were substantially similar to the condition that they were in when they were parked in the hangar. But you know what they hadn't done? They hadn't winterized it. They had not prepared those aircraft for storage. Not a single one of them would start. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for the Air Force were lost because they had parked them and retrieved them in a substantially similar condition to when they were parked. They had not winterized. They had not prepared for storage. When this property, because we are talking about property and we are talking about the deprivation of 5th and 14th Amendment rights, and the General Assembly is apparently fine with that. These are, let's say that individual had just gone out to the range that morning and they shot some bullets through that gun. What if they have to turn it in before it's cleaned? They were going to clean it tomorrow. Now it's seized. And it is seized. We should really use seized instead of surrendered. So when that weapon is seized, involuntarily taken, and then you park it and then you put it in some back storage room, maybe in the parking garage. You just put a locker, a storage locker in the back room. What happens with a storage? Well, cement is very porous, and humidity comes up through cement. Concrete, rather. And anything that's stored in that room is going to rust, and it's going to corrode, and it's going to be returned in a substantially similar condition to this when it was seized. Except it won't work. It will be garbage. Because these temporary restraining orders, these temporary red flag orders from the swatting, it is also for an indeterminate period of time, because it's already been mentioned that somebody can keep renewing this. It gets to the end of the year, and it's renewed. Gets to the end of the next year, and it's renewed. So yes, it is a heightened duty. Now, I suppose we could pass that on to the person who's filing the complaint. That would be fair. That if you want to issue a swatting order against somebody and you want to seize their property under a 50-50 status of a civil forfeiture, then maybe we should charge that person because they've requested that it go into storage. That would be fair. But if we're not going to do that, if this body is going to seize the property, then it's up to this body to return that property, not in a substantially similar manner. That's a ridiculous standard. You need to return that property in a manner that is same or better. And you would do that by properly inspecting it, one, making sure that it's unloaded, making sure that it's clean, making sure that it's oiled, so that it doesn't corrode in storage. Stuck in some back part of the police station where nobody cares about it, thrown into a box, somebody's heirloom, something that somebody spent perhaps hundreds of dollars on. We've already indicated that we don't have a respect for property. So we can at least accept the possession of property, so we could at least accept the heightened duty that would go along with the responsibility for having seized it. It's not unreasonable. That individual did not ask for the weapon to be stored, did not ask for that tool of self-defense to be stored outside of their house, outside of their control, outside of their responsibility. That was taken. That was seized by the state. And the state takes on that responsibility. So what I'm seeing in general, it's distressing. It's an erosion of a daily erosion. This body is where the Constitution comes to die. It makes me very sad, but this is at least something that can be done to protect the property of the people who were saying that we're going to seize your property for your own good, and then we're going to destroy it. Figure that out. Square that in your mind. You're saying that you care so much about these individuals and their mental health that you're going to seize their property, deprive them of their property without due process, and then you're going to destroy it. And then maybe you'll return it in a destroyed fashion, but maybe not. At least vote yes on this amendment. The state has a responsibility to uphold its responsibilities. To vote no on this is just to shirk those responsibilities and make the problem worse. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are a number of areas in this bill that do seek to put guardrails around the taking of these items, the preservation of these items. Even still, there are some things that I see as gaps that I think this amendment helps to alleviate. So for instance, on page 26, when we're looking at when a law enforcement officer takes possession of a firearm, right after the order's been issued, they come and take possession of that. They are expected to issue a receipt identifying all firearms and to provide a copy of that receipt to the respondent. In my mind, it's the identifying all firearms language. That is, you have a 308, you have an M1 Garand, you have whatever it is. That's the identification, just a listing. If there was language in there that talked about that it needed to also state very explicitly the condition of those items, or that there needed to be photographs taken or something of that nature, and that the receipt needed to be signed by the respondent, that they agreed that of the explanation of what was taken and the condition that it was in, that might provide. This amendment speaks to that by saying that some professional source needs to do a review, right? Inspected and prepared. So presumably in that inspection, there would be some sort of record. That I guess that's in my mind. That would be the process. Next is with respect to where these respondents can have these items placed. There are 3 places. They can ask, in certain instances, for their family to take it. They can ask for an FFL to take it, or they can ask for their law enforcement community to take it. My reading of this bill says that with respect to an FFL, it is unlikely an FFL will do that for free, gratis. It's going to be a feed item, a feed service. You want to store it with us for this purpose, we're taking on this risk, you are going to have to pay us a monthly or annual or whatever payment. And so now you've added a cost associated to this that some people may or may not be able or willing to pay. Secondly, with respect to family doesn't have to receive these items. And I suspect that a family member may be cautious about receiving these items, lest somebody comes and steals them, lest the respondent themselves comes and takes them, lest something happens. Because not only do they have the dynamics involved of what could happen in the event that someone who shouldn't have those items gets those items, but moreover, you now have family complications added into the mix, right? Family dynamics, increased conflict, etc. So more than likely, I suspect that these firearms are going to be stored in law enforcement facilities. And so putting additional guardrails around us as state actors makes sense to me. Then the third reason why I think that this amendment is appropriate in light of the language around the storage of these is on page 33 when we're talking about the liability that attaches in the event of damage. So it says a federally licensed firearms dealer or law enforcement agency that stores a firearm as permitted by this Article 14.5 is not civilly liable for any resulting damages to the firearm. Not so long as that damage did not result from the willful and wrongful act or gross negligence of the person or law enforcement agency storing the firearm. Gross negligence is a much higher standard than just standard negligence. And so because that is the standard, in order for civil liability to attach, in order for someone to be able to recoup any damage that was caused to their items, as opposed to just basic negligence, I do rise in support of this amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L081? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just like to clarify just very quickly the term better than. It's not going to happen every time or very often, but there could be a circumstance where I have to surrender my weapons after I've been at a shooting range in that morning or after I have been out hunting. And as one of my colleagues said, that leaves residue in the chamber. And the only reason the better than is there is to, if they're going to be taken at that particular time, that chamber needs to be cleaned. Otherwise, you have a significant safety issue. And that's the only reason I put that in there, is to make absolutely certain if that timing aligns just there, that the chamber needs to be cleaned. Thank you. And I would ask for aye on this amendment.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on L081? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L081. All in favor, please say aye. Division. I'm trying to... Not. The question is the adoption of L081 to Senate Bill 23-170. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L081, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken, or raise your hand. Thank you. The division has been lost. L081 fails. Is there any further discussion on SB 23-170? Seeing none, the question before, right. That's what I asked, if there's any further discussion on SB 23-170? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What? I don't know, maybe. I came all the way from over there. Despite the best intentions of this bill, I think there's a lot of work to be done, so I'd like to make a motion that it be returned to Judiciary so we can actually, and be returned to committee so we can discuss all of this stuff, maybe in an environment where we're actually discussing them instead of on a partisan basis of just splitting everything along party lines. So I would like to make a motion, or I am making a motion, to return this, and I think it came from Judiciary, so I'd like to make a motion to return this to Judiciary where this can have a better vetting.
The motion is to return the SB 23-170 to the Judiciary Committee. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the motion to return SB 23-170 to Judiciary. All in favor, please say aye. Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, members. We urge a no vote. This is the second chamber we've had the opportunity to have many conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The question before us is a motion to return SB 23-170 to Judiciary. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber and not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of returning SB 23-170 to the Committee on the Judiciary, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Thank you. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. Thank you. The motion to return the SB 23-170 to Judiciary has been lost. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, when a division's called, people return. It's exciting to talk after that. In my opinion, this bill is creating a system and society that gives the weight and power and authority of the law to ordinary people that are filled with passion and bias, which lends this law to be absurd and used as a tool for vengeance and will turn neighbor against neighbor. This law was created to keep man from being ruled by the man with the biggest stick, law of the jungle, might is right. This creates a system by which the law is now the biggest stick, and this arms individuals with something far more dangerous than a gun. The authority and permission by the state to subjugate its enemies with the full authority of the law and returns us to the law of the jungle and might is right. We obviously do not trust the common man to be trusted with the right of self-determination or self-defense. Why in the world do you trust the common man with the power and authority over society? A gun can wound and kill a couple of people, but this law has the potential of destroying thousands of lives over time. It would be safer to mandate that all citizens were armed. It would at least give an individual a fighting chance. The Constitution was written because man cannot be trusted with authority over other men. You are not just shredding the Constitution through this process, but the spirit in which it was created. Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Ben Franklin. We are creating a society as bad as Soviet Russia with the new form of Czechism, which was a term used to describe the absolute power of the Russian secret police over society, which held that power over the people through common citizens, turning in their friends, families, and neighbors. Because of personal animus, these people were given the full authority of the state against their enemies. Millions were sent to the gulags. Have we not learned from history where this leads, and are we so arrogant to believe we have evolved beyond this tyranny in 100 or so years? This law is absolute proof that we have not. The system that we are creating may be a monster that turns around and destroys its creator. What protection do you personally have against such legislation? You're creating something by which all men are not subject to the law, but we are subject to the pride, greed, wrath, envy, lust, gluttony, and sloth of the neighbors. The bill sponsors have been talking a lot about due process, but where is that? This very bill would not allow for the fair treatment of the gun owner, but instead would force a judge to decide between determining if a gun owner was innocent or take the easier path of just taking the gun to cover his decision just in the case the owner could be dangerous. In Douglas County, there's a lot of contention regarding politics. There have been heated neighbor disputes over political signs in yards, and some have even resorted to destroying property. What limits the neighbor from calling in an ERPO for their neighbor? What limits a consumer from calling in a business owner and making false claims because of a disagreement with something concerning the business? I had the fiscal analyst of Colorado's new red flag law assumes gun confiscation orders will be granted 95% of the time, you guys. 95% of the time, we're going to take the gun owner's guns. So I'm going to read this. This is from 2020. The Colorado legislature's official fiscal analysis of that state's new red flag law, which took effect this week, projects that police and family or household members will use it to seek gun confiscation orders against people they portray as threats to themselves or others about 170 times a year. The analysis also assumes that 95% of these petitions will be granted, which is not far-fetched given Florida's experience with such orders. Such a high approval rate reflects the due process problems with red flag laws, which take away people's Second Amendment rights for a year or more based on vague standards and dubious evidence that judges are not inclined to question because they worry about the potentially deadly consequences of rejecting petitions. But there are a couple of reasons to think Colorado's approval rate might not be quite as high as Florida's. And this, I will tell you, was the red flag gun law, which only offered that someone close to you or someone that you lived with. What happens when we open the floodgates to mental health providers and educators and everyone literally under the sun that can call in an ERPO on you? This is saying that 95% of the time guns are confiscated. That is not due process, my friends. What keeps an employee with a dispute against another employee or their employer from making false claims? I have already spoken about school members retaliating against parents. We have seen that the president labeled parents like me who dared to challenge the board as domestic terrorists. What keeps them, esteemed colleagues in the county, from being ignored by a judge as they make false claims? In Colorado, lying under oath at an official proceeding is first-degree perjury, a serious felony punishable by up to 6 years in prison. But we know by statistical evidence that the convictions in Colorado for perjury are rare. Colorado District Attorney Council statistics show first-degree perjury has been charged in 44 Colorado cases from 2017 to 2022, but only 3 such convictions were obtained. So again, I ask you, is this due process? I have constituents scared to death to call out teachers right now for things that they are wrongfully doing to their children. Rep Taggart, who is one of the smartest people I know, don't get a big head, just told you, as a licensed educator, he cannot be responsible for making that decision. The bill is going to allow teachers to have the power and the authority to fraudulently report students and parents if they want to. There is no safeguard for false accusations. I have a 16-year-old who is a lot like Rep Winter. He's a fierce patriot. He loves this country, and he wears freedom shirts and 2A shirts every day to school. But I will tell you, the stories of wokeism that some teachers spew in my mind is...
Representative Bradley, many people find that you are maybe perhaps using that term in the wrong way. So
Thank you,
if
Ms.
would
Thank you, Madam
please-
Chair. What keeps that teacher from targeting my son or my family? You're taking our guns away from us and leaving it up to responsible gun owners to fight for their constitutional rights and pray for due process. And what about doctors falsely accusing their patients? This bill will keep patients from filing negligence claims against their doctors for fear of retribution and an ARPO. What does this mean for me as a healthcare worker? We are already struggling in this state with shortages in healthcare. Do we want to drive more out of this state? I have an example of this. A New Jersey man's gun seized under red flag law after his rival in a lawsuit filed a petition. A New Jersey man is waiting to find out whether he'll get his guns back after the government seized his firearms and ammunition under the state's new red flag law at the behest of his former doctor who sued him for defamation. What are the details? On September 25th, police confiscated guns from the home of Alfred Conti, 56, after a surgeon who operated on him, Dr. Matthew Kaufman, and Kaufman's attorney, James Maggs, called authorities to complain that Conti called the lawyer acting agitated. Conti had been in pain following the neck surgery Kaufman conducted on him and had an ongoing dispute with the physician. After Conti wrote negative online reviews against Kaufman's practice, the Plastic Surgery Center in Shrewsbury, Kaufman and Maggs sued Conti for defamation over the summer. After being sued, Conti called Maggs twice, begging for Kaufman to treat him for his pain. In the second phone call, Asbury Park Press reported, Conti used expletives and threatened to bring the police and media with him to force Kaufman to see him. He also said he knew where Maggs and Kaufman lived. The attorney had recorded the conversation and played it in court during a hearing on Thursday. Conti's lawyer, Jason Sedman, asked Maggs if Conti directly threatened to inflict violence. Maggs conceded that he did not, but said that after Conti mentioned knowing where Maggs and Kaufman lived, that to me was something that made me very alarmed. Officer Dan Campanella with the Rumson Police Department also spoke at the hearing, telling the court that when police served the order to take Conti's guns, he was very cooperative in assisting us in his conversation with us. As far as discussing what had occurred, he maintained that he never threatened anyone and has rightful grievances with both parties. Anything else? Cam Edwards of Bearing Arms wrote an assessment of the Conti case saying, here's a man in a dispute with his doctor over what he believes was a botched surgery, who made no threats against anyone, but who still may lose his right to keep and bear arms along with his good health. It doesn't appear that Conti's had any trouble with the law, even now hasn't been charged with a crime, much less convicted of anything. Edwards continued adding, still one dumb comment about knowing where his doctor and attorney live may cause him to lose his Second Amendment rights for the rest of his life. How about children who claim they're being bullied and their parents make false claims about the parents of the bully or the parents of the bully to do the same to the parents of the bullied child? We all know we are in a mental health crisis and people are struggling with mental health issues. What keeps them from making false claims? I've already spoken about my constituent, and this is such a sad story, you guys. She was abused for years, and she had an ERPO filed against her that stripped her from her right of self-defense, kept her scared to leave her home, kept her from sleeping at night for fear of death and no way to protect herself. What keeps women and their children safe who finally have the courage to leave, to protect their children and their angry in-laws that call in an ERPA and open the door for something bad to happen to her or her children? I have talked to you about someone close to me who was beaten within an inch of her life and had a restraining order against her husband that did nothing. But you know what did? A gun and her ability to protect herself. Are you guys okay with stripping the right for self-defense from women like her? Crime has risen in Colorado. There is a real need for people to defend themselves within their own homes who would rape or murder them without having a gun to defend themselves in the moment. According to the Colorado Coalition Against Sexual Assault, 1 in 4 women will experience some sort of sexual violence in their life. Sexual violence affects hundreds of thousands of Americans each year. While we're making progress in Colorado, our state still has a sexual violence rate that is higher than the national average. Colorado's sexual violence rate is 23.8%, compared to the national average of 18.3 as of July 2021. Colorado Attorney General's office released the latest domestic violence fatality numbers this month, showing disturbing statistics of those killed in 2021 and recommendations for legislators to address the problem going forward. In 2021, 91 people died in domestic violence-related incidents in Colorado, the highest number since 2016. And listen to this. Of those, 45 were victims, 32 were perpetrators, and 14 were collateral victims. That means that a third of those women punished the men coming after them so that they would not come after them again. Research directed by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention shows that guns are used 16 to 100 times more often to protect life than to take life. That means there's a whole lot more guns save lives stories, and this is one of them. 35% of victims able to protect and defend themselves, but if this bill becomes law, we're taking away the ability of that third of these victims to defend themselves if they have an ERPO filed against them. I am reaching out to all the legislators, and especially the women in here. We know what it feels like to have an imbalance of force. I would say that most of us in here have personal stories or stories from friends or loved ones that have been stalked, maybe assaulted, and worse, beaten or raped. How scary to survive an attack like this, be falsely accused with an ERPO, and be a victim again with no capability to defend oneself. How sad. One of my constituents shared a story with me. She scared off an intruder with just the threat of brandishing their gun. And Rep. Bottoms talked a lot about that yesterday, that just showing a gun can get rid of a crime that's about to happen. Without even a shot fired, the wife was a survivor of assault earlier in her life and did not have a gun to defend herself. But guess what? This time she did. This time she was not assaulted or killed by the intruder just by holding a gun. A gun gives the protection no other weapon can. And I know a couple of people were a little put off when Rep. Holtorf said finding comfort in a gun. And I will tell you that when my husband is out of town and I have a .357 by my side to protect me and my children, I find comfort in a gun. We have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I feel that this bill encourages tyranny, suspicion, and mistrust of your fellow citizens, interferes with all three of these basic natural rights. It erodes faith in society and its institutions. So when the tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. As we have the basic right of defense, take great care for what you wish for. The total disregard for these three principles will collapse the very thing you profess is your desire to save: the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I've got a couple more stories that I want to share with you guys just to see the other side of what these things are doing. States are depriving innocent people of their Second Amendment rights. So are we willing to take those away in order to do something else? Shortly after 5 a.m. on November 5th, 2018, 2 police officers arrived at Gary Willis's house in Glen Burnie, Maryland. They were there to take away his guns. They ended up killing him instead. According to the Anne Arundel County Police Department, the 61-year-old man was at that hour, presumably had just been awakened by the officers knocking, answered the door with the gun in his hand. He put it down when he saw who was there. Upon learning that the 2 officers had come to serve him with an extreme risk protective order that barred him from possessing firearms, police said Willis became irate and picked up the weapon again. As one officer tried to wrestle the gun away from Willis, it went off, whereupon the other officer shot him. Police Chief Timothy Altamere subsequently argued that the incident illustrated the need for Maryland's ERPO law, which had taken effect barely a month before. If you look at this morning's outcome, he told the Annapolis Capital, a newspaper whose headquarters had been the site of a mass shooting the previous June, it's tough for us to say, well, what did we prevent? Because we don't know what we prevented or could have prevented. What would have happened if we didn't go there at 5 a.m.? Well, for one thing, Gary Willis probably would still be alive. Altamere invites us to speculate that Willis might have used a gun to kill someone. Yet at the time of his death, the only evidence to support that concern seems to have been a complaint from his sister, who reportedly obtained the temporary ERPO against her brother after a family argument during which he said something that alarmed her. Willis had no opportunity to challenge that claim, and he had no idea he had been stripped of his Second Amendment rights until police arrived at his door early in the morning with the court order in hand. Anne Arundel County Police did not respond to my inquiries, and the Maryland courts have declined to provide records of the case, which are confidential under state law unless a judge rules otherwise. Michelle Willis, Gary's niece, gave a similar account in an interview with the Baltimore Sun, saying her uncle likes to speak his mind. Sounds a lot like me, but it wouldn't hurt anyone. She added that his fatal encounter with police seems senseless. I'm just dumbfounded now, she said. They didn't need to do what they did. Maryland is one of 17 states with the so-called red flag laws, most of which were enacted following the February 2018 massacre at Marjorie Stoneman's Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. After the mass shootings in El Paso and Dayton in August, President Donald Trump endorsed red flag laws as a way of preventing such crimes by disarming would-be mass murderers. But judging from the available data, the court orders authorized by such laws are usually aimed at preventing suicide rather than homicide. The evidence on whether they succeed in doing that is mixed. So far, there is no solid evidence that they prevent homicides, even though the oldest red flag law was enacted 20 years ago. One thing is certain, taking away people's guns based on predictions of what they might do with them raises thorny due process concerns. That's especially true with laws like Maryland's, which authorize broad categories of people to seek ERPOs based on scant evidence and effectively put the burden on gun owners to demonstrate that they don't pose a threat to themselves or others. While the benefits of these laws are mostly speculative, they inevitably deprive law-abiding people of the constitutional right to armed self-defense, even when it is quite unlikely that they would use guns to hurt themselves or anyone else. Maryland's law, which was enacted 2 months after the Parkland attack and took effect in October 2018, authorizes law enforcement officers, physicians, mental health specialists, and various relatives, intimates, and cohabitants to seek ERPOs. That list includes housemates, spouses, dating partners, people who have a child in common with the respondent, and anyone related to the respondent by blood, marriage, or adoption. A temporary ERPO lasting up to a week can be issued if there are reasonable grounds to believe the respondent poses an immediate and present danger to himself. At that stage, as Gary Willis discovered, respondent is a misnomer. The initial ERPO is an ex parte order, meaning its target does not have a chance to respond. A judge can extend the order for up to 6 months if there is good cause. A final ERPO, which lasts up to a year and can be extended for another 6 months, can be issued after a hearing based on clear and convicting evidence that the respondent poses a danger to himself or others. In light of that language, extreme risk protective order is also a misnomer, since any level of danger, slight, great, or middling, suffices to obtain one. But at least at this point, the respondent is allowed to rebut the claims against him, although he has no right to legal representation if he can't afford it. During the first 5 months after the ERPO law took effect, according to statewide published by the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, judges or commissioners, low-level judiciary officials, approved 422 temporary or interim orders. Requests for those initial orders are almost never rejected in Maryland, and the same is true in Florida, which enacted a red flag law in March 2018. It is not surprising that judges are disinclined to be skeptical of an applicant who claims a gun owner poses an imminent threat, since they do not want to take the blame if something terrible happens before they can hold an adversarial hearing. And let me ask you, during COVID, we weren't getting those court cases in. Some people were waiting 2 years. So let's say another pandemic happens, and now it's not 14 days, now it's 2 years, and you have taken away someone's chance for self-defense. What do we do then? What happens at the next stage when the threat need not be imminent, but the burden of proof is heavier? In Maryland, when a hearing was actually held, in some cases the petitioners did not show up, judges granted final ERPOs 62% of the time. In Florida, according to data from the Office of the State Courts Administrator, 1,482 hearings have been held as of March 31st, and 1,400 orders had been granted, which translates into an approval rate of 95%. Boy, that doesn't sound like due process to me. Although the standard of proof in Florida is the same as in Maryland, clear and convincing evidence, Florida's law allows petitions only by law enforcement or agencies, which judges apparently find more credible than the reports of possibly aggrieved or sincerely mistaking spouses, dating partners, cohabitants, in-laws, or blood relatives who accounted for the most of the applications in Maryland, but that trust can be misplaced. And I've said it earlier today, we have heard so many stories from constituents and in public health of being falsely accused of bad things. People taking years and years out of their life to fight false accusations. That's what's going to happen here. Consider Chris Vasquez, a University of Central Florida student who owned no firearms. He had no history of violence and had never threatened anyone, but who nevertheless was an early target of his state's red flag law because he said some things on Reddit or Nextdoor, or what is it in Douglas County or where I'm from? You can't really talk on chat or Nextdoor because somebody's going to take something out of context. In a thread titled, "You guys are too weak to be a school shooter," Velasquez replied, "Maybe for now, but not forever." Later, he posted, "RIP Paddock, my hero," in a thread about the autopsy of Las Vegas mass shooter Stephen Paddock, and wrote, "Cruz is a hero," in reference to Nicholas Cruz. Those three comments resulted in a March 2018 interview with a UCF police officer, Jeffrey Panter, during which Velasquez explained that he was just trolling and trying to look tough but regretted his tasteless comments. "I'm not a violent person," Velasquez told Panter. Remember, he didn't even own a gun and has never been in trouble with authorities. He just said something. "I would never ever act on violence against anyone in a mass shooting or anything of the sort." He called the Parkland massacre a senseless tragedy and noted that a mass shooter may get his 15 minutes of fame, but will eventually be remembered as a piece of crap. Listening to his interview, you did not get the impression that Velasquez had ever seriously contemplated committing a crime of this sort, let alone made any plans or taken any steps in that direction. Panter refused to accept Velasquez's explanation of his assurances. During the interview, he pressured, cajoled, and manipulated Velasquez into agreeing with statements that, taken out of context, made it seem like he genuinely admired Paddock and Cruz, that he identified with Cruz because both of them had been bullied as kids, and that he had repeatedly fantasized about returning to his former middle school or high school in Orlando and shooting it up. A mandatory psychiatric assessment after the interview found that Velasquez did not meet Florida's criteria for involuntary treatment, which would have required clear and convincing evidence that because of his mental illness, there was a substantial likelihood that he would inflict serious bodily harm on himself or others in the near future. Panter nevertheless referred the case to the Orlando Police Department, where Sergeant Matthew Achuas twisted Velasquez's online comments and his interview with Panter into a portrait of deeply troubled man who was just one disappointment away from committing mass murder. On a list of 15 possible grounds for issuing a risk protection order, Achuas checked 5, including there is evidence that the respondent is seriously mentally ill. Respondent has committed a recent act or threat of violence, and a respondent has used or threatened to use any weapons against him or herself or others. None of that was true. None of it was true. He then claimed Velasquez disclosed that he had thoughts and urges to commit a mass shooting since the sophomore year of high school, but Velasquez never said that. To the contrary, when Panter asked about the state of his mind in high school, he said, "I didn't have any thoughts of a school shooting." Achusa also claimed the respondent indicated that he wanted to commit the mass shooting so that he could feel the adrenaline rush from the shooting. In reality, Velasquez repeatedly said he would never commit such a crime. Based on an affidavit that was highly misleading and in some respects blatantly inaccurate, Circuit Judge Bob LeBlanc issued a temporary risk protection order against Velasquez. But at a hearing about 2 weeks later, when Velasquez finally had a chance to defend himself, LeBlanc found the city had failed to provide clear and convincing evidence that Velasquez posed a significant danger. Velasquez lawyers Kendra Paris said LeBlanc realized the threat was described by Achua was never more than theoretical. The judge asked, "Did he actually make any threats? Or was this all in response to hypothetical questions," she says. And of course, it was all in response to hypothetical questions. Fortunately, the judge noted that this essentially amounted to thought policing and declined to issue the order. That's 1% of the time. Although that decision may look like a victory for due process, Paris notes that LeBlanc could have reached a different conclusion, since Florida's law says judges may consider any relevant evidence. The statute gives 15 examples, but says the list is not exhaustive. This law also leaves crucial terms undefined. Ochuzo claimed Velasquez was seriously mentally ill. For example, even though he had no diagnosis, and a psychiatrist found he did not meet the criteria for commitment. Nor is it clear what a significant danger means in this context. Even assuming that judges apply such standards with precision, should they consider a 5% risk significant, 1%, 2%? Like, what is the cutoff? Is 5% significant? Because I'll tell you, in the land of healthcare, it's not. Because we can't figure out what significant means. You have this high burden of proof, Paris says, but it relates to a probability that may be extraordinarily low, based on any evidence a judge considers relevant. The clear and convincing evidence standard is meaningless because the criteria are open-ended. The court literally can look at anything. One of Paris's clients who lives in Broward County, Florida, posted a photo of an AR-15 rifle he had built, accompanied by the comment, "It's done, hooray." On another occasion, he posted a comment criticizing teenage gun control activists who he said were trying to take away people's Second Amendment rights. Those two posts were enough to obtain a temporary gun confiscation order, although Paris ultimately persuaded the city to drop its petition for a final order. Just for having a picture of an AR-15, he got flagged. Another client, former professional football player, Oliver Hoyte, did not have the benefit of a lawyer at his hearing. And let's talk about that, you guys, because I will tell you, in rural Colorado and Douglas County, they're not going to enforce this. Where are they going to enforce this? In Denver and Aurora. And those are the people that are victims of violence the most. Those are the people that need to be able to have guns. After an argument with his aunt and her boyfriend, he says, they told police he had threatened them with a gun. In addition to that claim, Tampa police presented several other unverified allegations against Hoyte, including some that they never questioned him about, he says. They even cited a 2013 case in which he was acquitted of aggravated assault. He says video evidence contradicted the testimony of a man who claimed he had pulled a gun on him. Paris notes that an Orange County judge last year rejected an application for a final risk protection order because it was based on events that predated the red flag law. Since the law does not say it applies retroactively, the judge said the presumption is that it does not. This is one of the points Paris planned to raise if she managed to get a rehearing for Hoyte. She hoped to get that hearing by arguing that the government should have provided him with a public defender. Although at press time, she was also trying to negotiate dismissal of this case with the city. I feel like I should have the right to representation. The judge said, you do have the right to representation, but the court is not going to appoint it for you. So what does that say? I can afford an attorney. Are we covering everybody that gets wrongly convicted of this with an attorney? Police confiscated Hoyt's Taurus 9mm pistol and was forbidden to buy any other firearms for a year, possibly longer if the order is executed. As a result, he says he does not feel safe visiting certain neighborhoods, including the one where his family lives. I'm not on equal footing with everyone else, he says. I don't have the right to bear arms, and I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't been convicted of any crime. I haven't been hospitalized. I haven't harmed anyone. This law is wrong because it eliminates due process. They're treating me as if I'm a criminal. The high approval rate by judges in Florida suggests the deck is stacked against respondents like him. All the pressure is on the other side, Paris says. There's absolutely no downside to just going ahead and issuing the order. Paris argues that the significant danger standard is unconstitutionally vague and that Florida's law impermissibly delegates legislative and prosecutorial authority to the police. But while such arguments can be raised on appeal, the process typically takes longer than the risk protection order lasts. By the time your appeal works its way through the District Court of Appeal, it's already going to be 12 months, Paris says. There's no real recourse. So 14 days, 12 months. Connecticut enacted the country's first red flag law in 1999 following a mass shooting at the Connecticut Lottery Corporation's headquarters the previous year. The statute allows police officers or prosecutors to seek a gun confiscation order when they have probable cause to believe someone poses a risk of imminent personal injury to himself or others. A hearing is required within 14 days of the seizure, at which point the standard becomes clear and convincing evidence of an imminent risk. If police meet that burden, they can keep confiscated guns for up to a year. Indiana came next, enacting a red flag law in 2005 after a man diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia used a rifle to kill one Indianapolis police officer and injure another 4. That law allows a police officer to seek a gun confiscation order against someone he believes poses an imminent threat to himself or others. It also applies to someone who poses a threat that is not immediate but who has the propensity for violent or emotionally unstable conduct, or who has a mental illness that may be controlled by medication but has not been diligent about taking it. Under Indiana's law, a police officer can seize guns without a court order, in which case he is supposed to file an affidavit explaining his reasons after the fact. If a judge agrees that the officer had probable cause, police can keep the confiscated weapons. A hearing is required within 14 days, at which point the state has to prove by clear and convincing evidence that the gun owner meets the law's criteria. After at least 6 months have passed, the gun owner can seek the return of his property. He has to prove by a preponderance of evidence that he is not dangerous. Notwithstanding the requirement that a hearing be held within 2 weeks, a 2015 study reported in the Journal of Behavioral Sciences and the Law found that gun owners waited, are you ready? An average of more than 9 months before a court decided whether police could keep their firearms. When a hearing finally was scheduled, most of the gun owners did not show. But when they did, they usually prevailed, meaning judges decided the state had not met its burden of proving them dangerous. During the last 71 months covered by the 8-year study, gun owners won every contested case. In Connecticut, by comparison, judge ruled that guns should be kept by the government in 68% of cases where all the outcome was unknown, according to a 2014 Connecticut Law Review article. But outcomes were reported in less than 30% of the cases. Although Indiana and Connecticut both enacted red flag legislation in response to mass shootings, the law are used mainly to protect people from their own suicidal impulses, a justification cited in 68% of Indiana cases from 2006 through 2013, and in 61% of Connecticut cases from 1999 to 2013. A study reported last year in the journal Psychiatric Services found that Indiana's law was associated with a 5% reduction in the overall you can't do that when I'm talking. Using a different and contested method, a 2017 study published by Law and Contemporary Problems estimated that 1 suicide was prevented in Connecticut by every 10 to 20 gun seizures. What laws do criminals follow? The answer is none. They are criminals. Then if your purpose is to dissuade a population of individuals that will not follow current laws, what makes you think they will follow the laws that they are enacting? Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to recess for 10 minutes.
We will recess for 10 minutes.
Recess for 10 minutes.
We are calling a recess for 10 minutes. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again at 6 p.m.
You have heard the motion. The committee will rise, report progress, and beg leave to sit again at 6 p.m.
The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader. Sorry, Mr. Schiebel. Please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole reports as follows. It has risen, reports progress, and begs leave to sit again at 6 p.m. on Saturday, March 25th.
The committee will sit again at 6 p.m. Perfect. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Rule 14, I move that the time for debate on Senate Bill 170 be limited to 1 hour, and time for debate on Senate Bill 168 be limited to 1 hour during special orders on March 25th.
The motion before us is pursuant to House Rule 14. Debate on Senate Bill 170 be limited to 1 hour, and time for debate on Senate Bill 168 be limited to 1 hour during special orders on March 25th. This is a non-debatable motion pursuant to House Rule 15E and requires a simple majority vote. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Herod is excused. Please close the machine. With 39 aye, 19 no, and 7 excused, the motion is adopted. Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, I move we resolve ourselves in the Committee of the Whole for the continuation of special orders.
Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there's a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 170.
Senate Bill 170 by Senators Sullivan and Fenberg, also Representatives Bacon and Weissman, concerning extreme risk protection orders.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Speaker Pro Tem. Members, now that we're back to discussing, I thought I'd just sort of speak a little bit to the history of this issue, to testify to the fact that we take seriously the debate that we're having here. The first time that the Colorado General Assembly considered an ERPO law was 2018. I know a lot of us weren't here at that point. It was a bipartisan bill that year. There was a very courageous member of the party that's not my party who joined on the effort at the time. We debated that at considerable length in House Judiciary Committee. We debated it at considerable length in this chamber. It proceeded over to the other chamber. It did not become law that year. Some things that happened in the course of that debate surfaced the really sharp feelings on the subject. At any rate, sometimes when you're taking on an important issue, you don't stop if you don't succeed in the first year. So there was another bill in 2019, that was House Bill 191177. Some changes were made between 18 and 19. Evidentiary standards were heightened, more engagement happened with law enforcement. It wasn't just the same text that had happened that year. Again, I was chairing House Judiciary Committee at that point. Such was the space that I thought it appropriate and necessary to give to this issue. That day I scheduled only one bill, that bill. And we debated, I don't know, at least 10 hours. It might have been closer to 12. Later we came to the floor, and again we debated for a lot of hours. Amendments were made, details were changed in response to input. Some amendments were accepted as they've been accepted up to this point today. I hope that makes clear that prior years, prior legislatures have not taken this subject lightly, that prior legislatures have appreciated the questions of due process, have appreciated the contours of the Second Amendment. So the law was signed in 2019, and as I've stated before, we now know things that we didn't know at that point. We have years of data. We told the Judicial Department, who receives the petitions that are filed, that it was important to collect data. They've been doing that. I've referred to that at different points throughout the day. What we know when you look at our data and when you compare Colorado ERPO data to the data from other states, red, blue, purple states, with ERPO laws, you normalize for population, and ours is used sparingly. We've heard a lot of stories today, and I accept it at some point. There is no changing minds. But I do believe the data testify to the very sparing and careful use of this mechanism. Examination of individual petitions by news organizations have surfaced a little bit less than 2-to-1 ratio where these petitions were granted, actually granted, they met the evidentiary standard. There was a risk of harm to others. There was a risk of harm to self by about 2-to-1 in that proportion. That's what we're trying to prevent here. We speak of public safety. We speak of protecting law enforcement officials. We speak of respecting the work that those individuals do, of the conceitedly dangerous role that they take on for us in society. This is a small contribution that we have made and that we can and should continue to make to the safety of law enforcement officials. Again, to the point of sparing use, Florida, probably more conservative than Colorado by a lot of measures, has used their mechanism 10 times more frequently than we have. Indiana, I think a very conservative state, 3 times more frequently. Now, it's been observed that usage may vary by county or other sub-area of a state. We've spoken this afternoon and this morning about how different parts of Colorado aren't akin to each other. We all know this. I think that's fair in other states too. So where you see more utilization in Denver, I think that's an example of the law working. Where you don't see as much utilization in other states, or in other parts of our state, I mean, that's because the standards of those communities are different in ways that other legislators have spoken to. And Mr. Chair, for the record, I move Senate Bill 170 as amended on second reading.
Thank you. Please continue.
Thank you. So members, something that I didn't speak to as much earlier this morning is the idea of how this particular legislation really ties into my own community. You know, we all do things and we all come down here and speak about the things that we do and how they are connected to the areas that we are sworn to represent. On the morning of July 20th, 2012, I was awakened early, 5 or 5:30, by a call from my father. He gets up early. He's on the East Coast time too, so he's got a 2-hour jump on us. And he left a message that there had been a shooting in a local movie theater. Played the message. You know, I was afraid it was one of these situations where somebody had just gotten into a fight with somebody else. It was 2 people and somebody had pulled a gun. And then a bit later in the morning, I realized what was actually going on in Aurora, Colorado. You know, I was in law school at that time. I commuted up to Boulder where the school was, and I tried to go about my day knowing what I knew. Throughout the day, I would get voicemails, phone calls, emails, text messages from people that I knew all over the country, because this news was all over the country at that point. Hey, Mike, I want to make sure that you're okay. You know, I was not at the theater that night. The theater's 8 minutes from my house, where I've lived in Aurora for 17 years. I mean, it's possible that I might have been. I used to be that person who would stay up until midnight or past midnight and go to a movie with my friends. And in the days that followed that massacre, just sort of a memorial sprung up at the corner of Sable and Alameda in Aurora. It was a then vacant lot, and it's now been built up into something. Across from the Aurora Mall, where the Century 16 Theater is located. Signs, hand-lettered signs, flowers, stuffed animals, windmills. In past years, I have sought permission from the majority leader to put photos on that screen here so that people know what I'm talking about when I talk about this stuff. I didn't ask to do that today, but I think of that kind of image and I think of the gravity and the pain behind those images when we talk about the subject of gun safety and gun violence prevention in our state, and when we talk about this subject in particular. It's especially relevant on the subject of extreme risk protection orders because the shooter in that incident had a history. Problems had been seen. At least 3 different mental health professionals had visited with that individual, whose name I don't tend to use in these discussions. There was no extreme risk protection order law at that point. What if there had been? What if there had been? You know, so that was a little while ago now. We're coming up on 11 years. But when I think of what it is to consider issues like this in committee or on the floor, and in particular this issue, and in particular 3 years into the history of the Extreme Risk Protection Order law, when after significant consultation, as I noted earlier, with educators, with healthcare professionals, with mental health professionals, with law enforcement, we decided it was time to make these modest extensions of this law. I wanted to commit myself to this particular work this year on this subject because it is unfortunately very, very salient for my community. So I understand that people in this chamber disagree with this policy, but just as other members come and speak to what is critical and integral for your community, as you understand it, I want you to know, I want everyone here to know that that is where I'm coming from on this policy in particular, that our city has been impacted in a pretty horrible way. You know, the greater tragedy is that around our country there have been a lot of incidents that have piled onto that list that was characterized in July 2012 by Aurora. Too many other people now know the kind of thing that we know. So I think of a specific place, I think of specific people, some of whom I have met and come to know personally who were impacted that day. I think of how lives were changed. I think of the bravery of how some of those people have chosen to come from that immense and horrible pain. And I hope that all of us would appreciate that somebody, a family member of somebody who was lost in that massacre, we should all forgive that person for withdrawing, for just trying to manage the pain of that experience. But some of those folks have chosen not to. They have chosen instead to find in that tragedy what I call the power of survivorship and to become advocates for the kind of issues that we're talking about here. And I very much appreciate that. And as I grappled with what it meant to bring this policy forward to the floor of the House last night and this morning, I found myself hoping that I would measure up, that I could be enough to carry that weight and do that work for people who deserve to have it done for them. You know, some of whom came and manifested their concerns in this very building this week. So that's a little bit about the history here, the history in this building, my history with the issue, why it matters to me, why it matters to my city, and why I hope that we support this measure.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank my co-sponsor for sharing those reflections. And again, I'd like to thank everyone for our conversation today. You know, I come to this bill similarly. I think, unfortunately, too many people across our country have now an experience or touch point with gun violence. And even in thinking about some of the events in the last 10 years, when I thought deeply about it, I think I was maybe 1 degree of separation from a lot of the events that we have lived through. My co-sponsor just spoke about the Aurora movie theater shooting. I was there the night before seeing the midnight showing of Prometheus. And if I had decided to go the next day, and that was because I missed the Batman movie by 5 minutes. I held on to that ticket stub for a long time. The King Soopers in Boulder, many of us knew people there who worked there. That was my grocery store for the job that I last did before coming to the legislature. I worked in Boulder at Mesa, Table Mesa Drive. And so even just as a couple of weeks before that, I was in that grocery store buying breakfast. And I grew up in Parkland, where saw my neighbors really grapple with the devastation at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. And that's all aside from the personal gun violence I have experienced and that of my family, having been struck by bullets. I think, though, what brought me to this bill was to really think about what was something that we could agree on. And I will say that I had some hope for us here. And I looked into a lot of data around Red Flag before joining as a sponsor, and I found some insights and reports that people do believe, regardless if you are a gun owner or not, that this would be helpful for our communities. But most importantly, I do believe that Americans are restless about a few things. I think most of us are just confounded by the depth of violence we have to experience. You know, many of us talk about having opportunities overseas and maybe in other places, and as much as we can talk about our different governmental structures and our founding documents, I do believe that people across oceans ask us, what's going on? Is it safe for me to come? I had the privilege of being on the African continent of West Africa 2 years ago, Europe and the same, recognizing my privileges, but unfortunately, I hear chatter and even kind of jokes about the safety of our country. And I know, given the love that we all have for it, that this is not a reputation in which we want. We're at a place now where the number of guns outnumber the number of citizens. And for what it's worth, we've had 300 years of gun production. And for every year that there are more products made, we're not melting any down. So if you just visualize how many are made every year, it's piles and piles. And I moved into my condo, I found two shotguns. One was, the trigger pin was removed, and I was just moving in, And so now these objects are so part of our lives and our world. And I joined this bill really thinking about what do we need to do to confront some of the paradoxes that we've created for ourselves so that we can really think about our country over the next 200 years and what it would mean for each other, our kids, our neighbors. And so I've been grappling with the notion of we need these weapons to protect ourselves. And, these items are things that are fundamental to the security of life, liberty, and property. But the challenge that I have is the basis of that seems like sometimes that in order to protect yourself, you have to be in the position to harm or even kill someone else. And how do you reconcile that as a matter of values of preserving our lives? And furthermore, as we see more people moving towards gun ownership, we've had some conversations about different demographics. When I have these conversations, particularly in the African American community, because we do see them purchasing guns at a higher rate we've seen before. And I can't help but think about over our generations and how we talked about the need to protect ourselves from other people here, and not just in the sense of protecting ourselves from crime. We are talking about, do we need to arm ourselves to go on a jog, more so than ever? To have to buy a weapon as a matter to protect your life, because and I keep coming back to these instances because they're so real. I don't know if I can go to Bible study, and it's hard to hold on to faith sometimes. And I'll speak for myself. Because it requires, I'm concerned, a fundamental distrust of each other, and we are claiming that we are one nation under all. So how do we push ourselves to trust each other? Because the opposite of that means we need to continue to arm ourselves, to protect ourselves from each other. And that is a devastating reality. On top of all the other things that people are dealing with. When you don't have legal ways to make money, you turn to illegal ways. If you don't have a security in your shelter, in your food, you provide it for yourself. And that, on top of what we are seeing, has pushed us to a place where we are here in 2023, where I hoped, again, we can say, let's find some synergies. Because I do believe we're at a turning point in our culture. And as we move into this next phase of who we are as a nation, when we have so many different ancestries, the thing that we can push for commonality might have to be rooted in how do we support each other and find community rather than a basis of protecting ourselves from each other. But I want to share with you lastly the things that I found in regards to the question on how do we feel about some of these laws. And so I want to cite, again, a bipartisan organization that did some polling in 2021 and surveying and focus groups in 2022. And the title of the press release says, "New poll finds gun owners greatly underestimate fellow gun owners' support for gun safety policies." It's about 1,000 people surveyed online. And in regard to, here are some of the data points. Support among gun owners, 86% of gun owners favor background checks versus what they perceive of other gun owners. They perceive that only 63% of gun owners favor background checks. 67% of gun owners favor red flag laws. But they only perceive that 26% of people favor red flag laws. When we talk about some of the other concerns, again, 1,000 people, self-identified gun owners, samples from across the country, across racial demographics, age demographics, 70% of US gun owners believe the problem of gun violence in this country is extremely serious or very serious. More than 2/3 of gun owners voice support for 5 gun safety measures tested, including background checks and red flag laws. Even among Republicans, conservatives, and NRA members, there is a majority support for all 5 measures. Gun owners underestimate the support of other gun owners for measures such as background checks and red flag laws. Gun owners are much more confident in their abilities to handle firearms safely, but believe those who cannot handle them safely should not have them. And so, members, I share that with you, maybe deep down to say it's okay to support this bill. It's okay to believe that we have to do something. It's okay to say, even perhaps you have the right to own a gun, and we are giving you the highest level of deference when it comes to property before we take it. You have more deference here than with your own body in liberty, because of the respect that we have for the Constitution. But nobody believes that someone in crisis should have a weapon. And I feel like I can confidently say that amongst all of us in this room. Nobody believes that somebody who says, "I will hurt you," should have a weapon in their hands when they do that. And you can believe it. I can believe in the Second Amendment. And I'm saying that with confidence and not in a way for indictments. It's because I've had the chance to get to know all of us. So, I'm sorry that it feels like a violation. That is not the intent, at least from me standing here as a sponsor. But I do highly respect the boundaries of this nation's founding document, which, by the way, was fought for with blood, sweat, and tears and death so that I could stand here to say this to you in 2023 from 1776. And even with that, I find that it is worth pushing for the aspirations of the perfection of this country while acknowledging we are not there. And as much as I might disagree, I am willing to say, let us find something in between, because we all need to believe in this. And so I know that we have found consternation, but for what it's worth, I am willing to talk about what we can do moving forward, as so many people are. So please, members, and I would even go so far as to say family, and if that's not how everybody feels, I apologize, but as far as I'm concerned, my care is for you. But together we can find something, and we have found that there is consensus for this. So thank you again for listening, members. Thank you for the level of commitment to debating on this, which has also been fought for. But we can do something now. We can take that step, and I hope that we do.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Members, I too narrowly missed being touched by the Aurora Theater shooting. At the time of that shooting, I lived down Alameda Avenue, and that was our movie theater. And my ex-husband was scheduled to be in that theater. I don't remember what happened with him and a friend that they ended up not going, but I remember when we woke up the next morning realizing what we had missed. Extreme risk protection orders are an evidence-based approach to preventing suicide. This is a paper from the American Psychological Association. Suicide has become a national crisis, with rates increasing by more than 30% in half of U.S. states. Emerging evidence demonstrates that extreme risk protection order, ERPOs, laws have the potential to save lives and lower suicide rates while preserving an individual's due process and Second Amendment rights. ERPOs are state laws that provide communities and law enforcement with an opportunity to petition the courts to intervene and temporarily remove a firearm from an individual who is a possible risk to themselves or others without legal repercussions. In fact, data shows almost 80% of individuals suffering from suicidal thoughts show warning signs emphasizing the need for prevention measures that can intervene early when risk is detected. Currently, there are 19 states plus the District of Columbia that have ERPO laws in place. The various jurisdictions for each state allow for multiple groups of people to file for an ERPO, such as family members and law enforcement. Suicide attempts made with a firearm have been shown to be fatal in 90% of individuals. A large amount of research has linked higher suicide rates in states with higher firearm ownership per household. Past research has identified states with ERPO laws as having lower gun-related suicide rates. About 90% of individuals contemplating suicide by firearm will not choose another lethal mean if the firearm is unavailable. An average of 70% of suicides are carried out less than an hour from when the individual decides to attempt suicide. Individuals who are at risk for suicide can typically pass a background check in order to obtain a firearm. A study in 2019 examining the effect of ERPO laws in Indiana showed one life being saved from suicide for every 10 gun removals. A Connecticut study's analysis examining over 700 gun removals between 1999 and 2013 found that for every 10 to 20 firearms removed by implementation of an ERPO, there was one suicide-related death avoided. There is an increased need for medical professionals to be adequately trained in identifying suicide risk. Many providers do not feel comfortable inquiring about firearm possession due to lack of knowledge of the benefits of ERPOs or not wanting to discomfort their patients. Moreover, a study found that 55% of patients with suicidal thoughts or attempts were not assessed for firearm access before release. The recommendations from this article from the American Psychological Association are: ERPO laws should be enacted in all 50 states and territories in the United States. Congress should expand federal funding for gun violence prevention research at the Department of Justice and the National Institutes of Health. Moreover, research on ERPO laws should be funded to assess their implementation as well as their impacts on preventing suicide, homicide, and other acts of violence, as well as protecting gun owners' rights. APA recommends increased state and federal funding to enact and implement ERPO laws throughout the nation. The Department of Justice should implement a national strategy to provide states with ERPO technical assistance and support, including psychology-informed, evidence-based training of judges and court employees on suicide and ERPO laws. Additional funding should be made available for training for healthcare providers on assessing suicide risk, intervening, and the benefits of ERPO laws. This is from the American Psychological Association members. I do request your aye vote on this bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Repeal and reenact with amendments. Page 2, lines 2 and 3. That's how this bill starts out. Why? Because in 2019, the majority, just like today, decided it was appropriate to infringe upon the rights of the minority. And so there's a court case pending, a court case that could take out the underlying ERPO law. And so this law is necessary to be framed in this way in order to ensure that the court can intervene, in order to ensure that this law continues. And dare I say, in order to ensure that the public outside of this building doesn't understand what the tyranny of the majority looks like. Repeal and reenact, because we infringe upon minority rights. Minority rights which so many people in this room run on to protect.
Representative Luck,
It is repeal and reenact, Mr. Chair, and that is what
Representative
I'm
Luck,
speaking to.
excuse me for one moment, please.
Yes.
I'll give you a chance to make your case, but I would like to finish my sentence first. I think that you're close and you're still within the scope of the bill, but please make sure that you're remembering that the debate is about the content of the bill. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Repeal and reenact. Repeal and reenact a statute that is designed to take rights. To take rights from people who have not yet done anything. They haven't done anything. It's a thought crime that makes them susceptible to violence, that makes them susceptible to harm. So often in the world, the Second Amendment is framed as a love of guns. In fact, members of my party often hear from anti-Second Amendment folks, you love your guns more than you love life. But the truth is that the Second Amendment is a corollary to the right to life. It is necessary in order to preserve and protect life. This body has a duty to secure our rights, has a duty to secure and protect the right to life. Now, that right doesn't come from this body. Because despite some beliefs, government is not God. It is not the ultimate authority. Our right to life is derived from God. Our right to defend our life is derived from God. With each tragedy we hear, we have to do something. Quick, we have to do something. No, ladies and gentlemen, we have to do the right thing. And time after time, bodies like ours across this nation pass laws that make victims more vulnerable to harm. Time after time. We leave the innocent more vulnerable. These laws, they don't restrict the law-breaking parties in our society. We see that. When we look at those who are committing these crimes so often, they've broken all the laws. In fact, the stats that I have suggest that less than 7% of crime is committed with legally purchased firearms. No. What we tend to do in these types of bills is restrict the law-abiding, which again is proven by the data that my party showed in suggesting that more than, 2/3 of the ERPO that have already been issued in the last few years were overturned as unsubstantiated. They give us a false sense of doing something, and all the while they fail to do the right thing. We're not here talking about family breakdown and how the lack of fatherlessness contributes to the violence in our communities. We don't talk about the fact that so many of the mass shooters are coming from homes without fathers. We don't talk root causes. That's an uncomfortable space. No, we cover up with this kind of thing. Well, if we just take their weapons, well, how many times have we seen people have their weapons taken? The El Paso County Sheriff's Office, they issued a statement after the Club Q, after they were able to come forth with information they have to show that they took weapons from the assailant, and they didn't return them. We all care about the innocent. I agree with the Assistant Majority Leader on that. That is not the question. We do not want harm. The question is, how do we best protect them? How do we best protect them? Yes, there have been an increase in purchases of guns. Why? Well, maybe we should look at other policies we're implementing. There's a claim that we have an increase in guns because we somehow distrust one another. Maybe we have reason to. Did you know that estimates of defensive gun use, while they vary, the most trusted studies estimate that more than 2.5 million Americans use a firearm to protect themselves or others every single year. And in over 90% of those cases, they just brandish it, which means all they have to do is show that they have it, and people leave. 2.5 million every year. That's 200,000 every month, 7,000 every day, 300 every hour, 5 every minute, and 1 about every 12 seconds. If that is shocking or unusual to anyone's experience, it really shouldn't be. Nor should we automatically dismiss the tools needed by those living in less safe areas to be protected. But even if that doesn't qualify, we can talk about how here in Denver, an urban area with a fast response time compared to some parts of Colorado, including parts of my district, it can take about 15 minutes on a priority call before the police will arrive. 15 minutes when there is an active shooter, 15 minutes when seconds count. And yet here we are talking about a bill that enables folks to be left defenseless. We had a number of things to discuss on this bill. There are areas in this bill that we really need to flush out. For instance, why is it that some of the individuals that can file these petition orders have to have an actual relationship with the respondent, and some of them do not? Why is that fair? Why is it that we have different standards in here? Why do we have it for 365 days, and not a shorter time frame? We could and should have had an opportunity to go through all of these different sections. And yet, we weren't able to, unfortunately. We weren't able to. We weren't able to have that conversation, which is unfortunate because, while some might see the conversation as time wasting, as interrupting of schedules, Some of us believe that we were engaging in principled dialogue, in discourse, the thing that we are supposed to be doing, vetting policy. Vetting policy. We were encouraged that there was a desire to let us all come together and find something in between where we can all agree. Well, that's quite challenging when the amendments we put forth aren't accepted, either on screen or off screen, and when debate is truncated. It leaves things feeling pretty shallow, pretty hollow, I should say. Extreme risk protection order. You know, there was a story coming out of Maryland where a niece was disgruntled, didn't really care for the politics of her uncle, and so she filed one of these against him. The rest of the family said, hey, you know what, he's fine. Yeah, he's a passionate and outspoken sort, but he was a harm to nobody. And when they came to collect his weapons, resulted in an altercation that resulted in his death. One of my colleagues pointed out some data about law enforcement prior to ERPO and after, and showed that actually felonious death of police officers increased quite substantially after the 2019 law was introduced. He thought that there was a correlation there. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that there would be that kind of pushback. It's also interesting that in 2018, the ACLU came out against these types of bills. That's right, the American Civil Liberties Union came out against red flag in 2018. Quote, they were deeply concerned about its breadth, its impact on civil liberties, and the precedent it sets for the use of coercive measures against individuals, not because they are alleged to have committed any crime, but because somebody believes they might someday commit one. As with this bill, with the issuance of an order, police would have broad authority to search an individual's home. That's one of the amendments we were looking at bringing, to say that actually we would allow the people to surrender it, and only if there was probable cause to believe that they hadn't surrendered all of them, that a search warrant would be issued. Not that it would just be granted as part of the process, to allow people to be further violated in their person and their property. Again, the ACLU said that these kinds of orders could be issued without any evidence that the person ever committed or has ever threatened to commit an act of violence with a firearm. They said this kind of legislation allows a court to intervene in potentially major and intrusive ways on a person's liberty and property interests without any indication, much less suggestion, that the person has engaged in any criminal court, or even that he or she may do so imminently. In that regard, the bill places judges in the unenviable, indeed impossible position of trying to predict who may or may not become a mass murderer, which is quite a lot of pressure, especially when we know what happens in the press when such things take place and people say, well, they knew and they should have done something. So many judges could be pressured to issue an ERPO even without the fullness of the standard. For wouldn't it be better to violate the rights of one in order to prevent the possible harm of others and of the reputation or career of that judge? Did you know more violence is committed with your hands and your feet? It's true. Look it up. More instances of violence happen with someone's hands by a staggering amount. Similarly, knives. Look at what's going on in the UK and EU right now. They're banning them because they've already banned guns, but lo and behold, they still have crime. Why? Because it's a heart issue. It's a heart issue. Because we have so cultivated a culture of death, a culture of hatred towards each other, a culture of villainization towards each other. We are not dealing with the root causes. We're dealing with those things that, again, make us feel good because we do something. Not something that is effective. We've had that conversation briefly. These aren't. No. We don't want to deal with those hard places because it is a challenge. It's a challenge for all of us. Even today, I've had some conversations, spoken some words that are not consistent with my normal character, harbored a hardness in my own heart. How quickly that transfers into action in communities that cultivate that and don't model other things. Repeal and reenact with amendments. Repeal and reenact. The fears that have been spoken today about this bill and the abuses of it, one could make parallels to why the repeal and reenact with amendments language is there. Could make parallels to a vote that was just taken. When we look at each other as obstacles to our own goals, when we look at each other as people that aren't worth anything, we find ourselves in situations where bills like this are necessary. So why not here in this body we model what it looks like to have conversation even with people we disagree with, even when it takes longer than we think it should. Mr. Chair, in honor of those who fought in 2019, in honor of that court case, in honor of the minority, I ask that this bill be read at length.
There has been a request that the bill be read at length at 6:53 p.m.
A bill for an act. 101 concerning extreme risk protection orders. Bill summary. Summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill repeals and reenacts the statutory article related to extreme risk protection orders. Under current law, a family or household member and a law enforcement officer or agency can petition for an extreme risk protection order. The bill expands the list of who can petition for an extreme risk protection order to include licensed medical care providers, licensed mental health care providers, licensed educators, and district attorneys. The bill requires the Office of Gun Violence Prevention to expand. Senate third reading unamended March 13, 2023. Senate amended second reading March 10, 2023. Senate sponsorship Sullivan and Fenberg, Fields, Jaquez Lewis, Coker, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Ginal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica, Rodriguez, Winter F., Zenzinger. House sponsorship Bacon and Weissman, Bosnecker, Duran, Froelich, Garcia, Jode, Joseph, Kip, Parenti, Vigil, Woodrow. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Funds annually on a public education campaign regarding the availability of, and the process for requesting, an extreme risk protection order. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, repeal and reenact, 3 with amendments, Article 14.5 of Title 13 as follows, for 13-14.5-101. Short title. The short title of this Article 14.55 is the Deputy Zachary Parish 3 Violence Prevention Act. 613-14.5-102. Definitions. As used in this Article 14.5, unless 7 the context otherwise clearly requires. 8. 1. Community member means a licensed health, care 9 professional, or mental health professional who, through a 10 direct professional relationship, provided care to the 11 respondent or the respondent's child within 6 months before 12 requesting the protection order, or an educator who, through 13 a direct professional relationship, interacted with the 14 respondent or the respondent's child within 6 months before 15 requesting the protection order. 16. 2. Educator means a teacher employed to instruct 17 students or a school administrator in a school district private. 18. School, charter school institute, or an individual charter 19 school, or a faculty member at an institution of higher 20 education. 21. 3. Extreme risk protection order means either a 22 temporary order or a continuing order granted pursuant to this 23 Article 14.5. 24. 4. Faculty member means a president, dean, professor, 25 administrator, instructor, or research worker at an institution. 2. 170. 1 of higher education. 2. 5. Family or household member means, with respect to 3. A respondent, any. 4. A. Person related by blood, marriage, or adoption to the 5 respondent. 6. B. Person who has a child in common with the respondent. 7. Regardless of whether such person has been married to the 8 respondent or has lived together with the respondent at any 9 time. 10. C. Person who regularly resides or regularly resided 11 with the respondent within the last 6 months. 12. D. Domestic partner of the respondent. 13. E. Person who has a biological or legal parent-child. 14. Relationship with the respondent, including stepparents, and 15. Stepchildren and grandparents and grandchildren. 16. F. Person who is acting or has acted as the respondent. 17. Legal guardian. And 18. G. Person in any other relationship described in Section 1918-6-800.3.2 with the respondent. 26. Firearm has the same meaning as in Section 18-1-90121.3h. 22. 7. Law enforcement officer means a peace officer that. 23 is. 24. A. Employed by a political subdivision of the state, and 25. Certified by the P.O.S.T. Board pursuant to Section 16-2.5-102. 26. B. Authorized by Section 16-2.5-113, when assistance is 27 requested by an individual or entity pursuant to Section 3. 170. 124-33.5-412, 2, C, authorized by Section 16-2.5-114, and who interacted 3 with the respondent in the scope of the law enforcement for officers' official duties. 5, D, employed by a district attorney, designated by a 6th district attorney, and authorized by Section 16-2.5-132 or 716-2.5-133. 8, E, employed by the Department of Law, designated by the 9 Attorney General, and authorized by Section 16-2.5-128, 1016-2.5-129, or 16-2.5-130, 11F. Authorized by Section 16-2.5-136, 16-2.5-137, or 1216-2.5-138, 13, G. Authorized by Section 16-2.5-120, or 14, H. Authorized by Section 16-2.5-149. 15. 8. Licensed healthcare professional means a school 16 nurse who holds a current nursing license through the 17 Department of Regulatory Agencies, and who has applied for or 18 holds a special services license from the Department of 19 Education pursuant to Article 60.5 of Title 22, or a physician, 20 physician assistant, or advanced practice registered nurse who. 21 is a primary provider of health services to a respondent. A. 22 psychiatrist, or a licensed emergency room medical care. 23 provider, licensed pursuant to Title 12. 24. 9. Mental health professional means a psychologist. 25. Licensed professional social worker, marriage and family. 26. Therapist, licensed professional counselor, or addiction. 27. Counselor licensed, registered, or certified pursuant to Article 4, 170. 1245 of Title 12, a psychologist candidate, clinical social worker 2 candidate, marriage and family therapist candidate, licensed 3 professional counselor candidate, or addiction counselor for candidate registered pursuant to Section 12-245-3043, 512-245-4044, 12-245-5044, 12-245-6044, or 12-245-8043.7, 6 respectively. A school counselor who holds a Special Services 7 provider license with a school counselor endorsement issued 8 pursuant to Article 60.5 of Title 22 or who is otherwise endorsed 9 or accredited by a national association to provide school 10 counseling services, school psychologist license pursuant to 11 Section 22-60.5-210, school social worker has obtained the 12 special services license with social work endorsement issued 13 pursuant to Article 60.5 of Title 22, or an unlicensed 14 psychotherapist registered pursuant to Section 12-245-703. 15. 10. Petitioner means the person who petitions for an 16. Extreme risk protection order pursuant to this Article 14.5. 17. 11. Respondent means the person who is identified as the 18 respondent in a petition filed pursuant to this Article 14.5. 19. 13-14.5-103. Temporary extreme risk protection orders. 21. A family or household member of the respondent, a 21 community member, or a law enforcement officer or agency may 22nd request a temporary extreme risk protection order without 23 notice to the respondent by including in the petition for the 24 extreme risk protection order an affidavit, signed under OATH 25 and penalty of perjury, supporting the issuance of a temporary 26 extreme risk protection order that sets forth the facts, tending 27 TO establish the grounds of the petition. Or the reason for. 5. 170. 1. Believing they exist and, if the petitioner is a family or 2 household member or community member, attesting that the 3 petitioner is a family or household member or community for member. The petition must comply with the requirements of 5 Section 13-14.5-1043. If the petitioner is a law enforcement 6 officer or law enforcement agency, the law enforcement officer 7 or law enforcement agency shall concurrently file a sworn 8 affidavit for a search warrant pursuant to Section 16-3-301.5-9 search for any firearms in the possession or control of the 10 respondent at a location or locations to be named in the 11 warrant. If a petition filed pursuant to Section 27-65-106 is also 12 filed against the respondent, a court of competent jurisdiction may 13th hear that petition at the same time as the hearing for a 14 temporary extreme risk protection order or the hearing for a 15 continuing extreme risk protection order. 16. B. Notwithstanding any provision of law to the 17. Contrary, a licensed healthcare professional or mental health. 18. Professional authorized to file a petition for a temporary 19 extreme risk protection order, upon filing the petition for a 20 temporary extreme risk protection order, is authorized to 21 disclose protected health information of the respondent as 22 necessary for the full investigation and disposition of the 23 request for a temporary extreme risk protection order. When 24 disclosing protected health information, the licensed 25 healthcare professional or mental health professional shall 26 make reasonable efforts to limit protected health information 27 to the minimum necessary to accomplish the filing of the 6. 170. 1. Petition. Upon receipt of a petition by a licensed healthcare 2 professional or mental health professional, and for good cause 3 shown, the court may issue orders to obtain any records or for documents relating to diagnosis, prognosis, or treatment, and 5 clinical records of the respondent as necessary for the full 6 investigation and disposition of the petition for a temporary 7 extreme risk protection order. The court shall seal all records 8 and other health information received that contain protected 9 health information. The decision of a licensed healthcare 10 professional or mental health professional to disclose or not 11 to disclose records or documents relating to the diagnosis, 12 prognosis, or treatment, and clinical records of a respondent, 13 when made reasonably and in good faith, shall not be the basis 14 for any civil, administrative, or criminal liability with respect 15 to the licensed healthcare professional or licensed mental 16 health professional. 17. 2. In considering whether to issue a temporary extreme 18 risk protection order pursuant to this section, the court shall 19 consider all relevant evidence, including the evidence described 20 in Section 13-14.5-105-3. 21. 3. If a court finds by a preponderance of the evidence 22 that, based on the evidence presented pursuant to Section 2313-14.5-105-3, the respondent poses a significant risk of causing 24 personal injury to self or others in the near future by having in 25 the respondent's custody or control a firearm, or by purchasing, 26 possessing, or receiving a firearm, the court shall issue a 27 temporary extreme risk protection order. 7. 170. 1-4. The court shall hold a temporary extreme risk to protection order hearing in person, or by telephone on the day 3 the petition is filed, or on the court day immediately following for the day the petition is filed. The court may schedule a hearing by 5 telephone pursuant to local court rule to reasonably 6 accommodate a disability or, in exceptional circumstances, to 7 protect a petitioner from potential harm. The court shall 8 require assurances of the petitioner's identity before 9 conducting a telephonic hearing. A copy of the telephone 10 hearing must be provided to the respondent prior to the hearing 11 for an extreme risk protection order. 1205A, in accordance with Section 13-14.5-105, 1, the Court 13 shall schedule a hearing within 14 days after the 14 issuance of a temporary extreme risk protection order TO 15 determine if a 364-day extreme risk 16 protection order should be issued pursuant to this Article 14.5. 17 notice of that hearing date must be included with the 18 temporary extreme risk protection order that is served on the 19 respondent. The court shall provide notice of the hearing date 20 to the petitioner. 21B, any temporary extreme risk protection order issued 22 expires on the date and time of the hearing on the extreme risk 23 protection order petition, or the withdrawal of the petition. 24.6, a temporary extreme risk protection order must 25 include 26. A statement of the grounds asserted for the order. 27B, the date and time the order was issued. -8, 170. 1C, the date and time the order expires. 2D, the address of the court in which any responsive 3 pleading should be filed. 4E, the date and time of the scheduled hearing. 5F, the requirements for surrender of firearms pursuant 6 to Section 13-14.5-108, and 7G, the following statement. 8 to the subject of this temporary extreme risk 9 protection order. This order is valid until the date 10 and time noted above. You may not have in your 11 custody or control a firearm or purchase, possess, 12 receive, or attempt to purchase or receive a firearm 13 while this order is in effect. You must immediately 14 surrender to the insert name of law enforcement 15 agency in the jurisdiction where the respondent 16 resides, all firearms in your custody or possession, 17, and any concealed carry permit issued to you. A 18 hearing will be held on the date and at the time 19 noted above to determine if an extreme risk 20 protection order should be issued. Failure to appear. 21 at that hearing may result in a court entering an 22 order against you that is valid for 323/64 days. An attorney will be appointed to 24 represent you, or you may seek the advice of your 25 own attorney at your own expense as to any matter 26 connected with this order. 27.7, a law enforcement officer shall serve a temporary. -9, 170. 1 extreme risk protection order concurrently with the notice of 2 hearing and petition, and a notice that includes referrals to 3 appropriate resources, including domestic violence, behavioral for health, and counseling resources, in the same manner as 5 provided for in Section 13-14.5-105 for service of the notice of 6 hearing where the respondent resides. 7.8a, if the court issues a temporary extreme risk 8 protection order, the court shall state the particular reasons 9 for the court's issuance. 10b, if the court declines to issue a temporary extreme risk 11 protection order, the court shall state the particular reasons 12 for the court's denial. 13-14.5-104. Petition for extreme risk protection order. 14.1a, a petition for an extreme risk protection order may be 15 filed by a family or household member of the respondent, a 16 community member, or a law enforcement officer or agency. If 17 the petition is filed by a law enforcement officer or agency, a 18 county or city attorney shall represent the officer or agency. 19 in any judicial proceeding upon request. If the petition is filed by 20 a family or household member or community member, the 21 petitioner, to the best of the petitioner's ability, shall notify the 22 law enforcement agency in the jurisdiction where the 23 respondent resides of the petition, and the hearing date with 24 enough advance notice to allow for participation, or 25 attendance. Upon the filing of a petition, the court shall appoint 26 an attorney to represent the respondent, and the court shall 27 include the appointment in the notice of hearing provided to the -10-170. 1 respondent pursuant to Section 13-14.5-105, 1a. The respondent may second replace the attorney with an attorney of the respondent's 3 own selection at any time at the respondent's own expense. The 4 court shall pay the attorney fees for an attorney appointed for 5 the respondent. 6b, notwithstanding any provision of law to the 7 contrary, a licensed healthcare professional or mental health aid professional authorized to file a petition for an extreme risk 9 protection order. Upon filing the petition for an extreme risk 10 protection order, is authorized to disclose protected health 11 information of the respondent as necessary for the full 12 investigation and disposition of the petition for an extreme risk 13 protection order. When disclosing protected health 14 information, the licensed healthcare professional or mental 15 health professional shall make reasonable efforts to limit 16 protected health information to the minimum necessary to 17 accomplish the filing of the request. Upon receipt of a petition by 18 a licensed healthcare professional or mental health 19 professional, and for good cause shown, the court may issue 20 orders to obtain any records or documents relating to 21 diagnosis, prognosis, or treatment, and clinical records of the 22 respondent as necessary for the full investigation, and 23 disposition of the petition for an extreme risk protection order. 24 the court shall seal all records and other health information 25 received that contain protected health information. The 26 decision of a licensed healthcare professional or mental 27 health professional to disclose or not to disclose records or -11 170 1 documents relating to the diagnosis, prognosis, or treatment, 2 and clinical records of a respondent, when made reasonably, and 3 in good faith, must not be the basis for any civil, administrative, or criminal liability with respect to the licensed healthcare 5 professional or mental health professional. 6.2. A petition for an extreme risk protection order must 7 be filed in the county where the respondent resides. 8.3. A petition must 9a. allege that the respondent poses a significant risk of 10 causing personal injury to self or others by having in the 11 respondent's custody or control a firearm, or by purchasing, 12 possessing, or receiving a firearm, and must be accompanied by an 13 affidavit, signed under oath and penalty of perjury, stating the 14 specific statements, actions, or facts that give rise to a 15 reasonable fear of future dangerous acts by the respondent. 16b. Identify the number, types, and locations of any 17 firearms the petitioner believes to be in the respondent's current 18. Ownership, possession, custody, or control. 19. C. Identify whether the respondent is required to possess, 20 carry, or use a firearm as a condition of the respondent's 21 current employment. 22D. Identify whether there is a known existing domestic 23 abuse protection order or emergency protection order 20 for governing the petitioner or respondent. 25. E. Identify whether there is a pending lawsuit, complaint, 26 petition, or other action between the parties to the petition. And 27. F. If the petitioner is not a law enforcement agency. -12 170. 1. Identify whether the petitioner informed a local law 2 enforcement agency regarding the respondent. 3. 4. The court shall verify the terms of any existing order for identified pursuant to subsection 3d of this section governing 5 the parties. The court may not delay granting relief because of 6. The existence of a pending action between the parties. A petition 7 for an extreme risk protection order may be granted whether or 8 not there is a pending action between the parties. 9.5. If the petition states the disclosure of the petitioner's 10 address would risk harm to the petitioner or any member of the 11 petitioner's family or household, the petitioner's address may be 12 omitted from all documents filed with the court. If the 13 petitioner has not disclosed an address pursuant to this section, 14 the petitioner must designate an alternative address, at which 15 the respondent may serve notice of any motions. If the petitioner 16 is a law enforcement officer or agency, the address of record 17 must be that of the law enforcement agency. 18. 6. A court or public agency shall not charge a fee for 19 filing or service of process to a petitioner seeking relief. 20. Pursuant to this Article 14.5. A petitioner or respondent must be 21 provided the necessary number of certified copies, forms, and 22 instructional brochures free of charge. 23. 7. A person is not required to post a bond to obtain relief. 24. In any proceeding pursuant to this section. 25. 8. The district and county courts of the state of 26 Colorado have jurisdiction over proceedings pursuant to this 27 Article 14.5. 13, 170. 113-14.5-105. Hearings on petition, grounds for order issuance. 2.1a. Upon filing of the petition, the court shall order a 3 hearing to be held and provide a notice of hearing to the 4 respondent. The court must provide the notice of the hearing number 5 later than 1 court day after the date of the extreme risk 6 protection order petition. The court may schedule a hearing by 7 telephone pursuant to local court rule to reasonably 8 accommodate a disability or, in exceptional circumstances, to 9 protect a petitioner from potential harm. The court shall 10 require assurances of the petitioner's identity before 11 conducting a telephonic hearing. 12b. Before the next court day, the court clerk shall 13 forward a copy of the notice of hearing and petition to the law 14 enforcement agency in the jurisdiction where the respondent 15 resides for service upon the respondent. 16c. A copy of the notice of hearing and petition must be 17. Served upon the respondent in accordance with the rules for 18. Service of process as provided in Rule 4 of the Colorado Rules of 19 Civil Procedure, or Rule 304 of the Colorado Rules of County 20 Court Civil Procedure. Service issued pursuant to this Section 21 takes precedence over the service of other documents, unless 22 the other documents are of a similar emergency nature. 23d. The court may, as provided in Section 13-14.5-103, issue 24 a temporary extreme risk protection order pending the hearing 25 ordered pursuant to subsection 1a of this section. The 26 temporary extreme risk protection order must be served 27 concurrently with the notice of hearing and petition. 14, 170. 1. 2. Upon hearing the matter, if the court finds by clear 2 and convincing evidence based on the evidence presented 3 pursuant to subsection 3 of this section, that the respondent foroposes a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or 5 others by having in the respondent's custody or control a 6 firearm or by purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm. The 7 court shall issue an extreme risk protection order for a period 8 of 364 days. 9.3. In determining whether grounds for an extreme risk 10 protection order exist, the court may consider any relevant 11 evidence, including but not limited to any of the following. 12a. A recent ACT or credible threat of violence by the 13 respondent against self or others, whether or not such violence 14 or credible threat of violence involves a firearm. 15b. A pattern of acts or credible threats of violence by 16 the respondent within the past year, including but not limited to 17 acts or credible threats of violence by the respondent against 18 self or others. 19. C. A violation by the respondent of a civil protection 20 order issued pursuant to Article 14 of this Title 13. 21. D. A previous or existing extreme risk protection order 22 issued against the respondent and a violation of a previous or 23 existing extreme risk protection order. 24. E. A conviction of the respondent for a crime that 25 included an underlying factual basis of domestic violence AS 26 defined in Section 18-6-800.3. 1. 27. F. The respondent's ownership, access to, or intent to. 15. 170. 1. Possess a firearm. 2. G. A credible threat of or the unlawful or reckless use 3 of a firearm by the respondent. 4. H. The history of use, attempted use, or threatened use of 5. Unlawful physical force by the respondent against another 6 person, or the respondent's history of stalking another person. 7. As described in Section 18-3-602. 8I. Any prior arrest of the respondent for a crime listed 9 IN Section 24-4.1-302, 1, or Section 18-9-202. 10 J. Evidence of the respondent's abuse of controlled 11 substances or alcohol. 12 K. Whether the respondent is required to possess, carry, 13, or use a firearm as a condition of the respondent's current 14 employment, and 15 L. Evidence of recent acquisition of a firearm or 16 ammunition by the respondent. 17 4. The court may 18. A. Examine under oath the petitioner, the respondent, and 19. Any witnesses they may produce, or, in lieu of examination, 20. Consider sworn affidavits of the petitioner, the respondent, and 21. Any witnesses they may produce, and 22b. Request that the Colorado Bureau of Investigation 23 conduct a criminal history record check related to the 24 respondent, and provide the results to the court under seal. 25.5. The court shall allow the petitioner and respondent 26 to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses, and be 27 represented by an attorney at the hearing. 16. 170. 1.6. In a hearing pursuant to this Article 14.5, the rules of 2 evidence apply to the same extent as in a civil protection order 3 proceeding pursuant to Article 14 of this Title 13. 4.7. During the hearing, the court shall consider any 5 available mental health evaluation or chemical dependency 6 evaluation provided to the court. 7.8a. Before issuing an extreme risk protection order, the 8th court shall consider whether the respondent meets the 9 standard for a court-ordered evaluation for persons with 10 mental health disorders pursuant to Section 27-65-106. If the 11th court determines that the respondent meets the standard, then 12 in addition to issuing an extreme risk protection order, the 13th court shall order mental health treatment and evaluation for teen authorized pursuant to Section 27-65-106 4d. 15b. Before issuing an extreme risk protection order, the 16th court shall consider whether the respondent meets the 17 standard for an emergency commitment pursuant to Section 1827-81-111. If the court determines that the respondent meets the 19 standard, then, in addition to issuing an extreme risk protection 20 order, the court shall order an emergency commitment 21 pursuant to Section 27-81-111. 22.9. An extreme risk protection order must include 23a. A statement of the grounds supporting the issuance of 20 for the order. 25b. The date and time the order was issued. 26c. The date and time the order expires. 27d. The address of the court in which any responsive 17. 170. 1. Pleading should be filed. 2e. The requirements for relinquishment of a firearm, and 3. Concealed carry permit pursuant to Section 13-14.5-108. And for f. The following statement. 5. To the subject of this extreme risk protection 6 order, this order will last until the date and time 7 noted above. If you have not done so already, you 8 must immediately surrender any firearms in your 9 custody, control, or possession and any concealed 10 carry permit issued to you. You may not have in 11 your custody or control a firearm or purchase, 12 possess, receive, or attempt to purchase or receive 13 a firearm while this order is in effect. You have the 14 right to request 1 hearing to terminate this 15 order during the period that this order is in effect, 16 starting from the date of this order and continuing 17 through any renewals. You may seek the advice of 18, an attorney, as to any matter connected with this 19 order. 20.10. when the court issues an extreme risk protection. 21 order, the court shall inform the respondent that the 22 respondent is entitled to request termination of the order in the 23 manner prescribed by section 13-14.5-107. The court shall 24 provide the respondent with a form to request a termination 25 hearing. 26(11)(a), if the court issues an extreme risk protection 27 order, the court shall state the particular reasons for the -18(170). 1 court's issuance. 2b, if the court denies the issuance of an extreme risk 3 protection order, the court shall state the particular reasons for the court's denial. 5(12), if the court denies the issuance of an extreme risk 6 protection order, but ordered a temporary extreme risk 7 protection order, and a law enforcement agency took custody 8 of the respondent's concealed carry permit, or the respondent 9 surrendered the respondent's concealed carry permit as a 10 result of the temporary extreme risk protection order, the 11 sheriff who issued the concealed carry permit shall reissue the 12 concealed carry permit to the respondent within 3 days at 13. No charge to the respondent. 14(13), if the court issues an extreme risk protection order 15, and the petitioner is a law enforcement officer or agency, or 16 community member, the petitioner shall make a good faith 17 effort to provide notice of the order to a family or household. 18 member of the respondent, and to any known third party who may 19th be at direct risk of violence. The notice must include 20 referrals to appropriate resources, including domestic violence, 21 behavioral health and counseling resources. 2213-14.5-106. Service of Protection Orders. 1. An extreme 23 risk protection order issued pursuant to section 13-14.5-105 must 24 be served personally upon the respondent, except as otherwise 25 provided in this Article 14.5. 26(2). The law enforcement agency in the jurisdiction where 27 the respondent resides shall serve the respondent personally. 19(170). 1(3), the court clerk shall forward a copy of the extreme 2 risk protection order issued pursuant to this Article 14.5 on or 3 before the next court day to the law enforcement agency for specified in the order for service. Service of an order issued 5 pursuant to this Article 14.5 takes precedence over the service 6 of other documents, unless the other documents are of a similar 7 emergency nature. 8(4), if the law enforcement agency cannot complete 9 service upon the respondent within 5 days, the law 10 enforcement agency shall notify the petitioner. The petitioner 11 shall then provide any additional information regarding the 12 respondents' whereabouts to the law enforcement agency to 13 effect service. The law enforcement agency may request 14 additional time to allow for the proper and safe planning, and 15 execution of the court order. 16(5), if an extreme risk protection order entered by the 17 court states that the respondent appeared in person before the 18 court, the necessity for further service is waived and proof of 19 service of that order is not necessary. 26. Returns of service pursuant to this Article 14.5 must 21 be made in accordance with the applicable court rules. 22(7). If the respondent is a veteran, and there are any 23 criminal charges against the respondent that result from the 24 service or enforcement of the extreme risk protection order, the 25 judge shall refer the case to a veterans court if the jurisdiction 26 has a veterans court, and the charges are veterans court 27 eligible. 20(170). 113-14.5-107. Termination or renewal of protection orders. 2(1). Termination. A. The respondent may submit 1 written 3 request for a hearing to terminate an extreme risk protection for order issued pursuant to this Article 14.5 for the period that the 5 order is in effect. Upon receipt of the request for a hearing to 6 terminate an extreme risk protection order, the court shall set 7 a date for a hearing. Notice of the request and date of hearing 8 must be served on the petitioner in accordance with the 9 Colorado Rules of Civil Procedure or Colorado Rules of County 10 Court Civil Procedure, that the court shall set the hearing 11 days after the filing of the request for a hearing to terminate 12 an extreme risk protection order. The court shall terminate the 13 extreme risk protection order if the respondent establishes by 14 clear and convincing evidence that the respondent no longer 15 poses a significant risk of causing personal injury to self or 16 others by having in the respondent's custody or control a 17 firearm or by purchasing, possessing, or receiving a firearm. The 18 court may consider any relevant evidence, including evidence 19 of the considerations listed in section 13-14.5-105(3). 20b. The court may continue the hearing if the court 21 determines that it cannot enter a termination order at the 22 hearing but determines that there is a strong possibility that 23 the court could enter a termination order at a future date 24 before the expiration of the extreme risk protection order. If 25 the court continues the hearing, the court shall set the date 26 for the next hearing prior to the date for the expiration of the 27 extreme risk protection order. 21(170). 1(2). Renewal. A, the court shall notify the petitioner of 2, the impending expiration of an extreme risk protection order 363 calendar days before the date that the order for expires. 5B, a petitioner, a family or household member of A6 respondent, a community member, or a law enforcement officer 7 or agency may, by motion, request a renewal of an extreme risk 8 protection order at any time within 63 calendar days 9 before the expiration of the order. 10C, upon receipt of the motion TO renew, the court shall 11 order that a hearing be held not later than 14 days after 12 the filing of the motion TO renew. The court may schedule a 13 hearing by telephone in the manner prescribed by Section 13-14.5-105(1)A. The respondent must be personally served IN 15 the same manner prescribed by Section 13-14.5-105(1)B and 16(1)C. 17D, in determining whether TO renew an extreme risk 18 protection order issued pursuant to this section, the court shall 19. Consider all relevant evidence and follow the same procedure 20 as provided in Section 13-14.5-105. 21E, if the court finds by clear and convincing evidence 22 that, based on the evidence presented pursuant to Section 2313-14.5-105, 3, the respondent continues TO pose a significant 24 risk of causing personal injury TO self or others by having in the 25 respondent's custody or control a firearm, or by purchasing, 26 possessing, or receiving a firearm, the court shall renew the 27 order for a period of time the court deems appropriate, not 2-22-170. 1 exceed 1 year. In the order, the court shall set a return date 2 to review the order no later than 35 days prior to the 3 expiration of the order. However, if, after notice, the motion for renewal is uncontested and the petitioner seeks no modification 5 of the order may be renewed on the basis of the 6 petitioner's motion or affidavit, signed under oath and penalty 7 of perjury, stating that there has been no material change in 8 relevant circumstances since the entry of the order and stating 9 the reason for the requested renewal. 10.3. If an extreme risk protection order is terminated or 11 not renewed for any reason, the law enforcement agency 12 storing the respondent's firearms shall provide notice to the 13 respondent regarding the process for the return of the 14 firearms. 1513-14.5-108. Surrender of a firearm. 1A. Upon issuance of 16, an extreme risk protection order pursuant to this Article 14.5. 17. Including a temporary extreme risk protection order, the court 18 shall order the respondent to surrender all firearms by 19. I. Selling or transferring possession of the firearm to a 20 federally licensed firearms dealer described in 18 U.S.C. SEC 21-923, as amended, except that this provision must not be 22 interpreted to require any federally licensed firearms dealer 23 to purchase or accept possession of any firearm, 24-2, arranging for the storage of the firearm by a Law 25 enforcement agency. The law enforcement agency shall 26 preserve the firearm in a substantially similar condition that 27 the firearm was in when it was surrendered. If the respondent 23-170. 1 does not choose the option in subsection 1A I of this section, 2 a local law enforcement agency shall store the firearm. 3. Only for either an antique firearm, as defined in 18 for USC Sector 921 16, as amended, or a curio or relic, as defined 5 in 27 CFR 478.11, as amended, transferring possession of the 6 antique firearm or curio or relic to a relative who does not live 7 with the respondent after confirming, through a criminal 8 history record check, the relative is currently eligible to own 9 or possess a firearm under federal and state law. 10b. The court shall order the respondent to surrender 11 any concealed carry permit to the law enforcement officer 12 serving the extreme risk protection order. 13.2a. The law enforcement agency serving any extreme 14 risk protection order pursuant to this Article 14.5, including a 15 temporary extreme risk protection order in which the petitioner 16 was not a law enforcement agency or officer, shall request. 17. That the respondent immediately surrender all firearms in the 18 respondent's custody, control, or possession and any concealed 19 carry permit issued to the respondent and conduct any search 20 permitted by law for such firearms or permit. After the Law 21 enforcement agency or officer has custody of the firearms, the 22 respondent may inform the law enforcement officer of the 23 respondent's preference for sale, transfer, or storage of the 24 firearms as specified in subsection 1 of this section. If the 25 respondent elects to sell or transfer the firearms to a 26 federally licensed firearms dealer described in 18 U.S.C. SEC 27-923, as amended, the law enforcement officer or agency shall 24-170. 1. Maintain custody of the firearms until they are sold or 2 transferred pursuant to subsection 1A I of this section. The 3 law enforcement officer shall take possession of all firearms for and any such permit belonging to the respondent that are 5 surrendered, in plain sight, or discovered pursuant to a lawful 6 search. Alternatively, if personal service by the Law 7 enforcement agency is not possible, or not required because the 8 respondent was present at the Extreme Risk Protection Order 9 hearing, the respondent shall surrender the firearms and any 10 concealed carry permit within 24 hours after being 11 served with the order by alternate service, or within 24 hours after the hearing at which the respondent 13 was present. 14b. If the petitioner for an Extreme Risk Protection Order 15 is a law enforcement agency or officer, the law enforcement 16 officer serving the Extreme Risk Protection Order shall take 17 custody of the respondent's firearms pursuant to the search. 18 warrant for firearms possessed by a respondent in an Extreme 19 Risk Protection Order, as described in Section 16-3-301.5, if a 20 warrant was obtained. After the law enforcement agency or 21 officer has custody of the firearms, the respondent may inform 22 the law enforcement officer of the respondent's preference for 23 sale, transfer, or storage of the firearms as specified in Section 2413-14-105.54. The law enforcement officer shall request that 25 the respondent immediately surrender any concealed carry 26 permit issued to the respondent and conduct any search 27 permitted by law for the permit. 25-170. 1-3. At the time of surrender or taking custody pursuant to Section 16-3-301.5, a law enforcement officer taking 3 possession of a firearm or a concealed carry permit shall issue for a receipt identifying all firearms and any permit that have been 5 surrendered or taken custody of and provide a copy of the 6th receipt to the respondent. Within 72 hours after 7 service of the order, the officer serving the order shall file the 8 original receipt with the court and shall ensure that the 9 officers' law enforcement agency retains a copy of the receipt. 10 or if the officer did not take custody of any firearms, shall file 11 a statement to that effect with the court. 12-4. Upon the sworn statement or testimony of the 13 petitioner, or of any law enforcement officer alleging that 14, there is probable cause to believe the respondent has failed to 15 comply with the surrender of firearms or a concealed carry. 16 permit as required by an order issued pursuant to this article. (17) 14.5. The court shall determine whether probable cause exists to 18 believe that the respondent has failed to surrender all firearms 19, or a concealed carry permit in his or her custody, the 20 respondent's control, or possession. If probable cause exists, the 21 court shall issue a search warrant that states with 22 particularity the places to be searched and the items to be 23 taken into custody. 24 or 5. If a person other than the respondent claims title to 25 any firearms surrendered or taken custody of pursuant to 26 Section 16-3-301.5 pursuant to this section, and the Law 27 enforcement agency determines that the respondent is the 26-170. 1 lawful owner of the firearm shall be returned to the respondent if 3a. The firearm is removed from the respondent's custody for control or possession, and the lawful owner agrees to store 5 the firearm so that the respondent does not have access to or 6 control of the firearm, and 7b. The firearm is not otherwise unlawfully possessed by 8 the lawful owner. 9-6a. Within 48 hours after the issuance of an 10 Extreme Risk Protection Order, a respondent subject to the 11 order may either 12. File with the court that issued the order 1 or more 13 proofs of relinquishment or removal showing that all firearms 14 previously in the respondent's custody, control, or possession, 15, and any concealed carry permit issued to the respondent, were 16 relinquished or removed by a law enforcement agency, and 17 attest to the court that the respondent does not currently 18 have any firearms in the respondent's custody, control, or 19 possession, and does not currently have a concealed carry 20 permit, or 21, 2, attest to the court that 22a. At the time the order was issued, the respondent did 23 not have any firearms in the respondent's custody, control, or 24 possession and did not have a concealed carry permit, and 25b. The respondent does not currently have any firearms 26 in the respondent's custody, control, or possession and does not 27 currently have a concealed carry permit. 27-170. 1b. If 2 full court days have elapsed since the issuance 2 of an Extreme Risk Protection Order and the respondent has 3 made neither the filing and attestation pursuant to subsection 4(6)(a) of this section nor the attestations pursuant to 5 subsection 6(a)(2) of this section, the clerk of the court forsakes the court that issued the order shall inform the local Law 7 enforcement agency in the county in which the court is located 8 that the respondent has not filed the filing and attestation 9 pursuant to subsection 6(a) of this section, or the 10 attestations pursuant to subsection 6(a)(2) of this section. 11c. A local law enforcement agency that receives a 12 notification pursuant to subsection 6(b) of this section shall 13 make a good faith effort to determine whether there is evidence 14 that the respondent has failed to relinquish any firearm in the 15 respondent's custody, control, or possession or concealed. 16 carry permit issued to the respondent. 17.7. The Peace Officers Standards and Training Board shall 18 develop model policies and procedures by December 1, 2019. 19 regarding the acceptance, storage, and return of firearms. 20 required to be surrendered pursuant to this Article 14.5, or 21 taken custody of pursuant to Section 16-3-301.5, and shall 22 provide those model policies and procedures to all Law 23 enforcement agencies. Each law enforcement agency shall 24 adopt the model policies and procedures, or adopt their own 25 policies and procedures by January 1, 2020. 26. 13-14.5-109. Firearms, return, disposal. 1. If an extreme 27 risk protection order or temporary extreme risk protection. 28-170. 1 order is terminated or expires without renewal. A Law 2 enforcement agency holding any firearm that has been 3 surrendered pursuant TO Section 13-14.5-108 or taken custody of for pursuant TO Section 16-3-301.5, or a federally licensed firearms 5 dealer described IN 18 U.S.C. SEC 923, as amended, with custody 6 of a firearm, or a relative with custody of an antique firearm, or 7 curio, or relic pursuant TO Section 13-14.5-108, 1A3, must 8 return the firearm requested by respondent. Within 3 days 9 only after confirming, through a criminal history record check 10 performed pursuant to Section 24-33.5-424, that the respondent 11 is currently eligible to own or possess a firearm under federal 12 and state law, and after confirming with the court that the 13 extreme risk protection order has terminated or has expired 14, without renewal. 15. 2. Any firearm surrendered by a respondent pursuant to 16 Section 13-14.5-108 or taken custody of pursuant to Section 1716-3-301.5 that remains unclaimed by the lawful owner for at 18 least 1 year from the date the temporary extreme risk 19 protection order or extreme risk protection order expired, 20 whichever is later, shall be disposed of in accordance with the 21 law enforcement agency's policies and procedures for the 22 disposal of firearms in police custody. 23. 13-14.5-110. Reporting of extreme risk protection orders. 24. 1. The court clerk shall enter any extreme risk protection 25 order or temporary extreme risk protection order issued 26 pursuant to this Article 14.5 into a statewide judicial 27 information system on the same day the order is issued. 29. 170. 1. 2. The court clerk shall forward a copy of an extreme 2 risk protection order or temporary extreme risk protection 3 order issued pursuant to this Article 14.5 the same day the order 4 is issued to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and the Law 5 enforcement agency specified in the order. Upon receipt of the 6th copy of the order, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation shall 7 enter the order into the National Instant Criminal Background 8 check system, any other federal or state computer-based 9 systems used by law enforcement agencies or others to identify 10 prohibited purchasers of firearms, and any computer-based 11 criminal intelligence information system available in this state 12 used by law enforcement agencies. The order must remain in 13 each system for the period stated in the order, and the Law 14 enforcement agency shall only expunge orders from the 15 systems that have expired or terminated and shall promptly 16. Remove the expired or terminated orders. Entry into the 17 computer-based criminal intelligence information system is 18 notice to all law enforcement agencies of the existence of the 19 order. The order is fully enforceable in any county in the state. 23. The issuing court shall, within 3 court days after 21 issuance of an extreme risk protection order or a temporary 22 extreme risk protection order, forward all identifying 23 information the court has regarding the respondent, along with 24 the date the order is issued, to the county sheriff in the 25 jurisdiction where the respondent resides. Upon receipt of the 26 information, the county sheriff shall determine if the 27 respondent has a concealed carry permit. If the respondent does 30, 170. 1. Have a concealed carry permit, the issuing county sheriff shall 2 immediately revoke the permit. The respondent may reapply for 3. A concealed carry permit after the temporary extreme risk for protection order and extreme risk protection order, if ordered 5 are no longer in effect. 6. 4. If an extreme risk protection order is terminated 7 before its expiration date, the court clerk shall forward, on the 8th same day as the termination order, a copy of the termination 9 order to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation and the 10 appropriate law enforcement agencies specified in the termination 11 order. Upon receipt of the order, the Colorado Bureau of 12 Investigation and the law enforcement agency shall promptly 13 remove the order from any computer-based system in which IT 14 was entered pursuant to subsection 2 of this section. 15. 5. Upon the expiration of a temporary extreme risk 16 protection order or extreme risk protection order, the 17 Colorado Bureau of Investigation and the law enforcement 18 agency specified in the order shall promptly remove the order 19 from any computer-based system in which it was entered 20 pursuant to subsection 2 of this section. 21.6. An extreme risk protection order does not constitute 22A finding that a respondent is a prohibited person pursuant to 1823 U.S.C. Sector 922 D4 or G4. This subsection 6 does not alter 24A temporary extreme risk protection order or an extreme risk 25 protection order, and a respondent subject to a temporary 26 extreme risk protection order or an extreme risk protection 27 order is prohibited from possessing a firearm under state law. 31.170. 1. This subsection 6 does not change the duty to enter a 2 temporary extreme risk protection order or extreme risk 3 protection order into the appropriate databases pursuant to for this section. 513-14.5-111. Penalties. Any person who has in the person 6 custody, possession, or control a firearm, or purchases, 7 possesses, or receives a firearm with knowledge that the person 8 is prohibited from doing so by an extreme risk protection order 9 or temporary extreme risk protection order issued pursuant to 10. This Article 14.5 is guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor. 1113-14.5-112. Other authority retained. This Article 14.5 does 12 not affect the ability of a law enforcement officer to remove a 13 firearm or concealed carry permit from a person or conduct a 14 search and seizure for any firearm pursuant to other lawful 15 authority. 1613-14.5-113. Liability. 1. Except as provided in Section 1713-14.5-111, this Article 14.5 does not impose criminal, 18 administrative or civil liability on any person, including a 19 community member or entity for acts or omissions made in good 20 faith related to obtaining an extreme risk protection order, or 21 a temporary extreme risk protection order, including but not 22 limited to reporting, declining to report, investigating, 23 declining to investigate, filing, or declining to file a petition, 24 pursuant to this Article 14.5. This Article 14.5 does not impose 25 criminal or civil liability on a peace officer lawfully enforcing 26 an order pursuant to this Article 14.5. 27.2. A person who files a malicious or false petition for a 32.170. 1 temporary extreme risk protection order or an extreme risk 2 protection order may be subject to criminal prosecution for 3 of those acts. For 3. A federally licensed firearms dealer or Law 5 enforcement agency that stores a firearm, as permitted by this 6 Article 14.5, is not civilly liable for any resulting damages to 7 the firearm, as long as such damage did not result from the 8 willful and wrongful act or gross negligence of the person, or 9 law enforcement agency storing the firearm. 10.4. This Article 14.5 does not require a family or 11 household member of the respondent, a community member, or a 12 law enforcement officer or agency to file a petition for a 13 temporary emergency extreme risk protection order or petition 14 for an extreme risk protection order. 15.5. A community member's employer shall not use a 16 community members' acts or omissions made in good faith related 17 to obtaining an extreme risk protection order or a temporary 18 extreme risk protection order, including but not limited to 19 reporting, declining to report, investigating, declining to 20 investigate, filing, or declining to file a petition pursuant to this 21 Article 14.5 as a basis for discipline or termination. 22.13-14.5-114. Instructional and informational material, 23 definition. 1a. The State Court Administrator shall develop 24 standard petitions and extreme risk protection order forms, and 25 temporary extreme risk protection order forms in more than 126 language consistent with State Judicial Department practices. 27. The standard petition and order forms must be used after -33-170. January 1, 2020, for all petitions filed and orders issued to pursuant to this Article 14.5, the State Court Administrator may third consult with interested parties in developing the petitions and for forms. The materials must be available online consistent with 5 State Judicial Department practices. 6b. The extreme risk protection order form must include 7in a conspicuous location, notice of criminal penalties resulting 8 from violation of the order, and the following statement. 9. You have the sole responsibility to avoid or refrain 10 from violating this extreme risk protection order's 11 provisions. Only the court can change the order 12 and only upon written motion. 13.2. A court clerk for each judicial district shall create 14 a community resource list of crisis intervention, mental health, 15 substance abuse, interpreter, counseling, and other relevant 16 resources serving the county in which the court is located. The 17 court shall make the community resource list available as part 18 of or in addition to the informational brochures described in 19 subsection 1 of this section. 23. The State Court Administrator shall distribute a 21 master copy of the standard petition and extreme risk 22 protection order forms to all court clerks and all district and 23 county courts. 24 of 4 courts shall accept petitions pursuant to sections 2513-14.5-103 and 13-14.5-10 for beginning on January 1, 2020. 26 13-14.5-115. Effect of previous issued orders. The enactment 27 of this SB 23-____ and the provisions of this Article 14.5-34-170. 1. Authorizing the court to enter an order pursuant to Section 213-14.5-103 or 13-14.5-104 do not limit, change, void, or otherwise 3. Impact an extreme risk protection order entered by the court for pursuant to this Article 14.5 prior to the effective date of this 5 SB 23-____. Any such order remains in effect until it expires by its 6 own terms or is terminated by the court. 7. 13-14.5-116. Severability. If any provision of this Article 814.5, or the application thereof to any person or circumstance, is 9 held invalid, such invalidity does not affect other provisions or 10 applications of this Article 14.5 that can be given effect without 11 the invalid provision or application, and to this end the 12 provisions of this Article 14.5 are declared to be severable. 13. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 25-20.5-1205, add 14.3, as follows, 1525-20.5-1205. Federal grants, other funds, gifts, grants, and 16 donations. 3. The office shall expend funds annually on a public. 17. Education campaign regarding the availability of and the 18. Process for requesting an extreme risk protection order 19 pursuant to Article 14.5 of Title 13 and as described in Section 2025-20.5-1203 2A. 21. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 13-3-101, repeal, and 22 reenact 13 as follows: 23 13-3-101. State Court Administrator report definitions 20 for repeal. 13. The State Court Administrator or the 25 administrators designee shall present at the judicial 26 departments hearing pursuant to Section 2-7-203 Statistics 27 related to extreme risk protection orders in Article 14.5 of this. 35-170. 1. Title 13. The statistics must include the number of petitions filed 2 for temporary extreme risk protection orders, the number of 3 petitions filed for extreme risk protection orders, the number of for temporary extreme risk protection orders issued and denied, the 5 number of extreme risk protection orders issued and denied, the 6 number of temporary extreme risk protection orders 7 terminated, the number of extreme risk protection orders 8 terminated, and the number of extreme risk protection orders 9 renewed. The State Court Administrator or the Administrator's 10 designee shall also report state court data related to all 11 persons who are subject to any temporary emergency risk 12 protection order or emergency risk protection order and who, 13 within 30 days after the issuance or execution of the 14 protection order, are charged with a criminal offense. The 15 report must include the nature of the criminal offense. 16 including but not limited to any offense for violation of the 17 emergency risk protection order and the disposition or status of 18 that criminal offense. 19. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes, repeal and reenact 2016-3-301.5 as follows: 2116-3-301.5. Search warrant for firearms possessed by a 22 respondent in an extreme risk protection order. 1. Any court may 23rd issue a search warrant to search for and take custody of any 24 firearm in the possession of a named respondent in an extreme 25 risk protection order or temporary extreme risk protection 26 order filed pursuant to Article 14.5 of Title 13. If the application 27 for the warrant complies with all required provisions of Section 36-170. 116-3-303 and also provides facts sufficient to establish by 2 probable cause, 3 that the named person is a named respondent in and for extreme risk protection order or temporary extreme risk 5 protection order filed pursuant to Article 14.5 of Title 13, and 6b that the named person is in possession of 1 or more 7 firearms, and 8c the location of such firearms, and 9d any other information relied upon by the applicant 10, and why the applicant considers such information credible, and 11 reliable. 12.2. The return or disposal of any firearm taken custody 13 of pursuant to this section shall be accomplished pursuant to 14 Section 13-14.5-109. 15. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes 18-12-203, repeal 16 and reenact 1G4 as follows: 1718-12-203. Criteria for obtaining a permit. 1. Beginning May 18, 2003, except as set forth in this section, a sheriff shall issue a permit 19 to carry a concealed handgun to an applicant who 20G is not subject to 21. 4. A temporary extreme risk protection order issued 22 pursuant to Section 13-14.5-103, 3, or an extreme risk protection 23 order issued pursuant to Section 13-14.5-105-2, 20 for Section 6. No appropriation. The General Assembly has 25 determined that this act can be implemented within existing 26 appropriations, and therefore no separate appropriation of state money is 27 necessary to carry out the purposes of this act. Dash 37, 170. 1 Section 7. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds. 2 determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate. 3 Preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. Dash 38, 170.
The bill has now been read at length. It is 7:50 p.m. Representative DeGraff, we have 11 minutes left in the hour allotted for this debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Came to my mind, many, tekel, eparsin. It also came to my mind, any unarmed people are slaves, are subject to slavery at any given moment. And this is why this bill is so important. If the guns are taken out of the hands of the people and only the pigs have guns and it's off to the concentration camps, the gas chambers.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir.
Please speak to the contents of the policy contained in Senate Bill 170.
All right. This is a sad day for the 2nd, the 5th, the 14th, and now the First Amendment. For the greater good, which never is. Nobody wants gun violence. The purpose of this body is to preserve the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness of all of our citizens. There is no red, no blue, no purple. We are a constitutional republic. Aurora, what if it had not been a gun-free zone? Boston, what if there had been a safety background check on buying pressure cookers? My daughter was supposed to be there. Atlanta, I was supposed to be where the pipe bomb was. Ted Kaczynski sent mail packages. This is not a gun issue. This is a heart issue, and we're papering over it. This is not addressing gun violence, and it is doing so in a manner that paves the way for increasing authoritarianism. It's a sad day because now legislation is a team sport, and nothing's going to stand in the way of the pre-approved agenda. We've talked about bills saving just one life. 2 police officers ordered to remove firearms from a house on a red flag protective order fatally shot an unarmed man on Monday morning in Ferndale, Maryland, police said. And County Police arrived at the house at 5:17 a.m. When are these orders issued? When are they executed? 5:17 a.m. to remove the guns of the home under a new law that temporarily allows for the seizure of firearms, and we know that temporary can be indefinite, of a person shows red flags if they are in danger. If everybody could just stay a little bit quiet for the next few minutes, that'd be awesome. A man later identified as Gary Willis, 61 years old, answered his door with a gun in his hand. Why? Because it was 5:17 a.m. and somebody was pounding on his door. He didn't know who they were. Sergeant Davis said the man put the gun down, but then according to the police, he became irate and he went to pick up the weapon. A fight ensued and a shot was fired. Davis said the first shot didn't strike anyone, but the officers then fatally shot the man. Why? Because they showed up at 5:17 a.m. It wasn't clear why the red flag was issued. Spokesman for the Judiciary denied a request from the Baltimore Sun to release the protection order request associated with the home, citing the law which states that the orders are confidential unless a court order rules otherwise. Michelle Willis, the man's niece, told Baltimore Sun that one of her aunts requested the protective order against Willis but declined to say why. 5:17 a.m. is when he showed up. Why? We don't know. But a man is dead because on a 50-50 chance, there might have been an opportunity for him to hurt somebody. Meh. Civil, 50-50, maybe. No chance to defend himself, no chance to confront his accusers. just somebody showing up at his door at 5:17 a.m. That is the iron heel of legislation. Thomas Jefferson observed, and citing a Latin proverb, and if you're citing a Latin proverb to sum up human nature, you know it's a heart issue. You know it's a thing from history. I prefer the tumult of liberty. I prefer the tumult of liberty over here on the right to the quiet of servitude as we move closer and closer on the left. What if Aurora hadn't been a gun-free zone? What if the school had not, what if the legislators had not gotten rid of the SROs? What if the school board had not gotten rid of the SROs? What if somebody trained to handle a disturbed youth who had a propensity to violence was not coddled as a DEI experiment and instead held accountable for his actions? What if? But instead, we are going to paper over and we're going to further restrict the liberties of other Americans. And we know that 62% of these are already false. And then we're going to bury them under this bill, which, if you go to it, has 15 different paragraph expansions, because the bill sponsors did not want to list the individuals. Yes, sir.
Remember, as we've discussed before, when you talk about what other people in this chamber do or do not want, that is getting into the motives area, so please speak to the contents of the policy rather than assuming it was
Yes,
done
sir.
for a particular reason. Please proceed.
Yes, sir. There are 15 paragraphs of hidden individuals that are on there. Why? Because we do seek to expand the petitioners and the legal basis. 62% of them we already know are frivolous, and we've expanded that now to individuals that are beyond. We can't, and what is the motive? We can't even tell them on the phone, on the SWAT line, when they call the SWAT line and say, hey, this might be guilty, you might be guilty of perjury if this is fake. And what is the penalty for perjury is maybe a slap on the wrist if it's extreme. Unlikely, none at all. We asked to have the partisan offices of Attorney General, because we turned to them for support. They should be standing between us and the law enforcement, innocent until proven guilty. But the Attorney General himself, the office of the Attorney General is turned on the populace. And the office of the Attorney General is allowed to determine that you are guilty until and probably even after proven innocent, because somebody's going to show up at your door. Now, we know this is going to pass because this is part of the pre-approved agenda, so it is going to pass. But this is a surrender of the 14th and 5th Amendment, the seizing. It's not the surrender of property, it's the seizing of property. Surrender is something voluntary. Seizing is something done at the barrel of a gun. These orders are issued at the end of a barrel of a gun. If it was a good idea, it would not need that. And this is under the penalty of perjury. That's it. Clear and convincing evidence. We ask for a criminal standard. Why? Because this is a seizure, a deprivation of life, liberty, or property. And we've said, okay, that's fine. That's okay for a civil order. And that's it. It was noted by the bill sponsors in several other places that several other individuals that this gun violence is a uniquely American issue. Maybe. But we've already talked about that in England, in Britain, they're already seizing knives, already making knives illegal. You can make knives illegal, you can make stones illegal. Why do we have guns? Guns are about leveling the balance of force. Now we're talking about unleveling the balance of force. We know places where they are, we know from the statistics that we cited, that where the people are disarmed, the crime goes up. Somebody can target somebody for this. This can be weaponized. This will be weaponized. It was even to consider onerous that after these are seized at the barrel of a gun, that they would be cared for in a manner that they would be returned in the way that they were taken, and that was declined. So we have a good idea of what it seems. So I think we have a reason to suspect what the original motives are, and this seems very politically motivated.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir.
We've talked about the politically motivated thing. Please stick to the contents of the bill.
My apologies.
You may proceed. You have about 1 minute left.
Thank you. We wanted probable cause. We got a civil. This has civil. We would also like to solve the problem of gun violence. But the problem of gun violence is not solved by taking guns and not putting barriers around this. This could have been a more collaborative effort. It was not. We know this is going to pass. We tried to make amendments to make it less bad, to mitigate the damage. There will be damage.
Representative
I pray to
DeGraff.
God that we are spared from the history that we've set in motion.
Representative
But if not,
DeGraff,
yes, sir.
The time allotted for this debate is now expired. Thank you for your participation in this debate. The question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 170 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no?
No.
The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 170 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 168.
Senate Bill 168 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Kolker, also Representatives Mabry and Parenti, concerning gun violence victims' access to the judicial system.
Representative Mabry, we're starting this debate at 8:02 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move Senate Bill 168 as amended.
Please proceed.
One second.
Okay. Yeah. Did he want it right now? Is it his preference? Representative Mabry, hold on for 1 second, please.
Okay.
Representative Mabry, there has been a request to read the bill at length. I do think we have some discretion about when we do that, but I think that is my judgment that it would be best to go ahead and have the bill read at length right now, and then we will resume the debate right after. So
I agree. Do you want me to make a motion?
that would be preferable. Representative Bottoms.
I make a motion to read this bill at length, please.
Thank you, Representative Bottoms. The bill will be read at length.
Parenti, will you give me a pen? It's like 9 pages. It'll be like 15.
Senate Committees, House Committees, State, Veterans, and Military Affairs. A bill for an act. 101 concerning gun violence victims' access to the judicial. 102 system. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the reengrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. Current law limits product liability actions against manufacturers of firearms and ammunition to situations in which there was a defect in the design or manufacture of a firearm or ammunition. The bill repeals that limitation. The bill defines the terms firearm industry member, and firearm industry product, and requires. Senate third reading unamended March 13, 2023. Senate second reading unamended March 10, 2023. Senate sponsorship Jaquez Lewis and Coker, Cutter, Danielson, Fields, Marchman, Sullivan, Coleman, Fenberg, Gonzalez, Hansen, Moreno, Rodriguez, Winter F. House sponsorship Mabry and Parenti, Bacon, Dixon, Epps, Garcia, Joday, Kipp, Titten, Vigil. Shading denotes House amendment. Double underlining denotes Senate amendment. Capital letters or bold and italic numbers indicate new material to be added to existing law. Dashes through the words or numbers indicate deletions from existing law. Each industry member that is engaged in the manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, or wholesale or retail sale of an industry product in Colorado to establish and implement reasonable controls and precautions related to the industry product and its control, firearm industry standards of responsible conduct. A cause of action is created for a person or entity that suffered harm as a result of an industry member violation of the firearm industry standards of responsible conduct, or for the Attorney General or the Attorney General's designee for enforcement and remedy of any harms caused as a result of an industry member's violation. An intervening act by a third party, including unlawful misuse of an industry product, does not prevent an industry member from being liable. A cause of action may be brought within 5 years after the date that the violation occurred or the harm was incurred. 1. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, 2 Section 1. In Colorado Revised Statutes, repeal Part 5 of 3 Article 21 of Title 13. For Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add Article 27 to Title 5-6 as follows. 6 Article 27-7 Firearms and Ammunition Manufacturers 86-27-101. Short title. The short title of this Article 27 is the 9 Gun Violence Victims Access to Justice and Firearms Industry 10 Accountability Act. 11-6-27-102. Legislative Declaration. 1. The General Assembly 12 finds and declares that 13a. The State of Colorado has a compelling interest in 14 protecting the life, health, safety, and well-being of Colorado 15 residents. 16b. Unlawful and irresponsible conduct by the firearm 17 industry pose significant risks to the life, health, safety, and 2. 168. 1. Well-being of Colorado residents. 2. C. Our state and our nation have a long-standing 3 historical tradition of prescribing standards of responsible for conduct and accountability for industries whose business 5 practices may cause harm to the public. 6d. The Federal Protection of Lawful Commerce in Arms 7 ACT preserves states' critical authority to enact laws 8 prescribing and enforcing standards of responsible conduct, and 9 accountability for firearm industry members. 10 EIT is the policy of this state that firearm industry 11 members have a lawful duty and responsibility to take 12 reasonable precautions to prevent foreseeable risks to life, 13 health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of Colorado, and 14 FIT is further the policy of this state that victims 15 harmed by firearm industry members' wrongful and unlawful 16 conduct, and public officials acting on behalf of the people of 17 Colorado, shall not be barred from pursuing civil actions.
That's not it, is it? That's not it. Maybe it is.
Dash 3, 168. 1. The further policy of this state that a civil action in tort for 2 any remedy arising from physical or emotional injury, physical 3 damage, or death caused by the discharge of a firearm, is not for based upon the inherent potential of a firearm to cause injury, 5 damage, or death when discharged. 6-6-27-103. Definitions. As used in this Article 27, unless the 7 context otherwise requires. 8. 1. Firearm industry member means a person, firm, 9. Corporation, or any other entity engaged in the manufacture, 10. Distribution, importation, marketing, or wholesale or retail 11. Sale of a firearm industry product. 12. 2. Firearm industry product means 13. A firearm, as defined in Section 18-1-901, 14. B. Ammunition. 15. C. A completed or unfinished frame or receiver. 16. D. A firearm component or magazine. 17. E. A device marketed or sold to the public that is 18 designed or adapted to be inserted into, affixed onto, or used in. 19. Conjunction with a firearm if the device is 20I, reasonably designed or intended TO be used to increase 21A firearms rate of fire, concealability, magazine capacity, or 22 destructive capacity, or 23.2, reasonably designed or intended TO increase the 20 for firearm stability and handling when the firearm is repeatedly 25 fired, and 26F. Any machine or device that is marketed or sold to the 27 public, or reasonably designed or intended TO be used to. -4, 168. 1. Manufacture or produce a firearm, or any other firearm, to industry product as described in this subsection. 2. 3. Firearm trafficker means a person who acquires, for transfers, or attempts to acquire or transfer a firearm industry 5 product for purposes of unlawful commerce, including, but not 6 limited to, a subsequent transfer to a person who is prohibited 7 by state or federal law from possessing the firearm industry 8 product. 4. Reasonable controls means reasonable procedures. 10. Safeguards and business practices that are designed and 11. Implemented TO do all of the following. 12. Prevent the sale or distribution of a firearm industry 13 product 2. 14. A straw purchaser or firearm trafficker. 15. 2. A person who is prohibited by state or federal law 16 from possessing a firearm industry product. Or 17. 3. A person the firearm industry member has reasonable 18 cause TO believe is at substantial risk of using a firearm. 19. Industry product to harm themselves or unlawfully harm. 20. Another or of otherwise unlawfully possessing or using a 21. Firearm industry product. 22. B. Prevent the loss or theft of a firearm industry 23 product from a firearm industry member. 24. C. Ensure the firearm industry member does not promote 25 or facilitate the unlawful manufacture, sale, possession, 26 marketing, or use of a firearm industry product. And 27. D. Ensure the firearm industry member complies with all. -5, 168. 1. Provisions of state and federal laws. 2. 5. Straw purchaser means an individual who 3. Wrongfully purchases or obtains a firearm industry product on for behalf of a third party who is the actual purchaser or 5. Transferee. The term straw purchaser does not apply to an 6. Individual obtaining a firearm industry product as a bona fide. 7. Gift for a person who is not prohibited by state or federal law 8. From possessing or receiving a firearm industry product. For the 9 purposes of this subsection 5. A gift is not a bona fide gift if the 10. Transferee has offered or given the transferor a service or 11. Thing of value to acquire the firearm industry product on the 12 transferee's behalf. 13. 6. Unfinished frame or receiver means any forging. 14. Casting, printing, extrusion, machined body, or similar. Article 15 that has reached a stage in manufacture when it may be readily 16. Completed, assembled, or converted to be used as the frame or 17. Receiver of a functional firearm, or that is marketed or sold to 18. The public to become or be used as the frame or receiver of a 19. Functional firearm once completed, assembled, or converted. 26-27-104. Firearm Industry Standards of Responsible Conduct. 21.1. This section applies to a firearm industry member engaged in 22. The manufacture, distribution, importation, marketing, or 23. Wholesale or retail sale of a firearm industry product that 24. Meets any of the following conditions. 25. A. The firearm industry product was sold, made, 26. Distributed, or marketed in this state. 27. B. The firearm industry product was intended to be sold. -6, 168. 1. Made, distributed, or marketed in this state. Or 2. C. The firearm industry product was used or possessed in 3. This state, and it was reasonably foreseeable that the product would be used or possessed in this state. 5. 2. A firearm industry member shall 6. A. Establish and implement reasonable controls 7. Regarding ITS manufacture, distribution, importation, 8. Marketing, and wholesale or retail sale of firearm industry 9 products in this state, and 10. B. Take reasonable precautions to ensure the firearm 11 industry member does not sell or distribute a firearm industry 12 product to a distributor or retailer of firearm industry 13 products that fails to establish and implement reasonable 14. Controls. 15. 3. A firearm industry member shall not manufacture, 16. Distribute, import, market, or offer for wholesale or retail sale 17. A firearm industry product that is 18. A. Designed, sold, or marketed in a manner that 19. Foreseeably promotes conversion of a legal firearm industry 20. Product into an illegal firearm industry product, or 21. B. Designed, sold, or marketed in a manner that is 22. Targeted at minors or individuals who are legally prohibited 23. From purchasing or possessing a firearm. 24. 4. In addition to subsections 1, 2, 3 of this section, a 25 firearm industry member shall comply with the following laws. 26. When engaged in the manufacture, distribution, importation, 27. Marketing, or wholesale or retail sale of a firearm industry. -7, 168. 1. Product. 2. A. The Colorado Consumer Protection ACT, Article 1 of 3 this Title 6. 4. B. The Unfair Practices ACT, Article 2 of this Title 6. 5. C. The Colorado Antitrust ACT of 1992, Article 4 of the 6 Title 6, and 7. D. Article 12 of Title 18. 86-27-105. Cause of action for violations of standards of 9 responsible conduct. 1. A person or entity that has suffered 10 harm as a result of a firearm industry member's acts, or 11 omissions in violation of Section 6-27-104 may bring a civil action 12 pursuant to this Article 27 in a court of competent jurisdiction. 13. 2. The Attorney General, or the Attorney General's 14 designee, may bring a civil action in a court of competent 15 jurisdiction to enforce this Article 27 and remedy harms caused 16 by any acts or omissions in violation of Section 6-27-104. 17. 3. In an action brought pursuant to this section, if the 18 court determines that a firearm industry member engaged in 19 conduct in violation of Section 6-27-104, the court shall award 20 just and appropriate relief, including, but not limited to, 21, A, injunctive relief sufficient to prevent the firearm 22 industry member and any other defendant from further 23 violating this Article 27, 24B, compensatory and punitive damages, 25, C, reasonable attorney fees, filing fees, and reasonable 26 costs of action, and 27, D, any other just and appropriate relief necessary to. 8, 168. 1. Enforce this Article 27 and remedy the harm caused by the 2 violation. 3, 4. In an action brought pursuant to this Article 27, 4A, an intervening ACT by a third party, including, but not 5 limited to, the unlawful misuse of a firearm industry product. 6. Does not prevent a firearm industry member from being liable. 7. For harm caused by the firearm industry member's violation of 8. This Article 27, and 9B. Notwithstanding any intervening ACT by a third party. 10. There is a presumption that a firearm industry member's 11 violation of this Article 27 was the proximate cause of harm 12 suffered by the plaintiff from a firearm industry product if the 13 firearm industry members' violation created a reasonably foreseeable risk that the harm would occur. 15. 5. An action brought pursuant to this section must be 16 commenced within 5 years after the date that the violation 17 occurred or the harm was incurred. 18. 6. A civil action brought pursuant to this section may be 19. Brought in 20. A. The county in which all or a substantial part of the 21 events or omissions giving rise to the claim occurred. 22. B. The county of residence of any one of the natural 23-person defendants at the time the cause of action ACCRUED. 24C. The county of the principal office in this state of any 25 of the defendants that is not a natural person. Or 26. D. The county of residence for the plaintiff if the 27 plaintiff is a natural person residing in Colorado. 9. 168. 16-27-106. Limitations. 1. Nothing in this Article 27 limits to or impairs in any way the right of the Attorney General, or any 3 person or entity, to pursue a legal action pursuant to any other for law, cause of action, tort theory, or other authority. 5. 2. Nothing in this Article 27 limits, or impairs in any way 6. An obligation or requirement placed on a firearm industry 7 member by any other authority. 8. 3. This Article 27 must be construed and applied in a 9 manner that is consistent with the requirements of the 10 constitutions of Colorado and the United States. 11. Section 3. Severability. If any provision of this Act or the 12 application thereof to any person or circumstance is held invalid, such 13 invalidity does not affect other provisions or applications of the Act. That 14 can be given effect without the invalid provision or application, and to 15 this end, the provisions of this Act are declared to be severable. 16. Section 4. Effective date. This Act takes effect October 1st. 17. 2023. 18. Section 5. Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, 19 determines, and declares that this Act is necessary for the immediate 20 preservation of the public peace, health, or safety. 10.
I did too.
10. 168.
I like your kicks.
Okay, the bill has been read at length. It is 8:18 p.m. Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, it's an honor to stand here and fight for common sense gun safety legislation. Over the past 2 days, we've heard a lot of impassioned debate from the other side of the aisle on why members are so passionate in preventing these bills from passing. I'm excited to share with you all why I am so passionate to be working on this legislation. When I knocked on doors in my community, when I ran for office, this is one of the #1 issues I heard about. People in my district are worried about gun violence prevention. They're sick of sending their kids to schools with active shooter drills. we are the only nation in the world that has these active shooter drills. And the past 2 days before we dug into our two days of long debate, I think it was quite fitting that these halls were filled with students demanding that we do everything in our power to combat the scourge of gun violence. They just want to be kids. They want to be kids. They want to not have to go to school and worry about an active shooter drill. And I came up here yesterday and I said this was a uniquely problem. I said this was a uniquely American problem because it is a uniquely American problem. I refuse to believe that mental health is worse in the United States than it is in Japan or France or Spain or Korea. It's not. The difference is the prevalence of guns. The prevalence of guns in the United States. That is the difference. From 2015 to 2018, more than 35,000 American children were shot before their 18th birthday. This trauma and suffering should not be a part of normal growing up, and it's not in most places in the world. Young people face threats of mass shootings in schools, armed domestic violence at home, and community violence in neighborhood parks and streets. They're at higher risk of firearm suicide and unintentional shootings than older Americans. So not only is this uniquely an American problem, this is a problem that is disproportionately impacting the American youth. Living every day in fear takes a terrible toll on young people, and we can do so much more to combat our epidemic of gun violence and stand up for children's right to grow up in safe, healthy communities without fear. We talk a lot about freedom in this building. We talk a lot about freedom, and a lot has been said about freedom over the past few days. I believe that Americans should have freedom from fear of gun violence. The combination of widespread gun ownership and weak gun safety laws creates a uniquely dangerous environment for American children. 91% of children killed with guns in high-income countries are killed in the United States. The effects of this gun violence epidemic are devastating. Each year, more than 8,000 minors are killed or seriously injured by firearms in the United States. Mass shootings, like the horrific attack that killed 19 children and 2 teachers at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas, or the murder of 10 people in a grocery store in Buffalo, New York, or we were just on the anniversary of the shooting in Boulder at the King Soopers. These are all too common in the United States. There were 214 mass shootings defined by the Gun Violence Archives, where at least 4 people were shot in the United States within the first 145 days of the year. Again, these types of tragedies feel unique to America, where there are more civilian-owned guns than people. There are 120 guns for every 100 Americans. No other nation has more civilian guns than people. If guns kept us safe, we would be the safest country on earth. We have more guns than people in this country. Yet every day, 120 Americans die at the end of the gun, including suicides and homicides, averaging 43,475 per year. And since 2009, there's been an annual average of 19 shootings and with at least 4 people being killed. The U.S. homicide rate is as much as 26 times that of other high-income countries, and its suicide rate is nearly 12 times higher. Researchers have found a clear link between gun ownership in the United States and gun violence. A Boston University-led study found
that for each percentage point increase in gun ownership at the household level, firearm homicides rates increase by 1%. In states with weaker gun laws have higher rates of gun-related homicides and suicides. The link between gun deaths and gun ownerships is much stronger than the link between violence and mental health issues. The idea that the solution to mass shootings is that we need more guns in the hands of people in more places so that we'll be able to protect ourselves is not true. 2021 study from Metropolitan State University found that the rates of deaths in 133 mass shootings between 1980 and 2019 was 2.83 times greater in cases where there was an armed guard present. Americans know this. Americans know this. Coloradans know this. Coloradans know this. And I believe that's why we were elected. We were elected to do something about gun violence in our communities. A recent poll issued by Gallup found that 63% of Americans were strongly dissatisfied with our firearm laws. This is the highest percentage of Americans dissatisfied with current gun laws in the last 7 years. We are here to do something about this. This piece of legislation is one piece of the puzzle. I think it's a rather small piece of the puzzle, but it's still an important one, and I'm passionate about it. The gun industry has unique immunity from civil liability, not only in this country, but in the state of Colorado. We're one of 3 states with a law that is this strict, shutting courtroom doors. Yesterday, we were honored by the presence of a family who lost their daughter and sued a company called Lucky Gunner because their internet business practices failed to provide reasonable safeguards to prevent dangerous people from acquiring weapons. That case was dismissed under federal law and Colorado law accompanying the federal law, and the family was ordered to pay more than $200,000 in legal fees. This is important because before the federal law PLACA and Colorado's legislation were passed, this avenue existed for families to pursue changes in the gun industry, similar to tobacco lawsuits. The tobacco lawsuits in the 90s led to a massive change in advertising policies. In 2001, an 11-year-old was accidentally shot and killed by his friend while playing with his father's gun. 2009, the father sued the firearm manufacturer for failing to include a common and inexpensive device on the firearm that would have prevented the gun from firing without a magazine. And it failed to include a warning label indicating that the gun could be used without a magazine. This case was dismissed under the federal law PLACA. Our legislation would create a cause of action in Colorado law because PLACA prevents civil litigation except for where states allow it. A similar lawsuit was brought in the year 2000, and it led Smith & Wesson. It led Smith & Wesson to implement reasonable safeguards when they sold handguns. It also led Smith & Wesson to, they signed a settlement where they agreed to make sure that they were not selling their guns to dealers who did not have a reasonable code of conduct to prevent their firearms from getting into the hands of dangerous people. Right now, the gun industry is exclusively insulated from liability for damages for irresponsible or negligent business practice. This is not just about making sure the gun industry, this is not just about making sure the gun industry is not insulated in ways that every other industry is not. It is about making sure that victims have a fair day in court. At the heart of our law is a reasonable standard of conduct. A reasonable standard of conduct. Companies should put reasonable controls in place to guard against improper sales, to straw purchasers, gun traffickers, and people who present a substantial risk of using this product unlawfully, using the products unlawfully to harm themselves or to harm others. These litigation, these laws that are shutting our courtroom doors are unfair, and they're unique to this industry. There have been a few other times where Congress has passed laws similar to this. One was the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act in 1978. Provided legal immunity to telecommunications businesses that participated in the government's warrantless wiretapping. And it also set limits on the amount a plaintiff could recover. Congress has also set limits on the amount plaintiffs could recover against lawsuits against other industries that are involved in dealing with dangerous products, such as the railroad industry and nuclear industries. But never before had Congress granted such blanket immunity from civil litigation to an entire industry, as opposed to specific industry behavior, as was the case with the railroad and nuclear power industries. Again, this federal law allows for civil litigation, this federal ban on civil litigation. Congress debated this. We heard a member of this chamber from El Paso County start reading the federal law at length. They were talking about why Congress was so wise in implementing that federal ban. That federal ban explicitly allows states to implement the type of legislation that we are trying to implement today. What we are trying to implement today is explicitly allowed under federal BLACA. So again, Colorado prohibits firearms or ammunition manufacturers, importers, dealers from being held liable where they do not implement a reasonable code of conduct to prevent firearms from falling in the hands of people who should not have them. Again, I talked at length yesterday about the reasonableness standard and about how this law requires a high bar. And we actually worked with our colleague from Delta County to clarify the high bar that a plaintiff has to meet, right? A plaintiff has to show that there was a knowing violation of the standard of conduct, a knowing violation of the law, and they have to prove in court that it was reasonably foreseeable that harm would occur based on the practice of marketing or selling or dealing that specific product to that specific person. That is going to be an incredibly high bar to reach in court. I think it's actually quite rare that it's going to happen, and I think it's really kind of funny that we spent 10 hours debating this legislation, because while I think it's important, I think that it's actually going to be quite small, and take into account Colorado's already stringent tort laws. We have joint and several liability. We have a frivolous lawsuit prevention here in Colorado. In spite of the fact that I think the scope of this legislation is quite narrow, I'm honored to bring it because this industry should not have unique immunity. We have to do everything in our power to address gun violence in this community. Again, I think this is one small piece of that puzzle, and I'm honored to bring this legislation.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, it's hard to talk tonight. I really hope to be addressing you again regarding Senate Bill 168 under a very different set of circumstances. On multiple occasions over the past 2 days, members of this chamber came together in an agreement on this policy through a professional, collaborative process on this bill, only to have those very sincere negotiations rejected by a small minority. So it brings me no pleasure to have to readdress you on this bill that we have discussed and debated so genuinely and in good faith. Like my co-prime, I also heard more about this issue last year when talking to my constituents than near any other. But as a representative of a vastly different district, I had a different conversation. In the northern metro exurbs of Boulder and Weld counties, where I live and in the district that I represent, my district challenged me to seek progressive but pragmatic solutions here at the Capitol. And that's why I jumped at the chance to co-sponsor this piece of legislation, because I firmly believe it is grounded in two principles that are deeply important to me and to my district: responsibility and accountability. 23 years ago, Coloradans had an important right taken away from them. They lost their right to hold the firearm industry responsible for dangerous or irresponsible business practices. By restoring the ability for Coloradans who have been harmed by gun violence to seek redress through our court system, we are ensuring that entities that conduct business in our state are held to similar standards with respect to the sale and marketing of their products. The principles laid out in this bill are not new, nor are they radical, nor do they uniquely target the firearm industry. Rather, this bill takes those good business practice standards that every other business has to adhere to, things like not engaging in deceptive business practices, not promoting irresponsible use of their product, and applies those same standards to the firearm industry as well. For those reasons, I see this bill first and foremost as a consumer protection bill, deeply entrenched in the idea that we are all responsible for our behavior and may be held accountable when our actions cause harm to others. And I think that's really important. I want to repeat, when our actions cause harm to others. And it's in that spirit that I wanted to readdress some of the misconceptions about this bill. This bill will not assign automatic liability to a member of the firearm industry for a random act of gun violence or even an illegal act of gun violence. Rather, it only lifts the current immunity that they uniquely enjoy among all other industries that operate in our state. This bill will not open the door for a multitude of frivolous lawsuits to be filed in our state against the firearms industry. Colorado already has some of the most stringent tort law standards in the country. It is very difficult to make a legal claim for the damages in this state, and none of those existing standards are impacted by this bill. This bill will not put a different set of standards on the firearm industry as compared to other industries. Sorry. Let's address a common myth that we hear often when we're speaking to constituents or other members of the public on this bill. We hear a common analogy that we don't sue the alcohol industry for drunk driving incidents. But the fact remains that we could, if there was evidence to suggest that they were marketing or selling their products in a way that encouraged drunk driving. The fact that they haven't been sued, despite the prevalence of drunk driving in our state, is actually compelling evidence that our existing laws against frivolous lawsuits work. And as we have spoken about before, we do hold bartenders responsible when they overserve a customer who is then immediately involved in a drunk driving incident. And I would offer that a similar standard should be in place for firearm dealers in our state. If they sell a weapon to a person in an obvious state of mental distress, or whom they know intends to do harm to themselves or others, they should be held to a similar standard of responsible sale of their product. We have heard the criticisms that some of the language in this bill is too vague, that terms like reasonable are too open to interpretation. But again, the reasonableness standard is well entrenched in Colorado law. It appears in over 4,000 separate pieces of Colorado statute and throughout the Uniform Commercial Code that we are trying to apply to the firearm industry and under which other businesses in our state already operate. The reasonable test, from reasonable utility rates to reasonable response times, fees, accommodation, allows juries and the courts the ability to use common judgment in the application of these standards. And I think it's important to remind this body that this bill will not infringe on individual gun ownership or possession rights in this state. We are not targeting gun owners in the state of Colorado with this legislation. Gun owners will not be harmed by this legislation. Gun owners will not see any rights infringed by this legislation. It will, however, help ensure that the businesses that operate in the state of Colorado are operating responsibly and without any special exception under the law. I urge your support and thank you for your patience this evening.
Representative Snyder. Sorry, sure, please proceed.
We have a pen problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you, sir.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you very much. So, folks, I'm on the Judiciary Committee for the first time this year, and we got to hear this bill for several hours. Prior to that hearing in Judiciary, though, I spent a lot of time with representatives and lobbyists for the gun industry going through the issues and trying to understand how we got to the situation we are in right now. So if you'll indulge me, a brief history of what led to the original law here in Colorado. This was back during the Clinton White House during the 90s. There was a lot of talk going on. There was a lot of talk of assault weapons bans and a lot of gun legislation. A lot of lawsuits were being filed using novel theories around the law, not the traditional tort law, other things. And so Colorado, like many other states, became concerned with what was happening. And in 2000, a Colorado government with a one-party control of both chambers and the governor's office passed one of those laws that went very much to the extreme on how we were going to address this this growing trend of lawsuits. And so the Colorado law that was passed in 2000 created a liability shield for gun manufacturers and gun distributors. Firearms companies were only allowed to be sued in cases of product defect or lawful action, specifically restricting any action based on any other theories of liability. And that's the law Colorado has been laboring under the last 23 years. So in 2005, a bipartisan bill was passed called PLACA that had 73 Democrats on that bill, as a matter of fact, in Congress. And that was the federal response to what was going on. But the Colorado law remained on the books. And really all this bill does, it has two sections. Section 1 simply repeals what was passed in 2000 and creates a more level playing field, puts the gun industry, manufacturers, distributors, and others in exactly the same boat of every other industry in Colorado, without that special law that gives them that special liability protection. Section 2 of the law puts in reasonable guidelines and patterns of conduct and behavior that the gun industry, manufacturers, distributors, retailers, all, just gives them the specific guidelines on how they can conduct themselves and be free of having to worry about liability issues. So specifically, what Section 2 does is forces the industry to comply with Colorado's consumer protection, unfair business practice, antitrust, and gun safety laws. It implements reasonable controls such as screening and security standards to prevent specific harms like gun trafficking, and ensures that the industry members does not promote illegal weapon use. It stops commerce in products that are designed, sold, or marketed in a manner that promotes the conversion of legal firearms industry products into illegal products, or in a manner that's targeted at children or other people who can't legally purchase firearms. Finally, it takes reasonable steps to ensure that they do not sell or distribute weapons to weapon distributors or retailers